Has anyone ever challenged you to something you are an expert at without them knowing it? If so, how did it turn out for them/you? So I enter a round robin pool competition in Cairns, Australia. At this point in my life I look, well, a little scraggly. I'm also a bit more than half pissed, and my first match is against this very snazzily dressed bloke with slicked back hair who proceeds to screw his very expensive cue together as I sit on the bar stool nursing a jug of beer with a mate, the sheety house cue resting up against the table. This guy has clearly watched The Color of Money a number of times, and arrogance wafts off him like so many dollar bills from an easy mark. Now, I'm not the best pool player in the known universe, but I did get my own pool table as my 10th birthday present, and I played that sheety, warped faker every single day for years. I then spent most of my life from 16-21 playing pool in bars in New Zealand. So, yeah, no, I'm alright. So, anyway, Tom Cruise over here makes eye contact for the first time and I say hello, and compliment him on his rather nice cue. He responds by saying, "Don't worry buddy, I'll go easy on ya." Coin flip, it's my break. I down the rest of my beer and sink to off the break and proceed to have a dream run. I'm in that wonderful place between slightly buzzed and rather pissed where everything just feels right, and I'm sinking every shot with perfect weight and spin to bring the white into position for the next shot. 5 down, 6, 7. I'm on the black and Mr. Shark over here with the dude hasn't had a shot. The shot is actually not that hard, and being one of those perfect moments, I carp diem by lining it up, and then look up at him to lock eye contact as I hit the white, watch the black drop in my peripheral vision, smile, and nod. My mate, meanwhile, is pissing himself laughing. Old mate doesn't even shake my hand, walks out of the hall without saying a word. Drank too much beer afterwards, and didn't win the comp. I had an athletic scholarship in college. I swam. But, after college, I went to graduate school, biochemistry, and proceeded to lose the swimmer physique. However, you don't lose technique. So, the wife and in-laws and I are at a resort in Puerto Rico one day and I swam across the pool to meet them, and some guys started talking up their friend to go challenge me to a race. The dude came over, he was ripped, all like candy, and challenged me to a race across the pool and back, and the loser had to buy the other group a round of drinks. There were about 8 of them, and 4 of us. It was about 30 yards or so nearly a 50-meter freestyle, and I was a sprinter. In college I had a high 23-second time in the event. So, I agree, and watch him swim, and touch the other side. That's when I turned that motherfucker on, and underwater kick to a flip turn, and then burst out beast mode on the return. I hit the wall when he was a little over halfway back. Needless to say, he bought us all a round of beers, and we actually ended up seeing them several times over the next week. He was a really cool dude, but was obviously really embarrassed. Now that I think about it, I hope either he or one of his friends are a redditor and see this. Somebody challenged me to play a round of Age of Empires 2, medieval strategy computer game, against him. I used to play that game on a competitive level point, so I just proceeded to play at roughly the same snail's pace speed he did. Sometimes attack him with a weak arm is to make it look like I'm struggling to beat him, while in reality 90% of my troops were tucked away hidden in the back of my lands. It was closed off arena map that made it really easy to hide them from him. So I continue to act like I'm struggling and slowly start to give in to his siege attacks, making it look he's actually going to win the game. At one point he asks in a victoriously smug voice, "So looks like the game is over, right?" To which I reply, "Looks like it." And before he could say anything else, roughly 100 fully upgraded elite Teutonic knights emerged from my side of the fog of war and proceeded to annihilate everything in their path. His reaction was priceless. It went from complete disbelief, "Where are all those units from?" to denial, "You cheating a shat," and various other emotions, while I just had a hearty laugh. Was drinking with friends at a nightclub known for getting rowdy at times. Some guy and I bumped into each other. No one's fault, just the sort of shit that happens in a crowded and dark room. We both spill a few sips of our drinks. I'm just about ready to say no big deal and forget the entire event, but he flips off. Tells me I owe him another drink. No, I don't. He starts swearing at me. telling me I need to buy him another faking drink or he will just take all of my money and buy it himself. Typical story from anyone who's dealt with a dipshit drunk in a bar looking for a fight. I work security in a hospital. A big hospital with a busy ER and a psych unit. We get in fights almost every other day. At least once a month, if not more, we get into a really good fight. I'm talking fighting some giant juice monkey on methamphetamines who's fighting like his life is on the line. We get 1 week, 40 hours of fairly intense self-defense training per year. Counter strikes and takedowns mostly. So, this guy doesn't scare me. I tell him one last time to drop it and try to walk past him. He puts one hand on my chest and tries to grab for my wallet, probably assuming I'd bussy out and let him take it. I grabbed his hand, awkwarded it around, jammed it up his back pretty hard, and gave him as hard a shove as I could in a crowded little room. Must have hurt his shoulder pretty good, but no actual damage would have been done. He stumbled a few steps away and then slunk off without looking around. I used to play trumpet in a local symphony. I gave it up because people became too competitive and dicks rather than just accepting the fact that we were making music. My friend was in the orchestra as well as a violin player. After I had quit I went to one of the concerts and afterward I had no trouble getting backstage because I used to be tight with the security guard back when I played. So I met up with my friend and he asked what I thought about things and how they sounded. After I gave him my thoughts, he joked that they were missing a strong trumpet part. This launched me into a little critique of the brass section. Just then this girl, must have been fairly new, because I have no idea who she was, walks up to me and says very beach-like, "I overheard what you're saying. Who in the hell do you think you are to criticize our music like that?" I simply said, "Honey, I was the principal trumpet player for 5 years." She then tried to make up for her rudeness and asked why I no longer played. I smiled and said, "Because of people like you." Late to reply, but years ago one of the goofiest friends of mine had a pair of those faked up teeth made by a dentist, so they looked extremely real and were extremely messed up. He would wear these and talk in a hillbilly drawl, acting pretty much functionally retarded. He could keep this act up for hours. In reality, he was a scratch golfer who had a full ride to a university with a nationally ranked golf team. He was wearing his teeth and scrunky clothes when playing a round of golf with a friend, and they had to pair with a couple of older CEO type snobs who were wannabe Arnold Palmers. The older gentleman decided to take advantage of my friend for some easy money. Friend accepted and then convinced them to raise the wager to a more serious amount of money. It did not end well for the decked out pair of CEOs. For the record, friend kept in character the entire time, leading the men to believe they got their ass kicked by an illiterate redneck. Edit. It would be so much funnier if I had a video. Now that I'm thinking about it, he looked and acted very much like Ben Stiller in Tropic Thunder when he was forced to act out Simple Jack in front of the enemy camp. Goodbye mama, now you can have ice cream in heaven. I'll see you again tonight when I go to bed in my head movies. But this head movie makes my eyes rain. Unfortunately yes. It never turns out well, because I make vaccines for a living. People posting on Facebook, new parents discussing why they don't want to vaccinate their newborns, friends and relatives talking about the latest sensationalist story they heard on why Big Pharma is a terrible evil conspiracy. I've been in the industry for 6 years now, have an education in chemical engineering. I've worked with live infectious diseases, primarily pertussis and polio, been part of the manufacturing process from growing the bacteria, inactivation/lysing, purification, vial filling, start to finish. I know how they work, what the history of how they used to be made is, how seriously pharma companies take adverse events, and I know firsthand how dangerous these diseases can be. But it doesn't matter, because that picture that someone shared on Facebook with a sad story about their child dying obviously knows more than me. Even when I try to explain how it actually works, their eyes glaze over and nothing gets through. It's really frustrating, having all the answers to every one of their concerns, and not being able to reassure them, because they are too stupid to understand basic biology. Christian from algebra was a real jerk, always acting like a tough guy and pretending that he didn't care his grades were shit. He was so racist, always making fun of me for being white. Christian, you're half white you fuck. Oh, but that didn't stop him. One day I had enough of his bullshit and told him that we needed to settle this like men. Even though I'm grill, he told me if I beat his score in Tetris he would apologize, but if I won I would have to do his homework for the rest of the week. The lazy fuck. Had jokes on you, Christian. You see, if there were an Olympic team for Tetris, I'd be the Michael Phelps of that team. Dig. Fine, I say, smiling inwardly. He had no idea what he was unleashing. So I open my laptop and we begin playing. 5 minutes pass and Christian is sweating. I know I've got him beat, has in desperate need of a straight line, and I know the Tetris gods are smiling down at me. This is just good practice for me, and they know it. Finally, game over flashes on his screen, and by now tears are streaming down his face. His friends are all in shock as they watch me sink line after line. Oh my god, they all bow down to me. I cut it short at level 22, turn to Christian and scream, are you faking? Sorry guys, I'm so drunk guys. Gilded? Are you sure? I was going to say pool too. I didn't grow up in a pool hall, but a dive bar. It's been years though since I had a chance to humiliatingly hand someone there, as people seem to think girls can't play pool and I always enjoy the chance to prove them wrong. I will however tell a story of me being the embarrassed one though. Years and years ago I was at the bar one early afternoon and one of the older patrons had her 13 or 14-year-old son with her. You could have kids in there up to a certain time. Nobody was on the table, so I was just going to play around when he asked me if I wanted to play him. I was like, sure kid, rack them up. I leaned over and jokingly said to my friend, I'm going to feel so bad kicking this kid's ass. I really wasn't going to. I planned on going easy on him. Didn't even get the chance. He ran the damn table on me, left me open mouthed with astonishment and my friend laughing at me. We played for about an hour until he had to go, and he gave me quite the run for my money. That kid is still quite the badass, although now he's like 26 and god I feel old. I have a great story to go along with this. When I was like 5 to 6 my grandpa used to be exactly like you. We'd always challenge him to races and he'd always go full out and beat us. He was a pretty fit guy back then. He used to go out for walks with my grandma every morning for an hour or so, and I'm sure that had a huge impact on his fitness levels. So one day my grandparents take me to this community barbecue event where there's all these festivities. There's face painting, potato sack races, and of course regular foot races. So they have age ranges obviously, so I competed in the like 6 to 9 range or something, and of course my grandpa competed in the seniors race. All I remember from this is that the racetrack was absurdly short, like the length of a rather small backyard. So my grandpa steps up to the line with a few other old timers, the referee yells go, and my grandpa takes off at least twice as fast as any other of the old guys, and wins by a mile. I just remember being an absolute awe of my grandpa that day. He's one of those men of few words type guys too, so it was just funny seeing him absolutely embarrass his competition in the race and have a laugh about it after my grandpa's now 94 years old and still kicking around and isn't showing too much signs of slowing down. He doesn't go for walks very often now and doesn't run anymore, but he's definitely the healthiest and best looking 94-year-old I've ever seen. I was 30-year-old. Around 4 to 5 years ago, I went to a family house party of my girlfriend where a bunch of her teenage cousins were playing Rock Band. It was a kinda, if you fail the song you have to give the controller to the next person situation. This one kid kept being a douche to other kids because he played on hard, so he had the highest scores and never passed the guitar around. He was annoying and did not let other kids play, making others feel bad because they played on easy or medium. Anyway, at some point he said that he could beat anyone in the party. One of the younger kids said, I bet battling could beat you. I played with him once when my girlfriend was babysitting him, so the annoying teen started mouthing off and they called me over. I was sitting with the adults and faked ignorance, so yeah, I know this game. Guitar band, right? So we had a plastic guitar rock off. If I won, he would let the younger kids have the console for the rest of the evening. The best score would win. Same song of course. He selected /TC Thunderstruck on hard. On my turn I changed the difficulty to expert. He said I think you made a mistake. And I said no I didn't, then proceeded to whoop his score and percent wise. I became a rock god for a bunch of 12-year-olds that day. Just the other day, we lost power to the building, and my work computer subsequently, and it wouldn't keep the date, said it was 2004, so I couldn't log into the service or anything, time/date sync error, and the BIOS is locked, so I can't set the date point. I build computers in my spare time, so I'm well versed in how things work, so this is an easy fix, replace that MOS battery, but we have an department and the computers are locked with padlocks that I don't have a key to. I work in a school, so I submit a work ticket over the phone. Lost power. PC doesn't keep time. Whenever power outage occurs, the IT guy comes out and spends 30 minutes trying to figure out why it wouldn't keep time, but it keeps time while he has it turned on and working. I'm just watching with disbelief. They pay this guy more than me to fix computers. Honestly, after half an hour, this guy pulls the power plug and plugs it back. In his amaze, the clock is off by 30 minutes, but still in 2004. So I finally tell him, replace the battery. Tells me there are no batteries on PCs anymore. They use capacitor power from SUS to hold the time. I'm befuddled now as to how this guy got his job. I tell him, trust me, change the battery, set the time and date, unplug the power, and see what happens. He finds the battery, says it's for giving the hard drives the power to park their drive heads after a power down, and reluctantly replaces it. It works fine, but he still says it's the capacitor. It holds a charge forever, then unlocks the BIOS for me, because I seem to understand computers enough to be able to set the date in case I need to change the time again. If it happens again, I have bolt cutters here and will open the damn tower myself next time. As a gay man, I've had to teach way too many women about their own genitals and their own anatomy in general. Edit. Sorry, I posted this sometime around 5 or 6 AM when I was dead tired and hadn't slept yet, so I need to clear up what I meant. I'm gay and have no sexual experience with women, so you wouldn't expect me to know anything about female anatomy. Thing is that, until I developed a drug problem, I was pursuing a career as a doctor. Gynecology was one of the fields I was interested in, so I did a lot of studying there. I really don't know why, but some women seem to think I know nothing about female bodies and sometimes feel the need to tell me about the icky things that happen to their bodies for laughs, thinking I'll be grossed out or fascinated. I've had to explain way too many times why female ejaculation happens, what a menstrual cycle actually is, or that the discharge they just described should be clear and not have a strong odor, and that they need to see a doctor. I've also had to teach them about all the different types of birth control, how they each work, and how they should be used. The point is that a lot of women don't appreciate being taught about their own bodies by a guy who hasn't been inside a woman's vagina since the day he was born. I have the perfect one for this, except it wasn't me, so please allow me to tell it anyway. Girl I went to high school with was super big into target and trap shooting. She started at really young age, and by the time she was 17 she was not only competitive at international tournaments but winning a few. She went to school on a scholarship for her shooting, and would come home in the summers to work. It was during one of these summers we were all hanging out at a friend's ranch, and this guy who was a few years older than us was bragging about how he'd been the best shot in his unit in Iraq. Saying stuff like how officers would request him from other units to go on patrol with them because he could kill sand people from any distance with any gun. Well, a few of us, knowing we had a ringer that would shut this guy up, told him we bet a girl could shoot better than him. So we found a .22 and set up some targets along fence posts about 50 to 150 yards out. Loudmouth Soldier Boy hit 3 out of 4. Ringer Girl not only hit 4 out of 4, she did it in rapid succession, taking probably 3 seconds to shoot all 4 cans dead center. Guy made some excuse about the light not being good or the how a .22 is not a good way to show real talent, and left the party soon after, saying he was going to go meet a girl. This is the best part. As he was getting in his lifted truck, Ringer Girl ran up to him, pretended to hand him something, and says, "Here's your nuts back, you may need them." Best party ever, haha. I made my 10-year-old nephew cry by kicking his ass in Halo. I haven't really played multiplayer much since Halo 3 days. But back then my friends and I would play for hours almost nightly. I was the best hour of my circle of friends, and I was pretty good online. Certainly not great though. I played through the campaigns of the newer ones, so I was at least familiar with the weapons/vehicles. He lives with his mom who got him Halo for his birthday. He plays a lot with his friends and cousins, and thinks he is hot shit. Only local games though, not online. So he bases his skill off of other kids he knows. So when he came over his dad's during football season, he was talking like he was the greatest player around and how he liked to kill and teabag people, etc. He was just being completely obnoxious. My son, 5, wanted to play too because the game looked fun. So my nephew gives him a controller and proceeds to just relentlessly kill him over and over and gloat how he was so much better. After about 20 minutes my son gets annoyed because he doesn't even have a chance to learn the buttons before he dies. He gives up and the nephew keeps gloating. So I pick up the controller. Nephew start trash talking. Kills me once. Kills me twice. Rust officially gets knocked off. I proceed to snipe him relentlessly. Across the map? Sure thing. Up close? No problem. He gets so mad that I'm slaughtering him that he decides to change the map, presumably to what he thought would be more favorable conditions for him. Lol nope. For the next hour I proceeded to utterly curb stomp him. Calls me cheap with rockets. I changed to energy sword. Energy sword is suddenly unfair. Changed to shotgun. All this without really saying anything to him. The final straw was when I would only use grenades and the pistol to kill him. He started crying from frustration and started blaming his controller. Then turns off the system and walks away. He won't play with me anymore. Welp. I went to band camp in high school. Only bassinist. Female. Got picked last for a pickup kickball game. Everyone snickered when I walked over to my team, and most of them did nothing to hide their disappointment of being stuck with bassoon girl. Am 4 varsity letter athlete in XC, indoor track, softball and outdoor track. I played basketball for 6 years, but dropped it for indoor track, where I was a competitive mid-D runner. At the time I was starting third baseman for my all-star travel softball team. I played lacrosse for 2 years and dropped that for softball, then did outdoor my senior year as I intended to run in college. I've played club versions of field hockey, ice hockey, soccer, rugby, volleyball, raced sailboats, and grew up with a father who realized his son wasn't an athlete and made sure his daughter was. 1 boy offered to tell me the rules, and so I pretended to listen for a minute or two. They thought I would be bad at such a simple game as kickball until I pulled a triple play in the first inning by catching a line drive, tagging the runner passing me from first to second, and then pegging the kid tagging up from home to third across the diamond. It was the first of many double and triple plays against a bunch of band kids. TLDR, I carried that team. Am bassinist. I was at the annual Mudfest in Korea. They had mud wrestling. However, the sexual connotation of the act must have been lost in translation. It consisted of 130 to 150 pounds Korean men wrestling each other, almost like sumo. First person to fall on the ground or fall out of the 10-foot diameter inflatable tub was out. There was a huge line of like 75 to 100 individuals lined up to wrestle and show off to their friends. Winner stays. I have wrestled for many years, competed in judo, and have been doing BJJ for 7 years. At that time, I walk up and they start yelling American, American, chanting me in. I was demolishing kids. Like 3 to 5 seconds I had these guys on the ground or out of the ring. I was probably 165 pounds, not overly big. Soon, they started asking if they could add more. First 2, then 3. Eventually I was wrestling 5 people at once. I finally got tired after a good 12 to 15 minutes fighting off multiple individuals. Plot twist. My real secret was that I put on water socks and no one noticed in the murky muddy water, and it gave me superior grip compared to their naked feet on slippery plastic. Proof. I found this picture of me several years later. Someone messaged me on FB asking if it was me. Look at that bright smile. This is backwards. I accidentally challenged someone. I was talking to a couple of guys at a party, and at some point the conversation turned to those pain games kids/drunk guys play, like punching each other in the fists until someone gives up. So I feel pretty confident, because I have a high pain tolerance and everyone says the guy I'm talking to is the most boring guy ever, and never does anything rash/stupid/interesting. 20 or so incredibly painful punches in. I'm starting to think maybe he knows something I don't, because he shows no signs of discomfort, let alone the excruciating pain that I'm feeling. He's just smiling at me. We stop talking entirely, and the game escalates finally. I've lost count and I can't take it anymore. I curl up over my swollen, purple hand, and say something like what the fuck? He starts laughing, and explains he has nerve damage in his fists from injuries sustained playing this game as a kid. He can't feel anything in the area around his knuckles, or in the back of either hand. No one, except me, being a dumbass, has challenged him in years, because everyone knows he can play forever without any pain whatsoever. This happened a few years ago, but is pretty relevant. First, a little backstory. Where I grew up, my family was pretty into fencing. Odd sport, but then again we are a strange bunch. I moved away from home around the age of 18, and since then didn't really keep up with my practice, instead pursuing other interests as such. I was doing a little solo rock climbing one weekend, and when I came over the edge of a cliff face, to my surprise, there was another guy up there practicing his swordplay footwork. What are the odds, right? Anyway, we got to talking, and it turns out he has been studying swordplay for most of his life. I asked if he had another épée, fencing sword, and, luckily enough, he did point. So we get down to it, and this guy's really good. Borderline professional status. He's totally into it, and even though I'm a little rusty I can see he didn't really expect that I was going to be so good. Eventually, his skill outmatches minimum, and he's got me almost pinned. In my final act of brilliance, I say, there's something that you do not know about me. I'm not left-handed. I toss the sword into my right, and to his astonishment, I win the match. We actually became pretty good friends after that, and I went on to help avenge his father. It's not me, but it's worth a mention. I'm at a bar with my best friend catching up on life and some random dude bowls up, let's call him Steve, and starts chatting. We really want to finish our conversation, but he's obviously drunk and feeling chatty, so we let him talk. We ask him what he does, and he tells us we wouldn't understand. Try me, my friend says. I'm an online marketing consultant, he says, and I chuckle. He's come to the wrong place if wants to pass off as an expert. My friend is one of those people who is really narrowly focused, and his chosen area of expertise is just that point. Steve continues, and his ramble turns into a rant about how a certain type of advertising is complete shit, to which my friend says I disagree. Steve is a bit dumbfounded. Nobody has ever disagreed with him on this subject before. Why do you say that? He asks. Because this is what I do. I'm the CEO of XXX company and online marketing is all we do. I know the subject and it's quite likely I know your company too. Who do you work for? Yeah, he answers. Oh, I know your boss, John Smith. I'll send him a message on LinkedIn to mention we met here. What was your name again? Suddenly Steve has to rush off. He has an urgent appointment. Dance battle at a club. So it's my friend's day, and after having dinner at an all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant, we plan to head to a local nightclub. Our friend is a bartender and managed to get us a table with complimentary champagne. So there's us, several Asians in our own little circle just trying to dance. I'm pretty much the ninth wheel in our group, so I'm usually the most rowdy and outgoing. To entertain my friends by doing a few dance moves, some good, some cringy, all intentional. Cue in some random dudes who force their way into our circle and start dancing. We're all a bit confused, but can T really do anything? And that's when they try dancing with friends' girlfriends. Being the bro that I say nope, none of that, and dance in between them. That's when our circle got bigger, taking up more than half the dance floor and a huge audience. Random dudes start a dance battle with me, calling me out, and I eagerly oblige. They bicker among themselves, deciding who gets to go first, ignoring my presence, belittling me in front of everyone. I casually walk in between them and push them both aside into the rest of the crowd, so I have the whole inner circle to myself. I used to boing quite a lot and have been for almost 7 years. In short, they got served. In college we had to do a group project. Well, my group had this one girl in it, and she was the beachiest control freak I have ever met. Oh my god, like, I'm a psychology major, so I'm a scientist and that makes me smarter than you. So this is how we are going to do it. Sort of attitude. Well, I was a physics major. No, never asked, so I never told anyone. I just let her take more and more op through the course of this project and dig her hole deeper and deeper than I couldn't take it anymore. I was presenting my research to the group. She shit all over it. Where did you get this from? Insert publication here. Well, did you use to find it? No. Well, then how do you know it's legitimate? Because it's a well-respected publication in the field. Why are we doing this? Well, what about your other sources? I got this one from, oh my god, you can't use a textbook as a resource. What are you thinking? I'm a psychology major. You should have done it how I said, because I do research projects like twice a semester. This is how it's done in science. You can't use these. Oh, because I'm a physics major in my senior year. I can promise you that I spend more time in the library over the course of 2 days than you do in a semester. Facts sakes, I practically live there between 8 AM and 8 PM. I have had to design an entire semester's worth of labs on a topic I knew nothing about from scratch. I have taken classes with no required textbook because, and I quote the professor here, the library will be your textbook for this class. So please, just shut the hell up. The rest of the group got this sly smile, and she was dead faking silent for about the next 10 minutes. It was probably one of the most amazing moments I've ever had. I refrained from adding "you can tell me how to do research when you start studying a real science" to the end of that, because I really do respect psychology as a field. But man, it would have been sweet to twist that knife just a little more. Not quite an expert, but I made a little kid cry over Guitar Hero 3. Some kid showed up at our house with his dad. I can't remember who this kid was now, but mom was babysitting him. This was the middle of summer, so I was holed up in my room, staying the fuck out of the heat, when this kid comes into my room, and holy shit, was this kid conceited for a 6-year-old. This kid was more or less the real life embodiment of this Barks live kiddie. He swore, had the worst attitude. He saw my meager game collection and started bragging his game collection was 1,000 times bigger than mine, and that I probably sucked at video games as I was an adult. Then he spotted the Guitar Hero guitar, wireless PS2, I was borrowing, and said that he was awesome at Guitar Hero and bet I was terrible at it. He challenged me to a game where he faking struggled to complete a song on Medium. One of the easiest songs, at that point anyway. My turn comes up, and I select my favorite song, When You Were Young, a song I could complete at 97% accuracy on expert point. So I started the song and accidentally selected expert. The kid was, like, you selected expert. I argued no I didn't. I selected easy. I can only do easy. Which made me this kid laugh. So the song loads and I completely faking bombed it. I started acting confused. Why was it so fast? It must be a glitch. So I restarted it. Meanwhile the kid is laughing his ass off, berating me, calling me stupid, a moron point, and I bombed it again. Still acting confused, I was like, why is this so fast? etc. So I restarted it one more time and killed it. I got the highest accuracy rating up to that point too, 99%. Then I backed out of the song and loaded through the fire and the flames on medium and 100%. That point the kid was speechless from the moment I revealed that I actually knew what I was doing. When I was done, he just left my room and left the house and stayed in his dad's truck the entire time. I heard later from my dad, who said I had made him cry. Camping in line overnight for episode I tickets back in college. Start playing a game of Trivial Pursuit with the people next to me. Not as fun as watching a Matrix VCD on a portable TV others in the line had brought out, but still pretty fun. Anyway, I get to the final phase of the game, where you have all 6 pie pieces, but you still have to go to the center and answer one question. based on the color of their choice point. When I get to the center, they choose sports. I mean, we are a bunch of engineering school students in line at midnight for a Star Wars movie. Safe bet, right? Well, I'm no expert or anything, but I know my sports trivia. Dead simple question. Game over. Easiest Trivial Pursuit win in my life. Turns out all it was good for was as a story that no one will read on Reddit 16 years later, but I'm okay with that point. And I didn't even get tickets to the midnight showing. Got stuck with a 3 AM ticket instead. Stupid college towns with only one screen showing it, even if it was a 900-person theater. Overheard someone in Pennsylvania bragging about the time they studied English at Oxford University in England. I'm from England and I know Oxford, so I said, where? They just repeated Oxford University. I said, no, I mean what college? They said, it's not called a college. It's called Oxford University. Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie me. I believed you right up until that exact point. So I asked them, so, what about the Carfax? They said, I didn't say about used cars. I said I went to Oxford for those outside of America. Carfax is a company that sells used car history reports. Carfax Tower. It's a main old church thing in the middle of Oxford, right on Queen Street. Do they sponsor that? Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie me. So then I pulled open Wikipedia on the phone. Street Martin's Tower, popularly called Carfax Tower, is on the northwest corner of Carfax. It is all that remains of the 12th century St. Martin's Church and is now owned by the Oxford City Council. Blah blah blah. The tower is 74 feet tall and no building in central Oxford may be built higher than it. Silence point. The Carfax name comes from a shorthand Latin word, I told him. And then I just looked at him with puppy dog eyes and stuck out my bottom lip like I was weary sad for him. He called me a jerk when he saw me later. How were the boat races? I joked. He wouldn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Oh boy, do I have a story for you. So, when I was younger, about 15, I think, I moved to a new school because I had changed houses. While growing up, since I could understand board games, I played chess. Chess club, chess tournaments, chess everything. You name it, I know it about chess. I had gotten so professional I was almost a grandmaster anyways. So I go to this new school and I see there's a chess club. I show up to the chess club on its first day and ask to join. So they let me in because they let everyone in. It's a school club. Apparently that school played very competitively. So first day of club, it's announced there's going to be a tournament next week. So all the other kids are trying to help me out and show me moves they think are good. The teacher running the club was even like, no, you should be doing this, even though he was wrong. So the day of the tournament comes around. I'm playing my way up the ranks until I'm against the last guy. I beat the best player and everyone is pretty impressed. So I ask the teacher if he wants to play a game. Of course the teacher, being the teacher, is like, bar, I'll wipe the floor with you. I made it to regionals last year, I'll let you know. I won them. So we play and I wipe the floor with him. We play a second because he said he was going easy, and there's one point where he does a move, I do a counter move, and he goes, that's wrong, do this instead, to which I go, no, it's right. He goes, I know the guy who placed second in regionals. And then I look at the teacher make my next move, which puts him in checkmate, and go, yeah, that's the guy I beat. Well, expert might be a bit too much, but I'm a massive comic book enthusiast. This has increasingly come in handy, as comic books were appropriated by the mainstream and my friends kept trying to lecture me on my differing opinions. Edit. Example, no, The Dark Knight Rises is not amazing, and no, it does not respect its source material. Point. Edit 2. Reading through your comments, I realize that my initial text sounds rather elitist, which I'd like to rectify. Comic books becoming mainstreamies. In no way a bad thing. I'd love for more people to read and enjoy comics. They're amazing. What I was trying to address were my friends watching the Dark Knight trilogy and or the Marvel Cinematic Universe, then trying to lecture me on specifics of the characters or stories, having never read any. Point. Whether or not The Dark Knight Rises is of course subjective, as is the definition of whether or not it lives up to its source material. Personally, I didn't find it enjoyable, and I was disappointed with the way they treated a bunch of source material such as, but not limited to, Bane, Talia, Robin, and Nightfall. Yes, a traveling pool hustler came to our little town looking for rubes and marks. I happened to be in the town's best pool bar waiting for a friend, so I was causally practicing some shots and having a beer. The hustler strolled up and complimented my game. A common hustler ruse. Then he asked, "You'll ever play for a little money?" I replied with another common hustler's line. "Maybe a just little something to keep it honest, but not too much." We agreed on a low stakes game for $2 a round. He won the toss, but did not run the table. It's bad form for hustlers to run out from the gate. That scares the mark and prevents higher stakes later. If you're outside of the pool community, you might not know how we feel about hustlers. We think they are liars, cheats and grifters because they hide their skill to hustle money from poor rubes. He followed the classic dishonest hustler's agenda. So, I got my shot and ran out point with a break now in my possession. I ran 2 more acts. He paid up every time cheerfully, as all good hustlers do. Then he popped the inevitable question, "How about we make it a little more interesting?" "Okay," I say, smiling like the dumbest rube on earth. "How much?" "You already have 6 of my dollars." Again, a very common hustler strategy. 5 a game shouldn't be too bad, huh? Like other gamblers, hustlers know betting strategies to ensnare less informed amateurs. This almost double when you're ahead gambit is a common trick that has led many marks to financial ruin. Sure, so long as I still have the break. "Oh yeah, it's your table." So, I broke the rack, started to run, but got into trouble on a bad cluster. I tried to make the shot I called, but by accident, wink, left the cue ball in a terrible position for him. Point the follow into a pack safety is one of the easiest to do, and it also disguises skill, since so many amateurs do it by mistake so often. He was not suspicious, so I continued running 2 more acts after that game. He flubbed, and I'm sure it was not for lack of trying. It's hard to shoot at your only available ball near the center of an end rail when the cue is stuck inside a cluster of opponent's ball, so he let me out. We played 2 more $5 games of 8 ball after that point. Then he claimed he was running out of time and would like a chance to win some of his $21 bucks back. Okay, do I still have the break? Sure, but this time for $20 a rack. So I ran 3 more acts. No mistakes. No unintentional safeties. He must have been suspicious by then. His quiet fierce expression on his said, "This guy is either the luckiest bastard in the world, or is really that good." The psychological ploy for hustlers in this position requires they make a bold play that rattles the rube's nerves. He had no way of knowing, and I had just returned from another state championship where I defeated Elder Pearl Strickland in 9 ball. This was before pool tournaments were widely televised on cable TV and neither my face or my name was well known. As expected, he played his trump card. "Listen, old friend, I know you shoot a mean stick. I've seen a stroke like that before. Let's cut the horseplay and get to business. Oklahoma. What do you propose? You see that man over there?" "Yes." Then he motioned to the man who walked over. He wore a business suit and sunglasses. I suspected he was traveling with the hustler by the way he kept intently watched our games. The hustler introduced him as Steve, my personal backer. The idea was to intimidate me by the fact he has someone willing to pay for his pool gambling. That's supposed to indicate he is so faking good that you poor local punks have no chance. This ruse has been used on so many rubes that amateur hustlers often find a buddy to act like backers, even when they are just friends. They got nervous when someone did this to them. They think it will work on others too. Point by the challenging tone of voice and heated glare in his eyes. I saw this guy and his backer were the type of men who are prone to anger, rash actions and potentially dangerous bar fights. When you tend bar for decades, you acquire an instinct about these people and can read body language. These were not the kind of customers the owner, my friend, or the manager, me, wanted around. Point Steve was a stout fellow, a trifle shorter than me, but significantly stronger judging by his foursquare build. As I shook his hand, I felt it could also be an iron fist when necessary. Steve had that hard look. His weathered tan skin seemed tough enough that you could roller skate on it. I'd guess he was a bricklayer or carpenter. "So, what are we talking about here?" I asked. Race to 3. 9 ball. $500 for the set. Valley rules. One time. Winner takes all. Sounds like you know what you're doing. But, hell, I just got paid yesterday and all my bills are done. Do I still get the break, or do you want a lag for it? This here is real money, son. We got a lag for it. I grew up in the big city. I know when someone uses the term son to demean or intimidate. But having been through this exercise dozens of times, I was cool. Permafrost cold. Sure, why not? Just one thing, we should follow good pool etiquette here and give the money to a third party to hold. They both agreed. I got out 500, so did Steve, the hustler's backer. Then I called over Tiny. Tiny is our bar's friendly gay black bouncer, an off-duty police officer who makes spare cash on weekends checking IDs at the door. He looks great in his clean pressed uniform, is soft-spoken and very polite, usually quite gentle too. He'd been working for me at this place since we opened that year. He's 6 feet 4 inches and built like the proverbial brick house. He doesn't carry a gun inside our bar. He doesn't need to point. They were obviously a little nervous seeing a cop hold the money since gambling is illegal in our state. I explained that Tiny does this kind of thing all the time. No worries, Tiny pocketed the grand and stood tableside to watch points, so the only thing left was to determine who got the break. We lagged. I won point. I confess I cheated on this lag just a little. Since I was shooting left-handed and had the right side of the table on the lag, I took advantage of a small divot near my corner. Amateurs don't know how to properly execute jump shots. They think they are supposed to scoop the ball up from underneath to jump. That's how these awful divots are pounded into bar tables. I knew all the tables because I brushed them every night and was intimately familiar with every little bump point since I knew about the divot and had practiced this shot many times on that particular table. Speed control was easy. It did not require great precision. A smooth stroke and slow speed get you there almost every time. Then the divot captures the ball like a little podhole. This divot grabbed the ball and held it an 1/8 inch from the rail point, so he racked. And I got ready to break. Right-handed point. The hustler noticed this, laughed a little nervous laugh and said, "I thought you was a shooting left-handed son." I turned to look him straight in the eye and said, "Yeah, I was. But for $5 a game, I like to shoot the way I usually do." I can only describe the appearance of those two guys like this. They looked like a Dali painting, as if they were wilting and melting over their chairs. The hustler looked down at the floor with his stupid mouth open and pitiful eyebrows raised. Steve the backer face palmed and shook his head. Point. I broke and ran 3. It didn't take long. 9 ball games are fast anyway, but now I was in my element and shooting at a normal pace. Point. Bar size pool tables are smaller than tournament tables because bar owners are usually short on floor area and need to squeeze every cent of profit from their limited real estate. Contrary to amateur players' opinions, smaller tables are much harder to run out on because there is less room to maneuver. A professional has good cue ball control. That means I can put the cue ball where I want on almost any shot, and I always put the cue ball in places that lead to a complete run out or an unstoppable safety point. With only 9 balls out for the game of 9 ball, it is actually much easier to get the cue ball where you want because there is more room. The table isn't crowded and cluster-faked, so I was more relaxed. I could afford to shoot at my normal faster pace, not slowly and deliberately, as when I practice left-handed point. As the utterly out-hustled hustler and his tough-looking backer tacitly packed to leave, I noticed he had a book in his fancy expensive cue case, Advanced Technique in Pool and Billiards by Robert Bine. Point. I complimented him on his choice of pool instruction books, then introduced myself with my full name. "Yeah, Bobby and I go back a ways. He put 4 of my shots in this book." I picked up the book and showed him the 2 pages with my name, the name of our city, and the shots Bine made of my special advanced tricks. Tiny handed me the grand. I handed back $100 bill to Tiny for his commission. Then I offered to buy those 2 guys a round of drinks on the house. They refused and left quietly without saying so much as goodbye. That's how it turned out. I have mentioned this on Reddit once or twice on another account probably. Point. I used to be a NASCAR competitor and regional martial arts champion when I was in high school, and I got into a fight with a football player and attained massive popularity after beating up one of the biggest dicks in the school. Point. That's not this story. This is about my buddy named Harry. For privacy's sake, who bragged wildly about his martial arts skill he was learning in class. One day, Harry, bent on showing how tough he was, asked to spar. Boy, did he not know what was about to happen. Point fighting currently dominates the male MMA scene with fighters like Raymond Daniels, much older guy than me, but basically the whole idea of point fighting is to hit first and ask questions later. It works in free sparring, real fights, and point fighting. How many fights have you ever seen where a guy gets kicked square in the face and still wins? None. That's the kind of fighting I did in NASCAR. Point Harry is your average lifting bro. He thinks he's a badass, and I love him. But this was my time to shine. Especially since he hit me really hard for just a sparring match. Next time we said start, I did a spinning kick and hit him straight on the forehead and knocked him into a mirror, breaking it. 10/10ths best wingman story of all time. When me and Harry go drinking and he mentions it. Two of my buddies and I went to a local rec center to play basketball. My friends, brothers, were very good. Sorry in advance for anything that sounds racist in my story, but these brothers are both as white as they come, from a small Midwestern town. Other than being taller than average, 6 feet 5 inches and 6 feet 3 inches, they didn't really look like your typical athlete's 6 feet 5 inch brother was maybe 16 at the time, played D a few years later, and 6 feet 3 inch brother was 22. The rec center was in a big city, so it was filled with inner city kids. I say kids, because I think most of the people playing basketball there were 22 to 30-year-olds, trying to be, and one mixtape stars. Surely you can imagine the type. Lots of talk and flash, but not a lot of actual skill to back it up. On the main court, there was a team of the, and one mixtape one-abes who had been running the court for several games when we arrived. Basically a team of 5 would keep playing new teams until they lost. My friends got warmed up and got in line to take the and one team on next. It was my 2 friends and 3 other white guys who looked like average rec center ball players. We had shot 4 teams for the next game and I missed, so I was going to spectate. Point I could just see it in the eyes of the and one team when they saw their next opponent. It was obvious. They saw meat. That didn't last long though. The white team, mostly my 2 friends, quickly put it to them, particularly 6 feet 5 inches. He was a guard. 6 feet 5 inches is usually a post player size for a rec center game like this, so the other team was completely caught off guard when he turned out to be a ball handler and a shooter. The 5 feet 9 inches and one player trying to guard him was no match. What made this particularly funny was that the 5 feet 9 inches and one player also couldn't keep up with him. On the flip side, my 6 feet 3 inch friend was a post player, short for a post player, but he had the feet and touch to make it work for him, especially at a rec center. This combination absolutely destroyed the and one team, and their frustration was extremely visible. They could not believe they were getting worked over by these pimple-faced, skinny white boys. It was such a pleasure to watch. Point TLDR. 2 of my skinny white friends destroyed some and one mixtape one-abes at a rec center. I'm a competitive chess player, and I've even had people challenge me despite knowing that fact. Most of the time it's just someone who thinks it's cool and wants to play a game, but there's just an unreasonable amount of arrogant people who think they can give me a good game because they're the best among their circle of friends. If they're especially douchey, I try to embarrass them. I had an uncle do this at a family gathering before. So we start a game, and literally the only time I spend at the board is to physically make my move. As he's straining and thinking, I'm off eating something, or talking with my cousins, or whatever. I'm not even a master level player, and that's not even an exaggeration of how insanely easy it is to beat someone who has never studied. The only reason I didn't play blindfold, not literally a blindfold. Blindfold chess usually is accomplished by not looking at the board and vocally announcing your moves, effectively a blindfold, against him was because he didn't understand the common chess language used to describe moves. He had the gall to say the game was close afterwards. As a kid I watched Man from Atlantis a few times too much, and really started working at swimming underwater. Then later on I swam competitively and kept on working on improving lung capacity. So much so that I could easily swim 150 meters underwater with a single breath by the time I left school. So a year or 2 later at university I've become this lazy sheet who does no exercise and smokes loads of cigarettes every day. So one day we are all at the swimming pool and a bunch of health and fitness freaks have this competition to see can do a whole swimming pool length, 25 meters, underwater and becomes this huge dick measuring thing. So eventually one of them who almost made the whole length started giving me crap about my smoking habit and how shit my lungs must be compared to his, ECT etc. Anyways, I bet them I could do not just one, but two full lengths with a single breath. So they all call me a bunch of sticks ECT point and things escalate. Eventually I get them to give me crazy odds, several cases of beer against my six pack, in a bet that I can do it point. So I saunter over, got in and didn't even bother to dive in to get a head start. I just casually started swimming underwater and did not just two lengths, but just shy of 4. Needless to say, I spoiled their mood and me and my buddies got super drunk the rest of the afternoon. I'm ranked as one of the top 25th of 15 players in the world. I'm also a college student, and at my school playing FIFA and challenging people to play FIFA is a pretty popular thing. So about once a week some kid will challenge me to a game, and I will destroy them. I was once at a party and this really cocky kid was talking with my friend group and I. Eventually FIFA came up, and he was bragging about how he was ranked in the top 5 in the world. He wasn't. My friend sort of hustled him into playing me, without telling him I was pretty good myself. For the first 10 minutes or so I was going easy. It's never fun for me or them if I try my hardest, as cocky as that sounds. But he scored first and ran around the room celebrating and then started almost grinding on me to celebrate. So I went all out and beat him like 15-1 or something. He was still talking shit and being a cocky bastard until it was like 7-1. Then he went silent. When the game ended he just stood up and walked away and then told his brother to kick me and my friends out and he did. So yeah, I'd say that being a good FIFA player is a pretty stupid and useless skill. Not an expert by any means, but I was pretty good at Street Fighter. Not tournament standards, but I could hold my own. Anyway, years ago I was round at this girl's house, just hanging. It's all good. All 4 of her brothers are downstairs, one older fedora wearing motherfucker, sans fedora, and 3 little brothers that were all Sonic the Hedgehog fans. In the weird way. I walked past the living room on my way upstairs to watch a film, and I was called into the room. There was a PS2 and SNK Capcom hooked up. I'm told to pick a character by Fedora Man, and told I'm going to get destroyed, while all 3 of his little brother cheer him on like some reject Alvin and the Chipmunks chorus. I sit down and pick Ken. Ken's gay. Ryu is so much better. He picks Ryu. I wreck his sheet. Combo stringing. This looked pro as sheet. I wish I had it on tape. I looked round at the smaller siblings, and the look on their faces was that of Santa being beaten with jumper cables on Christmas Eve. I was dethroning their hero. No man. That's gay. Right, look, I'm just going upstairs to a hand is planted on my shoulder, and I'm thrust back to the ground. You're not going anywhere. So, another game, and I start to get up. And same again. We played 15 games. He even switched to M. Bison and started constant psycho crushes. Nothing. I was untouchable. He was getting visibly more angry and the controller creaked in his hands. I couldn't keep this up. I didn't even want to watch a film now. I wanted to go home. I'll let him win. He must have known. I mean, I literally stopped doing anything. Just jumping. Soon as that last hit happened. Yes. Fuck you. That's what you get. Haha, good game man. His little brothers come up to me. My brother is better than you. ×3. They all took their turn to say it. It was a weird faking day. Edit. Wrote this on mobile. Edited it to flow better. I was on a cruise a while back in the teen club area. Some fuckboys were messing around on Guitar Hero 3 and this one guy was bragging about how he played on expert to his friends. Whatever. So I watched them play for a while. I'm not really the ultra social type, so I hadn't been talking to anyone. So, the guy had beat all his friends on like one of the first few songs on expert, and he was like standing up and looking around to see if he hadn't challenged anyone yet. So he gets to me as calls me over. They'd been doing face-offs, and I told him I want to do a pro face-off, so we both play the whole song. QoS from his buddies. He lets me pick the song, and I picked Through the Fire and Flames, expert of course. They all start laughing, and I said we'll just go by whoever gets the highest score, since we can't fail. So we start playing, and they all start laughing and joking about how the song is impossible and all that. They stopped laughing and started watching me when the song actually started, and they heard the notes being played. To get the intro part, I hold the guitar like a cello and hold the green button down with my right thumb and strum using my left index and middle fingers. After the intro, it's a cakewalk if you hit all the star powers. I entered a Halo tournament at the local mall while killing time one day. Got paired with a 9-year-old kid as a partner because I didn't have a teammate. People were joking and making fun, saying I should try and get my entrance fee back because I was screwed. This was the original Halo. On the original Xbox, before Xbox Live was created. Online gaming at the time was all PC based, Counter-Strike or Unreal Tournament. Consoles were local multiplayer only. I explained to my teammate that I'd played this game pretty much every day using an online service called Xbox Connect. It was a virtual LAN program that allowed geeks like myself to play games against other people on the internet. He didn't understand. He was 9. I told him that I was really good at Halo and all he had to do was stay alive. He agreed that stay alive was a good plan. Our first match was against a couple college guys. They were talking serious smack. Going to embarrass me, going to send us both crying to mama, blah blah blah. We won 50-5. The highlight of the game was a double kill by my sidekick with the rocket launcher. I got both of them to follow me into a choke point and he blew them the hell away. Shouted across the concourse, who's crying now? We went on to win the tournament and both got a $150 gift certificate good at any store in the mall. Kid acted like he won the lottery. This a bit weird, but I hope it comes across at the end of Navy boot camp. I volunteered to go to a medical research lab as a human research volunteer guinea pig, rather than float around the Persian Gulf for 2 years. Early 90s. Orientation time. All the HRVs and the entire lab staff, officers, scientists, engineers, ECT, are in a big room. As part of orientation, the head engineer was explaining the impact acceleration sled. He shows an acceleration graph, points to the peak acceleration point on the graph, and says something along the lines of, and this is where you reach your maximum velocity of X miles per hour. The first clue is the use of miles per hour, not m/s, but maybe he's talking down to the regular guys. I raise my hand and say, sir, are you sure maximum velocity isn't over there? Pointing to where the curve goes back to 0. He says no, and then goes on into some patronizing bullshit. I request to go up to the screen and he says, okay. Me. Maximum velocity is reached at the point where the acceleration curve drops back to 0. As long as the acceleration is positive, no matter how small, you're picking up speed. He mumbles something or other. Head scientist backs me up. Made one enemy that day and lots of friends. It was awesome. I had majored in physics at a decent university and had dropped out before going to boot camp. The best part was I was disqualified from experiments because of some very minor orthopedic crap. Instead of sending me back to the fleet, the head scientist lobbied to Co to keep me around until my enlistment was up, so I just worked on computer stuff. It always happens in clubs. A circle starts on the dancer floor. Some well-dressed young man is in the center displaying some generic yet well-timed dance moves, and the crowd is loving it. He's having his fun showing his magic moves to the girls and there's a buzz about the crowd. I console myself to let him have his day. The buzz continues, and few challengers come in and do the classic worm, dropping money on the floor each time they pounce, and showing the crowd their game for a laugh. The aforementioned suave sailor clears them up swiftly with a few well-rehearsed dazzling twists. And that's when the turning point comes. The cheekiness of this elegant eagle turns to a beautiful blend of arrogance and strength. There is a green flash in his once blue eyes and his newfound arrogance and sense of dominance rises to the top of the food chain faster than a thatched through a upwards facing tube. At least, in his head. At this point Mr. Magnifico starts calling anyone and everybody out, looking for someone else to belittle in front of young, beautiful, scantily dressed, inebriated adoring fans. This is where I step forward meekly. He always comes first at his challenger, gets in my face like a mime artist, does some cheeky turns, twists, points, flashes a pearly white smile and confidently strides to his side of the circle point. I slowly walk in, expressionless, make no effort to dance or draw the crowd in. Seeing no action, some people start booing, some are curious. Either way, his circle gets smaller. I move within 10 centimeters of the new glorious king, flash a cheeky smile and boom, backflip leaving little time for trivialities. I dance around like a goose on crack, head spins, windmills, one-handed hops. I compile 10 years of breakdancing into a 30-second bonanza point. After finishing the little show, the crowd, the bouncers and the usurped hero are speechless and silent. I make my face expressionless once more and fade back into the crowd like Rain Man. I then proceed to kick myself for revealing my Super Saiyan status. Mario Kart 64. Senior year of high school. I went to a private school with about 500 students. Every morning we gathered for morning assembly where we had announcements and presentations. One Friday the student government was giving away gift cards and had Mario Kart 64 hooked up to the massive projector on stage. They wanted one person from each upper class to play. The student government person in charge called on Mike, a good-natured jock type, to play for the senior class. But the stress of 500 pairs of eyes on you and the prospect of potentially losing to a freshman made Mike defer and refuse the offer to play. No biggie, the Nintendo limelight can be too much for some people. Some friends of mine started championing my name, so I downed my Kiwi Strawberry Snapple, this was 2000, and ran to the stage to represent my class. My 3 opponents looked legit small mousy kids who knew their way around a Mario Kart track. One was Asian, which we all know means he was sick at Mario Kart. I was a little nervous, but I wanted that Sam Goody gift card. I chose Wario because we go way back. The track selected was Koopa Troopa Beach. I won't pretend to remember every turn, shell, and banana of that race, but I do remember the crowd, all 500 kids yelling and supporting their racer. I was merciless. It was like watching Matt Damon do math problems in a janitor's outfit. Power drifts, shortcuts, impeccable banana dodging, and fake present placement. I secured first halfway through the first lap, and by the time I crossed the finish line I had lapped 2 people. My whole class went wicket nuts at the absolute domination I showed. It was as high as any high I had during my time playing competitive team sports. I was a king that day. I stood on the shoulder of giants, Wario, and basked in glory. I then took that Sam Goody gift card and bought the new DMX CD. Friend of mine and myself were in Cancun on vacation. He works out to build muscle, and if you saw the two of us, I'm in horrible shape by comparison. He has a 6-pack, I definitely do not. He also has a habit of challenging people to competitions, so we are hanging out at the beach, and he challenges me to a race, to swim to the sandbar and back. What he forgot, and no idea how, because we went to HS together, is I was on swimming and water polo teams since 5th grade all the way up to end of HS, played in the Junior Olympics for water polo. So I tell him this won't end well for you, there is no point. But he insists, and sure enough we run out. I should mention I was also a lifeguard for Chicago Park District, so I got the quick run into the water down. I kill him. I'm already heading back from the sandbar, and he still hasn't gotten there. I stop and watch him, just to be sure he does exhaust himself, which he did, and drown. Luckily he had the good sense to just stop and we take it easy getting back to shore. Needless to say I felt pretty darn good about myself the rest of the day. I was by no means an expert, but I rode for 4 years in college. By the time I graduated I was pretty successful and knew a lot about the sport because I spent more time at practice than I did in class anyways. I went to one of the IM buildings one morning to lift as a secondary workout. I always take about 5 minutes on the erg to warm up. Unfortunately the IM building had a few ergs. About 2 minutes into my warm up some guy with a CrossFit shirt comes up to me and tries to talk to me about rowing. I had headphones in, so I couldn't really hear him, but it was something along the lines of him explaining to me why I was rowing incorrectly, or some secret tip he learned that would help me pull better than the 2 o'clock/500 meter split I was pulling. I was warming up. The goal isn't to pull a 135/500 meters split as I would in a 2K. Anyways, I have my rowing hat on to keep my hair and sweat out of my eyes, but it's on backwards. So as this guys keeps talking, I spin my hat around to show him the rowing logo. I get off the erg, grab my bag, also with a rowing logo, and say thanks for your opinion and just walk away. Now, I don't have a huge problem with CrossFit people, but erging is not rowing. The way most people erg would send them into the water if they were ever in a racing show. That's not the only time I've had people come up to me and tell me how to row. League of Legends. It's a really bad / pointless hobby to have, but if you're slightly good at it, it can come in handy in the strangest situations. I was in community college, and it was getting close to the last few days of class, so everyone in the ComC class decides to have a LAN. They all went on about how they were so good at the game, and about how they were going to wreck sheet with X, Y, Z, ECT. When the game boots up, about half of them aren't even 30, maximum level for the game, and the ones who were 30 were all bronze and silver, lower echelons of ranked play. I was the only person in the entire crowd of people who was plat ranked. I proceeded to show them the world of Lee Sin and Wally Sinop in a slightly unrelated story. There was a Super Smash Melee tourney at the university I was attending, and people were signing up and talking mad shit to each other. It was mainly a bunch of frat dudes. I decided to write down Samus as my character. When it came time to actually play, we have people C-stick spamming, Falcon Punch spamming, and all of the things that you do in the non-competitive environment of Smash. I'm not a competitive / pro player, but I knew enough to impress them with some basic ats like Wava dashing, which was met with a "what the fuck is he doing?" to Samus's super bomb roll, which was met with an even greater "what the fuck." The best part of the night was when I showed them how to be Master Hand. Looking back on it, I really wish I wrote down my character as Master Hand. Eating pepper sauce. Now I'm not talking hot sauce here, I'm talking about pepper sauce. A guy back in college was talking about how he can handle any form of pepper. Now my family is from the West Indies and have cooked with a lot of pepper since I was a baby, and I have a really high tolerance for it. To me, food tastes bland without the spicy kick. Anyways, it ends up that he claims he can handle hotter pepper than me. My buddy starts laughing cause he knows just how much pepper I eat regularly. Like, my mom home makes ghost pepper sauce, and we cook with ghost, scorpion, habanero, and other West Indian peppers that I don't know the names of. Next day I bring my mom's fresh made ghost pepper sauce, and I pour some of it on a spoon and eat it up, no worries. He says that's nothing, and that I should eat 2 spoons. I then proceed to eat 3 spoons. At this point it's faking hot and my mouth is on fire, but I can take the burn and don't need anything to drink. Mister I can handle anything takes 1 spoon, and there was a delayed reaction where you can see his contort, and then he ran to the cafeteria to buy some chocolate milk. Okay, so I'm a Middle Eastern comedian and I regularly do black/urban rooms. I look really nerdy and foggy, but, not to brag, I'm really good, especially in front of black crowds. I've been on TV and opened for a lot of big names. Anyway, I was on a trip to a different city, so I decided to go to the comedy club, and they just so happened to have a black show that night. I sat up front knowing full well that the comedian would make fun of me. It's normal for the comics to make fun of the one white guy in the crowd in a black club. So the show starts, and the first 3 comics don't say anything to me. None of them are that good. They are beneath the type of comics I normally work with. Finally the 4th guy singles me out and tries to make fun of me. He goes for the obvious terrorist /9-11 angle. But here's the thing, not only am I a better comedian than him, I have heard every insult he can say. So he starts insulting me in this huge comedy club to get a laugh, but my comebacks are way funnier. His whole set becomes a verbal sparring match between me and him, and I'm destroying him. He eventually tries to move on to another topic, but I heckle him, and my heckles are funnier than his material. His set is ruined. I tried to talk to the guy after the show, but he wouldn't even make eye contact with me. When I was in high school, something like this happened. I was in physics and my teacher was challenging us to impossible tasks for a free homework pass. People kept embarrassing themselves until he gave a reaction time challenge. The challenge was to hold your fingers underneath an index card that he was holding from the top. He would then drop the index card and you had to catch it using just your thumb and index finger. This is supposed to be impossible because human reaction time shouldn't allow you to grab the index card before it passes the distance between his fingers and yours. A couple people tried and failed. He then chose me to try. I play a lot of games, so maybe that plays into it, but I have crazy fast reaction time. We tested it after this with a laser. I'm a few hundredths of a second slower than a machine. So he drops it. I catch it. He sits there stunned for a few seconds and tries again. I catch it again. This goes on for about 10 minutes. He tries dropping it from half the height, twice the height, and a few others. Eventually he caves, and we spend the rest of class testing my reflexes. In the end he tells me that, since I failed one of the earlier experiments, he can't give me a pass, but I was happy just knowing that I flustered him and wasted an entire class catching thrown objects and playing with laser accelerometers. TLDR, I have fast reactions and beat an impossible test, then wasted a class period measuring said reflexes. Not as interesting as some, but here's one that comes to mind. Some years ago, I went to midnight cosmic bowling with my wife, my best friend, and his girlfriend. We're all cheaty bowlers, but it's fun to drink beers and bowl unlimited games. Some nights the workers there announce a limbo competition for anyone that wants to participate. My group laughs about going up to try, and that's when I just matter-of-factly state I faking rock at limbo. That was met with blank stares, then more laughs. With a little encouragement and beer, I agree to participate along with my friend. Lining up, I'm easily the tallest person. I'm 6 feet, my friend is 5 feet 6 inches, and there's a mix of adults and teenagers. The music starts, and we go through the line. People fall, we get back in line, and go again. The kids are short but lack technique. The adults are stiff and unfocused. More fall. My friend lasts close to the end, since it's clear to him that I wasn't faking around. He's short and skinny, but unbalanced. He falls. I've proven my point to my friends, but now I must win. There are only a few teens left. That generation has been coddled. They're weak and need to learn what failure is like. The bar is low, and I get lower. Feet wide, back bent, weight balanced on the balls of my feet. Slide under, head back, I'm through. Victory. I collect my plastic trophy and head back to my group. I told you. I faking rock at limbo. My back is sore for days. My school had just become 1-to-1 and the kids all got issued laptops. My students discover LOL a few weeks later. I'm not a MLG Pro 1-1 by any means, but I put in a few years, played since they sold it in a box copy, fairly well ranked in seasons 1 and 2, still play casually. At that point I was in a phase where I played a lot. One kid, Sheetbrick, is playing with a kid I like, Meekness. Sheetbrick makes tons of mistakes and blames Meekness for his mistakes. I explain to him why Meekness is right and he's wrong. Sheetbrick calls me out. They're all so new they don't understand the game and acts like I don't know Sheet. I suggest we play. They get a bunch of kids together and we set up a game on a fun afternoon. I run one group and Sheetbrick runs the other. I pick Shen. At that point he was instaban. I dunno now. I gave my team some tips before we start and tell them a few things we can do to lure Sheetbrick into faking up. Basically we wrapped his team twice. I schooled Sheetbrick hard. The kids realized I was a real person and not just a robot, which was good. Then they all discovered Minecraft and forgot about LOL entirely. TLDR, as whole N00B kid thinks he can LOL, gets proper faked. When I was 23 I was at a party and I noticed a StarCraft poster and made a comment on it. The game was old by that point, but I just pointed it out and said something like cool marine poster and this guy just went off. He was just bragging and would not shut up. So I asked him why he was bragging so much about the game, and he said he was ranked in StarCraft and that no one he had met in real life outside of Tunis could beat him, and then said the infamous, I bet even a geek like you couldn't touch me in the game. Yeah. I was ranked in the world at one point as well. I had made a small name for my normal account in SC whipping people for fun. Actually had created Pyro 5050 as an alt, so I could noob stomp. I was young and full of myself, So we fired up some computers at this big nerd gathering. It was fun. We decided to start with a 4-on-4. My team wiped the floor with them. Then I mentioned that was easy, and he got mad and challenged me to a 1-on-1 fight. Told him to pick the map he choose BGH, faking noob, and I took him out in about 30 minutes, not even worried point. So he challenged me again. I said wait, you got 2 buddies here, why not the 3 of you vs me? This was my braggart side coming out. Maybe make it a bit of a challenge. He was livid, and went for it. 48 minutes in, my Zerg forces wiped his 2 buddies out at the same time. At 58 minutes he was dead point and I was really drunk. New job. Company holiday party. The company rented out an entertainment center with a bar, a bowling alley, some go-karts, and an arcade point. I show up as the newbie, and I don't know anyone. However, I see a guy from my local office, and go say hi. We start hanging out. He's there with his wife. We sit down, and eat together, and start getting friendly point. His wife asks if we want to go bowling after we eat, and starts talking mad trash about how great she is at bowling. I tell her that sounds like a lot of fun, but say nothing else. I just keep eating my pizza and salad, etc. Point we get done eating, and we're about to head to the lanes. She's telling me how bad she's gonna beat me. So I tell her I'll meet them at the lane, but I have to go to my car real quick. She asked why I had to go to my car, so I told her I have to go get my bag. It's got my ball, my shoes, my glove, and all my other shit. If we are going to bowl, I need to have my gear. I'm by no means an expert bowler, but I beat the holy fuck out of every single one of my coworkers that night. It was glorious. I made a lot of friends that night. So I'm hanging out with my friends, heading to the card shop to them. The expensive card owned by my grandfather. Seriously, this thing is worth like thousands of dollars, and there's only been like 4 of them ever made. So we get there, and it turns out some douche from our school kidnapped him. But the police in our town is faking retarded, so we just decide to go get him back, and beat the living shit out of douchebag. Point we get there, and the motherfucker was just playing card games with my grandfather. I'm beyond pissed off, so I tell grandpa it's time to go, but he tells me he can't cause he bet the rare card on the game. God damn it grandpa, you know you have a gambling addiction. I yell at him. I try to get douchebag to cancel the bet, but no, he wants it. Fine, whatever, there are 4 more, we'll just buy another one. Nope, faker has the other 3. He then goes and rips the card in half. All of us look at him like, motherfucker, you just broke $10 grand. But here's the best part. My faking grandfather demands I play the stupid card game against douchebag, because his feelings are hurt, and he wants me to own the guy. Fine, I'll play the stupid card game. So I take his weakest deck and we play. Douchebag is using all the best cards obviously, and I'm just barely hanging on. Mostly stalling point, but then I notice the deck has some shit that lets you win if you get all 5 of a card set in your hand. Fuck yeah, I keep stalling out blue ball in that rich motherfucker until he's raging so hard. He plays all 3 of the rare cards at once, completely against the rules, but I jaff point, so he tells me, okay noob, draw your last card, so I can freak you. I start laughing and tell him, beach, you don't get it. I draw and smugly put down each of the 5 cards one by one. I lean close to his face and whisper one word, relishing his reaction. Exodia. Point beaches don't be messin' with UG motto, or they're gonna get their shit wrecked. I guess this will get buried, but I thought it was pretty funny. Point. When I was a freshman in college, I applied for a job at the library, where I'd spent a lot of time already doing debate research. This was in the 90s when computerized card catalogs were still a new thing and books were still all made from dead trees. Anyway, the interviewer tells me that I'll have to take a training course to use this new computer system, and I tell her that I probably don't need that. She tells me that it's actually pretty complicated, so I tell her to ask me to look up anything, and I'll find it. She looks at a piece of paper with some requests on it, and reads the first one. Far Eastern Economic Review, March 1991, and she slides the keyboard over towards me. Without touching the keyboard I say Asian Cultures Library, 2nd floor, 3rd shelf from the elevator, at least until next month, when it will go up to the 4th floor periodicals department. The national debate topic that year just happened to be about South Asia. I got the job. I was working at Microsoft as part of the IT infrastructure team for the original Xbox. After work, we'd meet in these big conference rooms and do post-production stress testing of Halo I. Back then Xbox Live hadn't come along yet, so aside from some experimental online systems you could really only play Halo on a local network. So we did. We had sweet HD TV projection systems, which were pretty expensive back in the day, in the conference rooms, and would play 8x8 games, 1 box per room, 4 box and linked together, against each other, every wet night until early in the morning. I was pretty close to a top player, only because not many people could play against so many people at once. Most players could only play against a total of 3 other people just because of circumstance. And of course there was a high G quotient at manuscript, so the competition was somewhat above average. My group played the Bungie test team and fought a game of Cap the Flag instant respawn that turned into a deathmatch. Like 10 hours so, I'm walking through some electronics store and notice that there's an Xbox retail display set up and 3 or 4 middle school age kids playing the game. I sort of stand behind them and notice one is sort of the uber bully / shark type, much better than the rest of the kids trying the game, and wouldn't let them forget it. After a few games of listening to the kid trash talk I get a shot at playing him. He was good in the sense of playing single campaign versus people who had never played before. He was pretty bad at the game in the sense of having played single campaign and never having played true multiplayer before. Me, I played dumb. What do you call this game again? Oh, okay, so this stick moves, and this stick rotates, which button fires again, then we start playing. Oh, is this a sniper rifle? Cool. Headshot across the map. Headshot, switch to pistol, which is the most powerful weapon in the game and hammer him down with 3 to the head. Oh, look, these grenades stick to people. Stick, boom, stick, boom. Oh, you can use the rifle, and knock the other guy down. Who knew? Melee kill, circle strafe melee kill, and so on while he's trying and failing to touch me with the shotgun. Meanwhile his former victims are behind me cheering me on. Kid got really upset, to the point where his mom had to take him away. I guess that was moment to dispense some justice and or beat up on a wee-tween video game hustler. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So I went down to a pool hall back when I was a teenager and thought my skills were mad. This one guy sees me and challenges me and I thought, oh yeah, you're gonna lose. So I bet my car. I know, stupid me. Well, I was hustled. I tried to win it back, lost $500. Fool me once, right? My uncle caught wind of it and boy was he pissed. He went straight to the pool hall to find the guy and decided to challenge him. I had never once seen my uncle play pool, and this other guy was good, so I tried to warn my uncle. No dice. My uncle said he was gonna do it, and boy, did he get his ass whooped. I think my uncle only made 1-2 shots in before the other guy sunk the 8. Now, great minds think alike, so my uncle decides to bet more money. Right before he is about to start, he opens his jacket and pulls 2 halves of a pool stick out of his pants. It's a really nice, expensive looking pool stick. Oh man, I knew shit was about to go down. He broke and sunk 2 right off the bat. He was killing it. Fast forward 5 minutes and the car is asked TLDR my uncle is great at pool. Hustled someone else to fix my debt. As a fish biologist who used to work on recreational fishing issues, I was challenged constantly. The best example I can remember was when I was off the clock and enjoying being outside when I ran across a group of guys fishing. I was out walking my dog along the Sacramento River near Clarksburg, also a prime sturgeon fishing spot, and noticed a guy fighting a big fish, likely a sturgeon. Since I'm a fish nerd I casually walk over and watch the guy wrestle in this big fish, which I eventually see is a sturgeon. After about 15 minutes, he gets it close enough to shorter tail rope it. This immediately set an alarm off for me to potentially intervene, because I felt compelled to let the guy know that he could be breaking the law by roping that fish. A little background. California does have 2 species of sturgeon, the green and the white. White sturgeon may be legally fished for, with a maximum of 3 fish per year, kept between 40 and 60 inches long, with no more than 1 fish in possession at a time. Green sturgeon are a federally threatened species and must be immediately released. I noticed this guy never measured his fish to see if it's legal, nor did he apply one of the 3 tags you're given to legally claim your fish. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, I casually walk over to talk to him to advise him on making sure he's compliant with the regs. Hey, bud, you should measure that fish quickly to ensure it's within the slot limit. Some guy got fined last week for catching an undersized fish. He thanks me and acts as if he totally forgot about that. In his defense, he was really excited he caught this fish. I offered to go help him because trying to measure a 4-foot plus fish is not easy. I get down to the water and immediately realize he caught a green sturgeon, confirmed by the 2 scutes behind the dorsal fin, whereas the white sturgeon have none. The scutes are the small bony projections running down the length of the fish. Hey, man, I hate to break this to you. This is a green sturgeon, or threatened species. You need to immediately let him go. And I began to untie the tail rope for him when he interjected, "It don't look green to me, and looky here, 55 inches," and began to pull the fish up onto land. He quickly pulled out a knife with the intent of cleaning this very rare fish right in front of me. "Sir, I'm an ichthyologist for the state. I have been working on sport fishing issues for some time. We should release this fish now. What you're about to do is a federal crime that I will report." I finally told him in my very friendly demeanor, saying it's a green sturgeon. It looks gray and white to me. You government workers just don't want us to enjoy fishing anymore, as he took the knife and severed the gills of the fish, causing it to bleed out. I called one of the local wardens whose number I had been given for this very reason and told them what had just happened. Before the guy had finished cleaning the fish, a police truck arrived. The amount of fines, potential jail time, and revocation of fishing and hunting privileges will never make up for the fact this guy selfishly killed a rare fish simply thinking I was out to get him as a government employee. Lesson learned by him: just because a fish has a color in its common name doesn't mean it will actually be that color. So I have been in the water my entire life: swimming, synchro, water polo, lifeguarding, swim lessons, but my main area is diving. I was just chilling at a pool with some friends a few years ago, and everyone was having a great time. Now, I love just getting up on the board and doing things where I'm not really showing off, but still enjoy going in like a knife with no splash, completely vertical. One of my friends, we'll call him Alan, sees me doing pike dives, straight dives, and just shouts, "Boring." I laugh it off at first. He proceeds to do a sheety 1 1/2 somersault, legs not together, toes not pointed, entered at a near parallel angle to the water, but I politely say, "That was pretty good, man." He smirks at me and then says, "Watch this gainer." He then jumps and again has terrible form and barely completes his rotation. Again, I don't really say much other than, "That was cool." He responds, "Yeah, it's better than those bussy dives you're doing." I sighed, got up on the board, and proceeded to do a pike 1 1/2 somersault. Spectators started watching. All my friends turned their heads at this point. Alan still would not stop. PSH, I bet that's all you can do. What's next? Climbed up again and said, "Oh, I'm going to do a reverse 1 1/2 somersault with 1 1/2 twists." Did the dive surface to people applauding. Swam back over to my group and Alan looked like he had lost one of the few things he thought he was good at. One of my best friends finally told him, yeah, he dove for about 8 years and coaches recreation dive teams now. He probably could have gone to the Olympics. I blushed at that and said I wasn't nearly that good and proceeded to say how I felt like my legs came apart during that dive and my entry wasn't great. Anyways, it was a fun day in my jammers. So not exactly challenged, but in high school, when was around 13 over 14, I went on a ski trip with the school and classmates. Now I have been skiing and ski racing since I was around 7/8, so I was already pretty good and could handle most situations. So in this trip all students had to be part of a ski school in the morning, for safety or insurance or some dumb reason. Anyway, myself and my parents tried to explain to the teachers it wasn't necessary and was ridiculous to make me do this, but none of them listened and said rules were rules and that the top ski school class would be challenging enough for me. So I spent the week having fun and doing basic exercises which I had been doing for years and just kinda had a relaxing ski in the ski school time slots. But at the end of the week the ski school had set up a rough giant slalom for the kids to have fun and see how quick they could do it. I did it rather casually because I was quite shy and didn't particularly want to show up other classmates too badly. On this roughly 130-minute course I beat every student by at least 30 seconds. In all fairness, there were some other good skiers in the group too, and all the ski instructors there by over 10 seconds. The teachers didn't look too pleased when the results were read out. Lol, TLDR ski school trip. Teachers wouldn't let me ditch ski school even though was a trained racer. Kicked all students and ski instructors as an end of week giant slalom. Teachers not pleased. Let me start by saying I work for Aston Martin, Jaguar, and Lotus currently. I've represented many luxury highlines, so my car knowledge is on point. The GSM of the dealership was going off on the sales staff, myself and about 4 others, about how we barely knew our cars, and that we didn't know shit about the competition. He points to me and says, "Joblo 619, what do you know about the competition, specifically Maserati?" The conversation went along the lines of this. Me, which Maserati are we comparing to which car? GSM, the Jaguar XF vs the Maserati Ghibli. Me, which one? GSM, if you don't know which one competes with the car then you don't know shit. Me, no, because the Ghibli is offered in a 3.0L rear wheel drive twin turbocharged 6-cylinder at 345 HP and 369 pounds of torque, which starts at $66,900. The standard lease that they offer are roughly $699 a month plus tax over 39 months with 7,500 miles per year allowed and drive-off fees, which compares to our XF Sport which has similar power at 340 HP. Priced at $58,000. If we are comparing the 3.0L supercharged 6-cylinder W/404 HP with 406 pound-feet of torque and all-wheel drive starting at $76,900, which would need to be compared to our XJ which would start at $75,000 GSM. What do they lease at? Me, they don't publish that, since the special is on their base, similar to how we do the same with the entry-level XF. 2.0 turbo 4-cylinder, GSM. Well, you all better know your products like Joblo 619. 3 weeks later the GSM was fired. I've never been happier, and I'm still here, selling cars having fun. I'm moderately to profoundly deaf in both ears. For some reason, this made the rounds when I was still in public school, and many people, fellow students and faculty alike, decided that it meant that I was intellectually challenged as well. A guidance counselor decided that, over my protestations, I belonged in a remedial English class. This class was so remedial that the primary instructions on the board the first day were things like your name belongs only and always in the upper right hand corner of the paper, and no more than 3 bathroom passes will be given per semester. I'd stopped at the library before class to have enough books to get me through the day. The teacher quickly agreed with me that there'd been a mistake and sent me back to the guidance counselor. This continued with him bouncing me through various remedial and regular English classes. I was supposed to be in gifted English, but he didn't want to put me in there. After the 3rd day of this, and as many teachers, I developed a strategy of reading ahead in whatever text was being covered and raising my hand for every single question point, since my reading speed was about 10 times the speed of anyone else in the class. This turned into a running gag. Teacher asks question, I raise my hand, everybody turns and looks. After the 4th or 5th time, people start giggling every time it happens. I eventually got switched to yet another regular English class, where the instructor asked us to come up with adjectives for various at the time popular celebrities. For one pop star, I chose the word papilionaceous, like unto a butterfly. The instructor stopped, stared at me, and told me I don't think that's a word. I'm going to look it up. But if it's not a word, it's a darn good try. She looked it up. It's a word. I got moved to the gifted class after that. I don't know quite what happened, but I sort of envision a Mayfair-like meeting of English teachers convening on the guidance counselor and giving him a few home truths. I seem to have an unnatural ability to chug beer. It paid off handily throughout college. I've never lost now. I'm not saying there aren't people out there better than me, but I haven't run across anybody who has been able to top me. I'd gladly like to meet somebody who can, just so I could be fascinated for once. My favorite occurrence happened at one college party where I didn't know many people and none of my buddies let on about my ability. Some of the other guys wanted to shotgun beers and I obliged. Only thing was, I only had a couple of 16-ounce beers from the past weekend and two 24-ounces for lockers with me that night because I was tight on money. So, for the first go round, I handily beat them chugging one of my 16-ounce beers versus them and their 12-ounce beers. A couple of them cried foul and said they got a bad start, so they wanted a rematch. I obliged, only this time I upped the ante by stating that I could probably beat them, even if I was chugging one of my 4 lockers. They called bullshit, so I stepped up and proved them wrong. Clearly, they weren't very good at all, but it was still fun to put them in their places and see the looks on their faces. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I'm really good at air hockey. Me and my good friend used to play each other 3 to 5 times a week at local bars, getting to the point where we could make the puck ricochet off the wall and back onto the table, or we'd go so hard the puck would fly across the bar and hit someone, who we would buy a drink after apologizing profusely. It was like Dragon Ball Z. We kept upping each other and getting better and better, just the most intense air hockey battles I've ever experienced. It got to the point where we would just play nonchalantly, so we could actually enjoy quick rounds, giving each other handicaps like using a different hand or eyes closed, or balancing something on our heads. Silly stuff. One night some cliche dude bro looking like he'd just walked in from the 80s power suit craze walks up to the table and starts shit talking about how good he is and how much we suck. We act completely normal and remark on how we are just trying to learn and that it's a tough game. Dude bro challenges my mate. He gives me a smile and proceeds to play the shittiest game of his life on purpose incredulously. Dude bro feels pumped, challenges me. My buddy smiles at me again. I'll let him get up to 7 points, 2 points before winning, before I finally started using my dominant hand without balancing a drink in the other. Got 9 points in about a minute and a half. Dude bro didn't know what the fuck was going on. No shit talking on our part, no high fives, or in your face moments, just a quick win and a smiling shrug. Dude bro was not impressed. He talked shit all the way to the other side of the bar. Me and buddy went back to casual playing. Worked at a summer camp / program for high school students. There was a golf class and I grew up playing golf, but none of them knew that. I would drive them to the class each day because I didn't mind waking up early to go hit a few shots or sit in the grass and read. One day I tell them I'll play with them and they start mocking me thinking I'm going to be horrible, that I can't play, etc. They're always dressed well for golf when I would drive them in gym shorts and a t-shirt. So we are about to play 18 the next day and the kids start making bets at how bad I will be. Everybody is placing bets that I won't break 130, 120, 115, etc. Nobody thought I would shoot under 100. I wake up extra early, drive home and get my sticks and golf clothes. I show up back at the dorm and grab some breakfast. Some of the kids see me in there and are making fun of me, asking if I went out and bought the golf outfit just for this to look like less of a loser. I don't talk trash back, I don't make any comments. I just keep my mouth shut and laugh along with them. We get to the course we were going to play and I knew the pro, I knew the manager, and I knew some of the members. The kids thought that was odd, that I was talking to these people. The coach for the class broke us up into groups and I was paired with 2 of the nicer kids and one of the most obnoxious pieces of shit you could ever meet. He wouldn't shut up about how good he was and how he was going to beat my ass and embarrass me. He meant it in a mocking / joking way, but was one of those high school kids that thinks they are the next Jesus Christ superstar and they can't imagine anyone ever being better than them. My group plays last, and I let them hit him. Superstar hits his drive 250 just into the right rough, says it was good and he just has to loosen up. I smile at him and drive my ball 300 down the middle. My ball is flying at a bunker about 260. I shout in the fairway and he makes a comment that I'll be playing from the sand. I wasn't watching my ball and just said it's too early for the beach. I'm saving that for after the round. Point we play the round and I faking annihilated these kids. The two nice kids shot mid-90s, Superstar shot like 87 or so. I fired a solid 75, 3 over paragraph. They were stunned. Like 3 holes and I had a few stroke lead and Superstar was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. It was a humbling experience for him, and on the back 9 he was actually fun to play with because he finally came to terms with the fact that I was much better than him. Point we get into the clubhouse after the round and everyone wants to know how I played. They were comparing their score records, and when JC told them that I shot a 75 they didn't believe it. The low for them was 84, and that kid was supposed to be the top golfer in his region. They finally accepted that I had beaten them and that I was the better golfer. They were in disbelief the entire time. Point my favorite part was when some of the kids went to grab a drink to go. I went with them. The bartender greeted us and said, "Good to see you, Mr. Role Model Failure," and one of the managers greeted me by name. The reason the class played there was because the coach and I were members. This was my home faking course that I grew up playing since I first swung a golf club. I knew that course in and out. So not only was I better at golf, I was an expert on the course. This place was my second home basically. This actually happened about a month ago. 3 of my coworkers were talking about their favorite games and someone brought up Civilization 5. They all said they thought they were pretty good. 2 of them said they play on Prince and 1 on King. And I just say I've played quite a bit and nothing else. Point they proceeded to challenge me and started trash talking. I was just giggling when they said they wanted to play on an Earth map. I made them randomize what civilization to play as, and Raging Barbarians. Large map, 4 people, 6 bots and 12 city-states. The game starts. I spawned on Australia as Japan. I colonized the entire Pacific and Madagascar before the others finally saw Australia itself. When they started talking about it, I did nothing but put in the chat box, "I'm become death, the destroyer of worlds." Everything in the ocean became a target. I declared war on all of them and decimated 6 coastal cities within 15 turns and landed troops on every continent within 25 turns. They gave the mighty Japanese Empire a full surrender and quit the game. I don't play air hockey that often, but for some reason I'm pretty damn good at it. I can follow the crazy ricochets, and I'm also surprisingly good at scoring goals off of a first shot. Point it seems that most of the women I've ever dated or been romantically involved with really like air hockey and claim that we need to play sometime so they can beat me. Now, I don't want to imply that it has anything to do with gender. I beat men at it consistently too. I just don't play men that often because I tend to get challenged mostly from people I date and flirt with. I've won free drinks from both men and women from air hockey games, including a rather memorable marathon 7-6 win against a woman in a gay bar in Washington state after at least 10 drinks that took almost half an hour and had dozens of people standing around the table watching by the end of it. Point most recently, my current girlfriend spent about 2 weeks jokingly taunting me that she was super awesome at air hockey and I didn't stand a chance, etc. I'm not arrogant about it, and so every time someone challenges me, I'm a bit nervous that I finally met the person who will show me up. We ended up going to a bar a few weeks ago to settle it. Point she ended up scoring on her first shot and soon after went up 2-0, and suddenly I was shaking my head and feeling really nervous. I congratulated her and told her that she was really good. But then I scored 7 goals in a row after that and won. And then I won the next 3 games handily. She still kicks the shit out of me at pool, though. So there's that. TLDR, I haven't lost a game of air hockey in over 10 years. Attacked at work in the back room by a coworker. Been training for a few years. He was highly embarrassed and had a good foot of height on me and 75 lbs. Another subject I'm well versed in is mathematics. I have a BS in applied mathematics. Before I ever joined the military, I was in the army and was an 8 at Fort Gordon in Gap. It was a Saturday, and I was off post sitting at Panera Bread all day on my laptop to use their Wi-Fi as opposed to using up my air card. I did this every Saturday. I'm an 8 and look every bit of the part of the soldier in 8 being off post with his army centric shirt, Aku computer bag and the GI haircut etc. This Panera Bread, like most I've been in, have a lot of students hanging out and doing homework and studying. I was at my table and a group of girls were working on calculus. I overheard them struggling with a concept and how to solve those problems. I spoke up and asked what they were working on. One girl snobbish snapped that they were working on calculus and that a grunt like me wouldn't understand. I laughed and said I was just being polite and I can easily explain why they keep messing up and that I held a degree in mathematics. The other girls welcomed my help. The first girl still copped an attitude. I'm not an expert by any means, but I have been involved in the martial arts for 9 years now and was raised around boxing. A year at an MMA gym, boxing since I was a kid, 9 years of Jeet Kune Do. Like I said, I have had my ass beat before, but I get by pretty well. When I was 19 I was working at a local grocery store in the dairy department. I unloaded truck in the morning. We had no heat save for a wood burning stove at home, so every morning in the winter I split wood for an hour or so before my morning workout. I was in the gym 3 nights a week. I was very physical, in the best shape of my life. Anyway, one of my coworker, another guy about my age, had who been a local high school athletics, basketball mostly as I understood it. I didn't go to school with him, so who knows if that was true. Standout overheard me talking about my training. He started smarting off about how he had been in so many fights and kicked so much ass. I ignored it for a few weeks. Finally it came about that I was having a get together at my house for some friends from work. Dude found out and said he would come, invited himself basically, and would box me. I thought about it for a second and then just said yeah, fuck it, why not. So the weekend comes and sure enough this idiot shows up. It was a small gathering of a few coworkers and personal friends. Genius shows up with his own cheap as Everlast gloves and a couple of idiot friends in tow. We hung out for a bit, the whole time him joking to everyone about how he was going to kick my ass. The time came, and we agreed to 3 3-minute rounds, which worked fine for me, because I was positive his ass would be gassed out at the end of the first point. Basically I spent the first round hammering the shit out of him with nothing but the jab, not even trying to land much else, just shifting position when he tried to engage. I landed on solid left to the liver at the end of the round. He went down and refused to come back out for the second round. Dumbass left with a bloody nose, a good bit of swelling around his eyes, and trying his best not to vomit from the body shot. I honestly don't think he spoke another word to me the last few months I worked there. The bosses found out about the whole thing, but for the most part found it funny. Apparently he was one of those guys that anytime someone brought something up he had to explain to them how he was actually an expert at it. I'm not the best Tekken player, but I know a few juggles and can hold my own. Back when Tekken 5 had come out there was a pretty big scene for it at the arcade nearest where I lived, which was in the next town over. Keep in mind this is in manuscript, so there isn't really a big complex scene. Well, one day as the scene is kinda dying out and there aren't that many players around anymore, there's some kids playing on the machine having a good time, when a full grown man comes up and challenges the kids, mercilessly beats them, and keeps going against the CPU at the machine. Now normally winner plays loser pays is the law of the arcade fighting scene, but it seemed kinda of silly of him to be so proud about beating those kids. He must have noticed my look of disapproval, because the guy said, "Why don't you try then?" Now I hadn't brought my controller, and I'm no good with a stick, but I just said alright, I'll play a few. He had a modest stack of tokens on the machine, but I managed with not much difficulty to blow through all of them, and he admitted defeat and walked off. Then like something out of a movie I spotted the kid watching, and was like, "Here kid," and walked off, and let him play out the game I had going. I had a birthday party a few years back in which we played Rock Band and Guitar Hero. At the time, which I was like a top 1000 Guitar Hero player in the world, had multiple FCs, top 500 on plenty of song scores. Back in the day, I was just playing the drums, while letting some other people play the other instruments. Now I was decent at drums, could play expert on some songs. but I was a complete beast at guitar anyways. We are playing and having a good time, but people start to leave as it gets late, and one of my friends who was playing guitar most of the night starts talking some crap about how good he is, and how no one can beat him yada yada. I mean, he wasn't bad by any stretch. He was playing on expert at a decent level, probably on the same level that would you see most people play online at. Point I decide to challenge him and put Guitar Hero 3 inches. Pro face off. One song. He says, I can actually pass through the fire and flames on expert. Don't even know why you challenged me, bro. His face when I mopped the floor with him was great. I think put in a decent run. Percentage in the high 90%, while he was like 85%. I had a 10k score lead right after the intro. It was totally glorious, and after that he wanted to see what I could do on the other Dragon Force songs. After I mopped the floor with him on those as well, he could only laugh. I hope I'm not too late to this party. I have been playing ping pong my entire life. I'm not expert, but I'm damn good. I organized tournaments for my high school and got full 64-person brackets going blah blah blah. I play a lot and my mom is a natural tennis/racket sport player, so I have been playing my entire life with her anyways. My sophomore year of college, it is freshman move-in week, so there are a lot of new kids around. I walk down in the dorms with a friend and we are going to play when this random kid approaches me. Here is where it gets good. The first thing he says to me, "Hey, you wanna bet $75 on a game of ping pong?" I look at this kid like has a dumb sheet and I politely say no, but agree to rally against him. He then proceeds to brag about his paddle, not his skills, but his $120 paddle, and at this point I know he is just an idiot. We rally for a while and I'm kind of half-assing it, and we agree to play game to 15 for no money. Kicked his as 15-2 and everyone around was snickering. Felt so good. After it was all done, I wish I had done that stupid deal. In late, but what the heck. This took place around 2004. At the time I was competing on the Nova circuit as a semi-pro mountain biker and was in peak personal condition. I was by no means the fastest semi-pro around, but if you can finish mid-pack in a semi-pro, I think it's called Cat 122 now. Cross-country race, you'll spank 99% of mountain bikers you meet outside of competition. That being said, it's not like someone can just look at you and tell, especially when you're young. Anyway, I was in Sacramento, California, because my grandfather was in bad health and my family and I were out visiting. Obviously, given the circumstances, it wasn't the best time. Looking to blow off some steam, I found a local shop and inquired if there was any rides happening. I was told there was a ride happening that weekend. Some guys were going up to the mountains near Downeyville, California. I said I was interested in going, and so the shop gave me the number of one locals to try to put the conversation I had with this guy in perspective. I was never the kind of guy to say, by the way, I'm a semi-pro mountain biker. It just seems like a douchebag thing to say, and it really didn't have any relevance. We are just going for a fun ride, it doesn't matter what category I race. Anywho, as soon as we start talking, he comes off as one of those bros that want to talk down to everyone. And once he found out I was from Arkansas, he got this holier than thou attitude and started giving me the "this is probably over your head" routine. But I persisted, and we agreed on a meeting point. As soon as I arrived and was introduced as some kid from Arkansas, he and his buddy started giving each other that "oh gosh, we are going to have to babysit an inexperienced rider" look. The trail in Downeyville, which I highly recommend ridding, is mostly old gold mining trail, wide enough to pass it anytime you want with some pretty big climbs, but at mostly gentle inclines with very wide switchbacks so mining carts wouldn't fall off the mountainside. It's the kind of trail a good climber can kill on, and that's just what I did. I'll never forget the stupefied look on their faces as they came panting to the top of the first ridge as I calmly sat eating a Cliff Bar, having been waiting at least 10 minutes. I proceeded to kick their ass all over those trails for the rest of the day. By the time we had made it back to the cars, they were asking me for advice on climbing and training. Best stress reliever I could have asked for, TLDR. Put some snobby mountain bikers in their place. PS sorry for any formatting errors or spelling errors. I wrote this behemoth on my cell phone using Siri. Back when StarCraft Brood was still all the hype, I had a friend who wanted me to play this Korean kid in our high school. My friend knew I played quite a bit, and this Korean guy gloated a lot. The guy was pretty good for our high school, and as a Korean, he had a lot of pride in his skill. Sort of like, he should never be beaten by an American who doesn't even take the game seriously. I knew I'd beat the kid, and I kind of tried to warn him of the fact. He seemed pretty invested in being good at the game. Well, he took that as a challenge, and so I mopped the floor with him. He was good for our high school, but I was the best in our city without question. I was in the process of creating one of the best teams in NA, and through that process I played with some of the best players NA had to offer, and because I was actively trying to recruit them, I knew who the best talents in NA were. I knew he wasn't one of them. He tried to rematch me over and over for a couple years. I never lost a game to him. I was just on an entirely different playing field. It wasn't even close. My best friend, who has never ever showed any interest in playing video games, started playing PS2 with his wife a few weeks ago. I came over, and he was all excited saying, "I bet I can beat you at this game," and actually wanted to bet money. It was NHL 2005. Back in 2004, my girlfriend and I bought PS2 style controllers for my PC specifically, so we could play NHL 2004. Then we bought 2005. We played literally every night. When I hear songs from the soundtrack, I instantly think of hockey. It's been a few years for me, and my friend had been practicing with his wife a week, but I felt pretty comfortable taking up his offer without even bothering to get familiar with the controls. Turns out he beat his wife so many times that he thought he must be great. Not that his wife also sucked at the game. He also didn't bother reading the manual, and there are lots of moves that aren't really obvious. Cue cries of "How did you do that?" Manual poke checks, manual deke, controlling players who don't have the puck, calling plays. I started a fight and blew his mind. He didn't know you could fight in a hockey game. Beat him 14-2 and sent him to buy me beer. TLDR. Dude discovers video games at 37 and thinks he's an expert a week later. Bets $5 he can beat me at a game I've owned for 10 years. Edit. Yeah, I just read the question again, and no, I'm not remotely an expert, but when he challenged me to that specific game I felt pretty faking superior. Didn't happen to me, but my brother. My aunt and cousins moved to France about 13 years ago and are all fluent in French. Anyway, because of this we visited all the time during school holidays. I picked a bit of French up and can get by, but my brother picked it up naturally, and I would say he is as close to fluent as you can get without either living there or studying the language. Well, he used to work at an international removal company until about 2 weeks ago. But a few months back, he is dealing with this French guy on the phone who is being extremely rude towards my brother and is refusing to pay, even though there were no damages that he claims there has been. Anyway, he starts to insult my brother in French, calling him all sorts of names. My brother lets him finish and then just calmly replies in French, "I'm sorry sir, I don't appreciate being spoken to in that way. If you would like to talk to my supervisor I can connect you now." The guy hung up the phone straight away, and my brother got every French customer after that. My time to shine. It was more him accepting my bargain, but still, the challenge was made. A friend Jordan had an older brother Harry, who was 1 year older, and he liked enforcing the rules. He was always hall monitor or crossing guard. I didn't like how smug he was about it. Thus I tried to aggravate him as much as humanly possible. I turned his love for authority against him and made him hate the name Mr. Captain Safety Sir back in elementary school. Even when I saw him in middle school we still gave each other shit. We just rubbed each other the wrong way. Not terribly so, but enough. I used to ski race as a kid, and into middle school, I raced a lot. I was 7th overall for the US in my age group in the NASTA thing they had set up. Richard K was the only kid in my state who could beat me, but that's cause he still had an easy cap. I bested Richard another day, but this is about Harry. Anyway, the point is I could wreck just about any 12 to 15 year old at ski racing. I was 14 at the time, and Jordan and his family were up at the local hill, having a night out with a bunch of the other kids from school. Harry was 15 and in high school, and that night was there with his high school girlfriend. Me and my racing friend had just gotten done with our practice, and we going to free ski, and I see him at the top of the hill. As I get off the lift, I ski over and yell for old time's sake, "How ya doing, Mr. Captain Safety Sir?" to which he does not take kindly. Probably something about being sarcastically yelled at in front of a girlfriend, I don't know. But I got a rise out of him. He yelled back at me this time, "Stop calling me that. I have a name, idiot." But he yelled it. That's like blood in the water for a shark. He was emotionally invested. I had an audience. He had something to lose. A devilish grin crossed my face at this point, one I can feel a decade later. Okay. Fine. Look, if you can beat me down the hill, I'll never call you Mr. Captain Safety Sir or any other nickname again. He hesitates now. I'm in pretty sharp looking gear, while he is in rental stuff. But I'm short for my age, and he is taller. So has a good deal bigger than me. By most skiing physics I will be going a lot slower than he will at our maximum speeds. Harry might have known this, maybe not. Maybe he didn't know I raced a lot. Maybe it was the peer pressure of a public challenge in front of 2 of his friends, his laddie friend, 3 of my friends, his brother, his brother's other friends I didn't know, and my racing friends. Who knows? But I knew he wasn't going to say no. He agrees and I send some of our friends down there to watch the finish. We get to the edge and his girl does the countdown point. I knew what was going to happen. It was all teed up like Johnny Tsunami or something, except the bigger guy is fighting for his status, and I'm the douche type Chad bro. And there will be no chill point, it wasn't even close. I was at the bottom, and stopped with my goggles up laughing as he got in. "Nice job, Mr. Captain Safety Sir," I shout at him as he slides into all of our friends as the rest of the group comes in behind him, since they wanted to follow us down to watch. He just shook his head in shame, and got redder than a stop sign. He skated off towards the farther away chairlift and his girlfriend and friends followed as I cackled at them. Nobody is faster than I'm. TLDR. Harry Tsunami loses ski race in front of a lot of people and a laddie friend. Taunted him mercilessly. All the time. It usually happens when I go on vacation and go out to play pool in a local bar. Most often they are cocky at first. They then transition to telling me about how they used to be a great pool player. Then they enjoy inflicting me on their cocky friend who has arrived late. Then the boredom sets in when they realize I have sucked all the fun out of the game they thought they were just naturally talented at. It's usually kinda a bummer when they decide to fade away like, "Oh, I was just kidding about loving pool." But every once in a while I get schooled, and I love it when that happens. It is super surprising and fun to discover someone who is truly great at this thing I bust my ass daily to be great at. The same thing totally happened to me in Key Largo. I dominated the table for a few hours till another tourist from Michigan arrived and crushed everyone. I broke and ran out on him our first game, but after that I broke dry, and he just stopped missing. It was fun to watch someone who played almost perfectly for a good long time. Gym story. At the time I didn't look particularly strong, but I was in the midst of competing for a powerlifting competition. At the gym I was at for the summer, the only people who would go there were middle-aged women and Jersey Shore type lifters. It was a spectacle, to say the least. One guy was like the alpha of his pack, tanned up, gelled hair, and just enough definition in arms to show he works out. It was deadlift day, and I was working up to 405 lbs. The alpha dude looked at me rep out 225 easy for my warm-ups, and then started to make conversation, probably an attempt to impress his lackeys. He asked if we could work in together, to which I obliged. He walks up to the bar and tries to pull 275 off the floor, no warms-ups either, and his back went from straight to an upside down U instantly. You would think it's over, but no, he keeps pulling. The bar slowly moves up along his legs as he gives it his all. He hitches a few times and locks it out in a half-assed fashion. He drops the weight and walks away with his chest puffed, as if he gave Atlas a run for his money. You could tell he was hurt, but he had too much pride to admit it. His friends knew what was up. I then stack on another 100 pounds and repped out a smooth 5. The look on his face was priceless. Between the age of 13 to 17 I played a lot of CS 1.6, and really only one map, Scouts Knaves. I got really good at around 14 to 15 and the European community set up a tournament/league. My team went on to win the whole thing, and there was really one team that could seriously challenge us. Myself, I was probably top 5 in Europe at my peak. I almost went toe to toe with Carlo N. who played 1.6 competitively and plays CS/GO on a professional level. The guy was on another level. Anyhow, a guy in my class played a lot of CS2 and challenged me to a 1v1 on that very map, which he knew I liked too, but I think it was more of a coincidence that it ended up being that particular map. It was a pretty good map for 1v1s though. He wasn't bad, probably better than me at regular maps and with anything but scoped rifles, and not bad at scouts knivers either. I was just very good at the time. I ended up destroying him, winning with 16-1. He claimed I cheated, so the next week we did the same thing at his house, and I won again with the same scoreline. As just about everyone has said previously, I'm not an expert nor professional. However, I do competitive shooting as a hobby of mine. I've been dabbling in IDPA and USPSA recently, but my main love is shotgun sports. I'm not the best shooter out there, but I usually average about 80-90% accuracy. Not enough to win competitions, but enough to have fun with it and be taken seriously by the semi-pro guys. I'm the best shooter amongst my friends, so when we go out we'll always try to have fun little bets to see if anyone can outshoot me that day. However, every once in a while at these competitions you'll see that guy. That guy in the shooting world is the one who rolls up to the gun range in his Range Rover, suits up in the most pretentious looking shooting vest/jacket, then walks to the shooting area with his $10,000 O/U hand engraved shotgun in hand, while his 20-something high heel wearing trophy wife is following behind. Immediately he'll start talking himself up amongst the other shooters and brag about his gun or his most recent European style hunt and the flaws of the guns other shooters brought. Meanwhile I'm laughing to myself while waiting for him to spot my 35-year-old Browning A5 light that has seen better days. When he finally does see it, he'll say something like, "Oh, that's what you're shooting with today? I haven't seen one of those in years. Best of luck." When the claybirds start flying is when the real fun begins. We'll be knocking them out of the sky one by one and two by two, and he struggles to hit barely anything. He'll change his chokes between rounds and mutter something about inconsistent loads. Then after a few rounds of barely hitting anything he'll quit out of pure frustration and burn out in his Range Rover as he leaves. It's always a great moment when he gets out of earshot and all the shooters start making fun of him and laughing their ass off. I was at school hanging out with some buddies in the courtyard and a group of guys classified as the cool kids came up to us and asked if we wanted to bet $5 on a battle of sorts. I don't like backing down from challenges, and so of course I obliged without even knowing what I was obliging to. Turns out one of the kids wanted to have a beatbox battle. I tried not to smile or reveal anything, but of course my best friend is dying laughing in the background. He's laughing because at this point in my life I had been beatboxing for around 6 years avidly, yet in private. My best friend was the only one that knew about it because I was a very shy kid in high school until I got to know you. I also didn't think I was very good, but I had been drumming for 7 years, so I already had a background of rhythm and some beats to start with. I told him that he could start, and I wanted to go 3 rounds of 1 minute for each of us. He started the battle and I mean, he wasn't bad, but he wasn't good either. I decided I was going to pull all the stops in my minute and gave it everything I had. I ended up wiping the floor with this kid and embarrassed him so bad that he didn't even want to go for round 2. He gave me the $5 he owed and walked away. We used to meet at a friend of my girlfriend's house every Friday. There was a core group and usually 1 or 2 friends of friends or so's tagging along. This particular Friday, a girl that only sporadically showed up brought her boyfriend, and someone else brought another guy with her as well. Core group was veterinary students, overwhelmingly female. Anyways, these 2 guys get into it trying to out-alpha each other. Most of the loud conversation between them centered around cars. Now, I'm no expert. I did however work in an auto parts store for 4 years in college. My commercial sales guy was a GM certified master tech in like 4 or 5 different areas. I hung out with backyard mechanics, professional hot rod builders, and everything in between. I've done quite a bit of work on my own cars, yay college pose. brakes, oil slash coolant, shocks slash struts, replacing a clutch and flywheel, water pumps, starters, alternators, the main seal on Minison, little faker. So I knew most of what these 2T watts were going on about was complete bullshit. I used to have an '89 Mustang, supercharged it to 800 HP. Me in head, really? Because the stock 5.0 block is known for splitting along the main carrier bearing if you run much over 500 ECT.ECT.ECT for over an hour. So you know what I did to those morons? Nothing. I sat, tuned them out, talked to the girls, and watched the movie that was on. When Tweedledee and Tweedledum left, the girl who owned the house, who knew my background, I'd helped her husband replace the crack pipe on her Jetta, Google it, came up, gave me a big hug, and thanked me for not being a faking dick waving asshole trying to impress everyone with my ability to outbro everyone. I'm still really good friends with several of those girls, because I know when and how to be chill and let shit slide. I'm a mechanical engineer and my exiting senior design project was a robot for the 2011 IEEE Southeast competition. It had to search a scaled house, know what room it was in, report audibly / visually / etc. Not get stuck and avoid obstacles, detect an electromagnetic anomaly in a room and so on. So we went with the KISS method and made the robot with an Arduino board and as little input sensors as possible. We used process logic as much as possible. We had it follow the exterior wall of the scaled house, since we knew its layout, then used time and simple bump sensors to determine rooms, etc. So there are 3 of us on our team, me the mechanical, an electrical, and a electrical tech. We get to the competition in Tennessee and we are surrounded by the most complex robots I've ever seen backed by teams with 5 to 15 engineers behind them, and who knows how much funding. Our little robot with a simple bump, eye, and sonar sensor seemed to get some mean looks since it used an Arduino and it looked too easy to make. Well, we took first place. After staying awake for 45 hours straight, the complex robots would freak out for smallest reason and lose its marbles and get stuck going back and forth. Meanwhile our simple little 900 line robot worked like a champ. Apparently I should focus on system logic instead of mechanical design. This isn't my story, but my engineering teacher's. It fits the question. The point: he was at a bar drinking with a bunch of mates for someone's birthday many years ago. One of his mates came out of the bathroom and told them there was some drunk guy in there trying to push him around at the urinals like a drunk idiot. Everyone was having a good time and probably a bit tipsy by then, although he didn't say that, so everyone was laughing and being loud. As he laughed, a guy came up to him and said, "You think that's funny, do you?" Posturing and getting in his face. He starting shoving him, obviously drunk and looking to fight someone. What he didn't know is that my engineering teacher, he is a karate instructor and has a 5th Dan black belt. He told him, "Look mate, let's not do this here. I'm just here to have a good time with some mates. We can settle it later," and handed him his karate instructor card. The guy looked at the card, looked back at him, then just walked away. I'd say he dealt with that pretty well. I was a clinical social worker for many years. My job was to conduct assessments, provide referrals and liaise with the psychiatry team and medical teams in a hospital. One day I came into work and noticed a series of high importance emails that had been bounced to me requesting that I meet with a representative from a local high profile LGBT activist as soon as possible. I cleared out my schedule and met with her that afternoon. This woman was a very strong advocate, but vociferous and condescending, often starting sentences with "what you don't realize" and dropping numbers related to depression, suicide rates, discrimination, and confidentiality, especially as it related to transgendered patients. This was accompanied by periods of finger pointing and aggressive posturing, along with what I felt was a presupposition that I, personally, and the hospital in general were being negligent in some way. While I appreciated her attempt at advocacy, her holier-than-thou attitude was really pissing me off. As she ran her mouth some more, she noticed a picture of my husband and I on my desk. She began to say, as a heterosexual, what you don't realize I had finally had enough. So I cut her off, my voice lowering with each word, as only a MF transgendered person can do. While I appreciate your advocacy, what you don't realize is who you are talking to. She sat there looking at me in shock, her hostile posture melting back into her chair. I then proceeded to tell her of all of the formal and informal interventions I had enacted to ensure that LGBT folks, especially transgendered patients, were treated with respect and referred to LGBT-friendly providers. Her reaction was priceless. TLDR, loud, hostile LGBT activists showed up at work to tell me about important LGBT, mostly trans issues, demanding non-specific change, not realizing that I was transgendered myself. Then I told her. Satisfying reaction. I was at a midnight launch for COD Black Ops just to see what they were like. One of the guys there was this kid who looked 17 and maybe a 100 pounds wet, but he was wearing a full BDU uniform with name/service tags and insignias. He had all these other teens surrounding him and asking him questions, and he kept bragging about all his military service. Couple things bothered me. 1. He was using the whole "I was a fourth recon sniper in Afghanistan" thing you hear kids say to sound cool over the internet. 2. He had his nerd button, the topmost button on the BDU top, fastened on his collar. General uniform where leaves the top button unbuttoned. 3. He was wearing BDUs when the years of service he mentioned meant he should have been wearing MARP. 4. See above on how the kid looked. If he was a Marine, he was the youngest and scrawniest I had ever seen. I moved closer and hear some of the stuff he's saying, and it's all bullshit. So I walk up to him, with everyone around him, and ask him what branch he was in. Then I asked him what his job was. He thought I was actually interested in his story, but then my questions got a bit more specific. Like why he isn't serving anymore, why his uniform was being worn incorrectly, and that it was the wrong uniform, and started asking where he was deployed to. That's about the same time I dropped that I'm a veteran airman. Kid panicked and said, "Oh, I can't tell you, it's classified." Pressed him again saying that the mission could be, but what base/country wasn't. Not entirely true, but it worked for this, and asked him to tell me again. Kid realized he was caught and finally gave up. Every teen who was surrounding him were making fun of him and harassing him non-stop, and he bailed the second he picked up his game. Moral of the story: don't faking lie about military service, especially if you don't have any whatsoever. You can't bullshit an actual vet, and we will call you out on it, especially in public. Big Jenga. If you've never played, it's exactly what it sounds like, Jenga but with big pieces. I'm at a party for a charity function, and it's clear that I'm decently inebriated. One guy that's been playing and beating people all night challenges me to a game. Loser donates $100 to the charity. I've played Jenga as a kid, but never Big Jenga. But I'm super competitive. It's on point. This game goes on for a solid 20 minutes. I'm still drinking, nearly stumbling, and peeing every 5 minutes. Finally we get to the point where it's a dead end. There aren't any more pieces for me to choose from. Every row has at least one block gone, so essentially I'm forced to lose. I don't like that one bit. So I look at the bottom row, which is just the one block in the center everyone is watching, expecting me to fail and cough up the $100. Nope. I grab the bottom block and yank that sucker like a tablecloth with dishes on top. The stack just plunks on the table. It didn't fall over. I gloriously put the block on top and watch this jerk tumble this masterful tower in epic fashion. It was for charity, so he was okay with it, but damn it felt good to be a gangster. Nothing big. I picked up French when I was out of the country for a few years. I got fairly fluent in it as all I was doing abroad was talking to people. Fast forward to college. First day of class in conversational French. I sat at one of the 2 tables available. Only had 10 people in the class. Class hadn't started yet, so I was sitting quietly. These 2 girls are there chatting at my table, and this guy starts trying to talk to them. He says, "How do you 2 feel about this class?" They say something like, "Not sure." It's kind of nerve-wracking to have to speak French all the time. The guy goes, "Don't worry, you're with me. I'm easily the best speaker here. I spent 1 month in France this past summer with my cousin. I learned so much French. This class is probably going to be boring for me. At this point I'm just trying to mind my own business. It's definitely cringeworthy, but I haven't heard him speak. Maybe he really is fluent. Point eventually, they start just trying to talk back and forth and get him to speak in French. Point this dude is just butchering everything. Completely full of crap. His accent was terrible. Like hair-splittingly bad. Point example, Bokup, pronounced like Bobo and Arrow, and Kuboku, was Buku, like Pew but Bu, he. Pronounced silent letters at the end of sentences, to the point that I had a hard time figuring out what he was trying to say. Point the girls picked up on it and said things like I thought it was pronounced without the T at the end of it. For those of you who speak French, the word was ont, as in the conjugation of ils ont. He was adding an E to the end and pronouncing both the T and E, so it was like ont or phonetically aunt. The guy's answer is so ridiculous that I had to step in. Point he says it's the accent. People from Paris put the T on it because it makes it pop more. What? The fuck? Makes it pop more. So trying to be as nice as possible, I just turn and say, nah, you're not supposed to pronounce the T in that word. He turns to me and says the following, phonetically, oh really? Tu penses que sais beaucoup? Tu penses que tu sais beaucoup? Or you think that you know much? With horrendous grammar, I couldn't help it. I said oui, Jesus circon northeast prononce pas les dans le mot und quand on dit les phrases ils n'ont pas les livres. Yes, I'm sure we don't pronounce the T in the word on when we say the phrase ils n'ont pas les livres. Said it with the best accent I could manage. Point dude was flabbergasted. Girls were wide-eyed. Point he stumbled and said something like oh, haha yeah, I guess you're right. The guy ended up dropping the class after a few weeks when he realized he was extremely substandard in French. Nothing against him personally, but oh man, that was pretty bad. After college I couldn't find a job in my field right away, so I moved back home for a couple years. I wanted a paycheck before I went on a trip, so I picked up a job cooking at the restaurant I was working at. When I left, point this restaurant has a omelette buffet. We would chop up and have available 20 some odd ingredients for your omelette. We would make it in front of you in a pan, flipping the omelettes over in the pan without any utensils. Before I left for college it was all about the show and the tips. We would compete to see who could flip the most omelettes at once, or the trickiest flip. Side note, I used to win bets by flipping 4 720s, 2 pans in each hand. It went downhill quite a bit since then, and they didn't practice the show near as much. Point so this kid, well not really a kid, I knew him from high school. He was a punkus bully kid. Needless to say we never got along. He was doing this for a month or two when I showed up, so he thought he was good shit. Point the day went on with him harassing me. He wants to bet tips that he can flip better than me. I would just repeat the fact that he didn't want to do that. Well, it got busy towards the end when there were about 10 people in front of the table waiting for his to finish. He figures it's time and starts cooking up his egg. He is going to do this whether I recommend it or not. I just finished up the customers and sat down behind the table. His egg was about done when he asked if I was going to cook up some trick egg or not. I just said I wasn't worried. Well okay, he says. Here goes. He flips a 720. It lands nice and smooth in the pan. He smiles ear to ear as he turns around looking for approval. I stood up, grabbed his pan, and threw the egg in the air. Nonchalantly I turned around and caught the 1080 behind my back, just as smooth as can be. Without saying a word I set the pan back on the burner, grabbed the tip bowl, and walked away as the whole full room applauded at my showing. Point. That was an easy $100. Deployed to Iraq, but I'm a networking guy. I work down the hall in my own office, while the majority of people are in a larger room. They set up a CS server and I hear them playing. I ask them if they mind if I join, but ask if I can play them 7-on-1. We put it on Dust 2, and I buy a deagle. They take the tunnel. I run into them, 7 headshots, drop 7 bodies before they even hit me. Point. I ended up winning the game by a long ways because they had no idea I could hear them planning through the vents. He's in that room, left side. So I'd sneak on over to the right side and shoot them in the back too. Had some guy in the barracks who played ESPN NFL 2K 5 years and years after the servers were even online. I heard him talking about it, and he started talking some friendly shit about how he still plays, and he was ranked in the top 300 online back in the day and stuff. I told him I play with the Redskins and Vikings, who were average to below average on paper. I put the Vikings, put in their third string running back 84-0 by halftime. Then I explained to him I was #2 online and beat #1 multiple times, but he always did the drop glitch on me, so it wouldn't record. My record was like 450, 3.3. Some guy tried to hustle me at pool. I was an easy target. He got me to put $20 down if I got to break first. I'll never ever do this again, because I actually am horrible at pool, but I made every ball off the break. Rematch? He walked out. People will continuously challenge me to Super Smash Bros. 64 and tell me that they've been playing all year. Little did they know that I have been playing this game since the day it came out and still play at least a round a day. They pick Sea Falcon like they are hot sheet, and I pick Fox, and make it should be noted that I've upvoted every single person who's disagreed with me here, as far as I know. That said, in 7th grade, I took an SAT test without preparing for it at all. It was spur of the moment. I knew about it about an hour ahead of time and didn't do any research or anything. I scored higher on it than the average person using it to apply for college in my area. An IQ test has shown me to be in the 99.98th percentile for IQ. This is the highest result the test I was given reaches. Anything further and they'd consider it to be within the margin of error for that test. My mother's boyfriend of 8 years is an aerospace engineer who graduated Virginia Tech. At the age of 15, I understand physics better than him, and I owe very little of it to him, as he would rarely give me a decent explanation of anything. Just tell me that my ideas were wrong, and become aggravated with me for not quite understanding thermodynamics. He's not particularly successful as an engineer, but I've met lots of other engineers who aren't as good as me at physics, so I'm guessing that's not just a result of him being bad at it. I'm also pretty good at engineering. I don't have a degree, and other than physics I don't have a better understanding of any aspect of engineering than any actual engineer, but I have lots of ingenuity for inventing new things. For example, I independently invented regenerative brakes before finding out what they were, and I was only 7 or 8 years old when I started inventing wireless electricity solutions. My first idea being to use a powerful infrared laser to transmit energy, admittedly not the best plan. I have independently thought of basically every branch of philosophy I've come across. Every question of existentialism which I've seen discussed in SMBC or XKCD or Reddit or anywhere else, the thoughts haven't been new to me. Philosophy has pretty much gotten trivial for me. I've considered taking a philosophy course, just to see how easy it is. Psychology, I actually understand better than people with degrees. Unlike engineering, there's no aspect of psychology which I don't have a very good understanding of. I can debunk many of even Sigmund Freud's theories. I'm a good enough writer that I'm writing a book, and so far everybody who's read any of it has said it was really good and plausible to expect to have published. And that's not just, like, me and family members. That counts strangers on the internet. I've heard zero negative appraisal of it so far. People have critiqued it, but not insulted it. I don't know if that will suffice as evidence that I'm intelligent. I'm done with it, though, because I'd rather defend my maturity, since it's what you've spent the most time attacking. The following are some examples of my morals and ethical code. I believe firmly that everybody deserves a future. If we were to capture Hitler at the end of WWII, I would be against executing him. In fact, if we had any way of rehabilitating him, and knowing that he wasn't just faking it, I'd even support the concept of letting him go free. This is essentially because I think that whoever you are in the present is a separate entity from who you were in the past and who you are in the future, and while your present self should take responsibility for your past self's actions, it shouldn't be punished for them simply for the sake of punishment, especially if the present self regrets the actions of the past self and feels genuine guilt about them. I don't believe in judgment of people based on their personal choices, as long as those personal choices aren't harming others. I don't have any issue with any type of sexuality whatsoever, short of physically acting out necrophilia, pedophilia, or other acts which have a harmful effect on others, but I don't care what a person's fantasies consist of, as long as they recognize the difference between reality and fiction, and can separate them. I don't have any issue with anybody over what type of music they listen to, or clothes they wear, etc. I know that's not really an impressive moral, but it's unfortunately rare. A great many people, especially those my age, are judgmental about these things. I love everyone, even people I hate. I wish my worst enemies good fortune and happiness. Rick Perry is a vile piece of shit human being, deserving of zero respect, but I wish for him to change for the better and live the best life possible. I wish this for everyone. I'm pretty much a pacifist. I've taken a broken nose without fighting back or seeking retribution, because the guy stopped punching after that. The only time I'll fight back is if 1. The person attacking me shows no signs of stopping, and 2. If I don't attack, I'll come out worse than the other person will if I do. In other words, if fighting someone is going to end up being more harmful to them than just letting them go, will be to me, I don't fight back. I've therefore never had a reason to fight back against anyone in anything serious, because my ability to take pain has so far made it so that I'm never in a situation where I'll be worse off after a fight. If I'm not going to get any hospitalizing injuries, I really don't care. The only exception is if someone is going after my life. Even then, I'll do the minimum amount of harm to them that I possibly can in protecting myself. If someone points a gun at me and I can get out of it without harming them, I'd prefer to do that over killing them. I consider myself a feminist. I don't believe in enforced or uniform gender roles. They may happen naturally, but they should never be coerced into happening unnaturally. As in, the societal pressure for gender roles should really go, even if it'll turn out that the majority of relationships continue operating the same way of their own accord. I treat women with the same outlook I treat men, and never participate in the old Reddit women are crazy circle jerk, because there are multiple women out there, and each have different personalities just like there are multiple men out there, and each with different personalities. I don't think you do much of anything, except scare off the awesome women out there, by going on and on about the ones who aren't awesome. That doesn't mean I look for places to victimize women. I just don't believe it's fair to make generalizations such as the one about women acting like everything's okay, when it's really not. And that's a particularly harsh example, because all humans do that. I'm kind of tired of citing these examples, and I'm guessing you're getting tired of reading them, if you've even made it this far. In closing, the people who know me in real life will respect me, as do a great many people in the Reddit Brony community, where I spend most of my time, and where I'm pretty known for being helpful around the community. A lot of people in my segment of the community are depressed, or going through hard times, and I spend a lot of time giving advice and support to people there. Yesterday someone quoted a case of me doing this in a post asking everyone what their favorite motivational/inspirational quote was, and that comment was second to the top, so I guess other people agreed, though, granted, it was a pretty low traffic post, only about a dozen competing comments. And, I'm a pretty good moderator. All that, and I think your behavior in this thread was totally a churlish. So what do you think, now that you at least slightly know me? Not much of a challenge so much as just someone making an ass of themselves. I'm a college student who works driving a beer cart at a golf course over the summer to try and help my parents with tuition. The course I work at is in the same town as a nuclear reactor. I do real well with tips because I'm a busty, attractive, redhead in a predominantly Irish area. Well, one day I'm driving around at work and this group flags me down for some beers. They are chatting about the nuclear plant and what a toxic waste dump it is. They ask me, as a local, what I think about it, and I respond with how nuclear power is the future of energy and how I'm very pro-nuclear. One proceeded to tell me that I should stick to serving beers because there was clearly nothing going on in my head and that I didn't know what I was talking about, which was when I brought out my student ID that says I'm a nuclear engineering and mechanical engineering major and that I know exactly what I'm talking about. He turned bright red and quickly teed off and drove away. About 2 years ago there was a guy at my college on the same sport course as me, and he was a real dick at first. He'd act like your typical American tough guy, even though we were in England, and we're all English. I mean it when I say this, he was full of himself. Later on in the course he became okay, and ended up being bearable, just about. Now I'm the smallest person on the course. At the time I couldn't have been more than about 126 pounds. And this guy was quite big, and a big fan of playing rugby. He would boast to no end about how great he was at rugby. He'd even brag about his weight, saying that he was about 200 pounds when realistically he was more or less 160 points. So, when we were all using the school gym, we came across 2 pairs of boxing gloves. And he challenges me to a fight in the dance studio next door. It wasn't really a friendly gesture for a bit of a sparring session, more like a "I want to fight you, so I can hurt you" kind of request. A few of the other guys on the course were there, and they were really keen on seeing some action, so I accepted his offer. Now this guy had done rugby for a good few years, or so he said, and by his logic, that made him as hard as stone. Due to the fact that he always talked about himself, he never really asked me what I did as a sport, and just assumed I only played football. I had in fact been boxing for the past 2 years. I was never amazing in any way, and any boxer worth his salt would take me out with no problem, but this guy didn't know that, and just assumed that he would destroy me, because he was larger than me. It was an absolute walkover for me, and he made up some excuses that he had to leave after about a minute of me effortless jabbing him in the face. In my early 20s I bought a motorcycle. People call it a crotched rocket, but usually we called them sport bikes. Rode it around town, to bike nights, commuted, and on weekends hit the canyons. Canyon runs were fun, because you were out in the country with beautiful winding ribbons of asphalt to weave through. Many groups often met up at a mobile station that was located where these particular roads began, and we would all head up the canyon together, eat breakfast at a rural cafe, and then head back to the mobile to gas up and go about our business. Now something few people will be surprised about, a lot of motorcyclists are douchebag attention hoes, and the particular brand of douchebag attention hoes in question like to tear us up these canyons and treat them like a racetrack. This is hugely dangerous, as roads are not meant for that kind of speed, and these idiots took it to new levels of danger by crossing double yellow lines, passing cars on the shoulder, doing wheelies up hills, pushing into the mid-triple digit speeds on straights, and generally tossing safety out the window for themselves and anyone else on the road. I would typically ride in the back and assist anyone who was going slower, or unfortunately, anyone who crashed. It happened a lot more often than you'd expect. After a while I got known as the guy in back. The derision given to a slow rider was heaped on me. Jokes were made about my bike, because it was a measly 600cc bike vs the 1000cc liter bikes these douche nozzles rode. My leathers were old and worn, and 2-piece zipped together instead of the flash $2,500 Italian race replica leathers. Many times I was taken aside by one or another of these guys, and in a moment of empathy they'd explain that I needed to nut up and just twist the throttle a little more, and I'd get the hang of dragging me over the double yellow into a blind turn, or that I needed to show up and ride the canyons with them more. If I just showed up more, they'd help me not be a bussy anymore, and I would be able to keep up with them and ride at the front of the pack. Well, the reason I didn't show up as often as them was because most of my weekends were taken up by amateur racing and track days. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't pro or even top of the pile in the amateur ranks, but I was pretty fast. I knew my bike's limits and how far I could push them. Point lo and behold, one weekend the entire pack of idiots who would regularly blast past me in the canyons showed up to a track day I was at. FYI, track day is not a race, it's a practice day on a racetrack, where enthusiasts can come ride around for fun. It's safer than the street, and there's always an ambulance on site for prompt medical attention. Anyways, as luck would have it, my race bike was in pieces at home, because I was in the middle of an upgrade and just had my street bike with me this weekend for fun. They spotted me pretty quickly, and came over to say hi. Right away they presumed this was my first track day, and offered to take me out and show me the track, help me with lines, and hopefully I'd be able to nut up and not be riding around in last place out here. It still makes me laugh, because at this point I had been riding and racing on this track for 4 years. I knew every corner intimately. I knew where the bumps were, where you could overcook it into turn 2, drift way offline and fire it onto a completely different raceline than the normal track day riders took, knew where to brake for every turn, how much throttle I could give on every exit. I knew where I had to be gentle and roll on slow, and where I could stab the throttle, let the bike buck and dance, because it would work itself out, and I'd shave a few tenths. All that said, I'll let them take me out to show me lines. Which were completely wrong. They were going so slow that my tires weren't even up to a good temperature, but they would still nod their head aggressively every time they managed to pass someone. So I pulled up next to one of them and pointed forward enthusiastically, which they took to mean that it was time to really kick it and go fast. I managed to keep up with them while waving at all my favorite corner workers, sitting up straight in the saddle and reading the billboards on the side of the highway that went past the track. I gave them a few laps before I just had to blow their doors off. I set it up perfectly to pass all 5 of them around the outside in a big left-hand sweeper, knee on the ground, spinning up the rear tire and drifting it out a bit, just in time to stand it up and trail brake into the hairpin right, at which point I didn't see them again until I lapped them about 4 laps later. Had they cared to notice, they would have seen the lap timer attached to my bike. Following them around, they were more than 25 seconds a lap slower than my warm-up lap times. The disparity between street and track riders is quite huge. I ended up showing all of them better lines on the track that day. They improved their lap times by huge jumps, and within a year, most of them were racing and not tearing up the canyons anymore. Fun times. TLDR, motorcycle kids think they're hot shit on the road, but get put in their proper place on a racetrack. This will get buried, but w/e. I was a super nerd in middle school, not good at anything in the world. No sports, not particularly bright, nothing, except football. Now, a lot of people think they are good at this game. It's crazy, but I honestly really am good at it. So, I'm at camp one summer, and sitting around the game/cafeteria lodge. Lots of my friends asking me to play football with them. But I never play, because when I win, asshole guys are constantly challenging me, and I get tired of beating them, and I'm really not competitive. Well, this particular summer, there was a kid there that for some reason decided he hated me, and made it his mission that week to humiliate me. And it was working. I was pretty much physically abused every day the first 3 days. But there is a football tournament at camp this year, and this kid is running his mouth about how amazing he is, and how he's gonna win the $50 gift store prize. So, I go and put my name down on the list of participants, and the next day, lo and behold, the first 2 people to play in the tournament are me and Dickbag McFackface. It took me approximately 2 minutes to shut him down 10-0. I didn't say a word. Just watch the kid walk away as all the staff and the rest of the participants look at me like I just fist faked the kid. I proceeded to win the tournament, and after I won, all the counselors played me just to see if they could win. Most of them figured they could beat a little 14-year-old no problem. I never lost a game that whole week. Felt good. I'm not an expert, but I'm fairly good at chess. I'll watch games on YouTube, play chess tactics, and learn some stuff about theory. More of a hobby, but I've been at it for a while. Now the thing about chess is that for people who don't frequently play it, being good at chess is supposed to reflect how intelligent you are. It's not, by the way. So one day I'm at a coffee shop with some people, and this one artsy kid in our group, who thought he was a genius, is playing a few games with some locals. He tears through them and is being smug and kind of a dick. I decide to play him. He asks me if I play a lot, and I lie and say I'm just okay. At this point he's already got a sheet grin on his face, and all his last challengers are watching. Now, I watched him play before, and he was pretty bad. Hanging pieces, missing tactics, double moving pieces in early game, etc. So I just played bullet chess against him. He would take minutes contemplating a move, and I would just look at the board for a few seconds and move. I crushed him. I specifically made the game last longer, just so I could gobble up more and more pieces. His expression was priceless. His entire self-identity was crumbling around him, because he thought he was too smart to lose so badly. That was a great day. I used to play Street Fighter religiously from ages 8 to 22. I'm talking 4 hours a day training. At one point I was beating people in their 20s when I was 12. Fast forward to me being 23 and working at Best Buy. Our Geek Squad manager always talked shit about how good he was at video games. One day he asks if I play fighting games and I say, yeah, I'm decent at Street Fighter. Of course, he turns my decent into trash and begins to mock my then hidden prowess. He challenges me to play and says that he'll invite both of our departments to his place to watch, roughly 18 to 20 people. I accept and then ask him to raise the stakes. I say, let's play 4 paychecks. Now he made a good $6/HR more than me, so this was looking mighty sweet. Did I know if I could beat him? No, but most people who brag about cheat aren't really that great. He cautiously agrees, and we play a best out of 5 the next weekend at his apartment. I was scared, but once the first round began, I saw how amateur he really was. Button mashing, no blocking whatsoever, and telegraph moves gave me the easy win 3-2-0. He was devastated. His girlfriend laughed at him, his employees laughed at him, and he wouldn't talk to me for a week. I'm an avid sport bike rider, have been since I could get my hands on one at 17 years old. There is a very popular twisty section of road nearby. 15 miles per hour hairpins, elevation changes, like a paved tree-lined roller coaster. I have lived within 10 minutes of that road since I got a bike 11 years ago, so I've been up and down it countless times. One day I'm at an auto store nearby. A buddy of mine works there and is chatting with a guy who's ridden up on a brand spanking new 1000cc sport bike. At the time, I still had my first bike, a capable 650cc twin that is light, but makes about a third the horsepower of this guy's new toy. He's talking up how fast his bike is, explaining his time down the famous local road. I've never actually timed myself down this road, but no one I've ridden with has ever kept up with me. When I'm pushing point I don't really ride to be faster than someone else. I just enjoy continually improving and being in complete control. Everyone posting in this thread will know it's a fantastic feeling when you just nail it. Riding a bike fast has the added aspect of putting you perilously close, breaking yourself in half, which is exciting. This douche nozzle with the litter bike, however, was in it to look cool and talk about how fast he was in auto parts stores anyway. Being a rider also, my buddy suggests me in this gloating punk race. It takes a bit of convincing, and mostly this guy scoffing at how hilariously slow my bike is compared to his, but I agree. I tell him I'll wait for him at the end and he laughs. We set off towards the road and the douche nozzle takes off, weaving through traffic, and generally riding like an idiot. I catch up with him a few minutes later at the beginning of the road. He counts down and of course takes off down the first straight, vanishing as my girl bike struggles to keep up. Point it takes about a minute for me to catch up to him. I get as close to his tail as I feel comfortable and follow him for a while. His form is laughable. Lots of guys that buy 160 HP litter bikes are basically terrified of them because they accelerate at a tremendous rate and they simply lack the skill to control it. It was pretty clear to me after following him for a bit that this guy was in that category. He was trundling along in a high gear, making a ton of noise, but not really using it to its potential. Point I decide to make a point. There's a blind 30 miles per hour marked corner, and as you approach it over our eyes you can see what's beyond it. Clear. No oncoming traffic. I drop a couple gears and proceed to pass this guy at about double his speed on the outside of the corner. As I passed and slipped in front, my foot peg touched the ground and shot some sparks behind. I probably looked like a madman to him. I pulled away within a few corners. I slowed it down a bit and made my way to the end of the road, which ends in a T intersection with a small deserted business parking lot. I pulled in and waited for him. Took a while, but as he approached I waved. He turned, didn't make eye contact and took off. Never saw that guy again. Me and my buddy had a good laugh about it. The history of Nintendo. I spent quite a bit of time researching its history a few years back. They got Nintendo's history confused with Activision's. Nintendo began in the autumn of 1889 as a manufacturer of Hanafuda cards, a Japanese card game. It was created by Fusajiro Yamauchi. Years later, they release an arcade game called Radarscope. It was a success in Japan, but flopped in America. In an attempt to make a game that sold well worldwide, Hiroshi Yamauchi hired his friend's son, Shigeru Miyamoto, to come up with a game. Being a fan of cartoons, Miyamoto wanted to make a game about Poppy. Because they couldn't get the rights, he changed the characters. Jumpman, Mario, was Poppy, Pauline was Olive Oil, and Donkey Kong was Bluto. Activision was founded by ex-Atari employees David Crane, Bob Whitehead, Alan Miller, and Larry Kaplan. They were upset at how the large amount of work they put into games, way more than anyone else, was for a meager salary of $30K a year, while Atari got over $50 million. They left and founded Activision. Then in 1982 they took Atari to court to make the 2600 console open to any third-party games as official 2600 games. This was one of the many things that led to the market crash of 1983. My dad put me in competitive Shotokan at age 4, wrestling at age 11, and boxing a few years later. I've never been the greatest at any of these, but I was fairly competitive at a national level in wrestling and boxing/kickboxing/jiu-jitsu, which I picked up in college because we had no wrestling team, were always pretty fun for me. Fast forward a few years to when my drunken buddies are boxing at a party in one, if my other buddy's backyard. A group is watching. I'm not into it, but they tell me to box with this one guy who is literally enormous. Thinking it was a low-key friendly sparring session, I promptly slip a haymaker that he intended for my face, at which point I realize he's just trying to knock the shit out of me to make himself look cool at this party. So I sock him up. Nothing too crazy, but definitely let him know I was there. Realizing he wasn't getting anywhere boxing, he said, "Fuck this bro, let's wrestle, no holds barred." Yup. He said no holds barred, like in an 80s movie. Lol. Wrestling for over a decade made it pretty natural for me, and I ended up breaking his collarbone because his body just wasn't used to the stress. From referee's position I rolled him onto his shoulder and it exploded. Anyways, TLDR. Spent a good chunk of childhood wrestling/boxing, schooled an aggro bro who had 6 inches and 150 plus lb on me at a party. My dad and I play bags for fun. There are a ton of other names for it, but it's just the lawn game you play with 2 boards with a hole in it. You throw bean bags at the board and get 3 PTS if you make it in the hole, and 1 pints if you make it stick to the board. We played it at grad parties and stuff all the time. So we entered the local tournament at the VFW and went with a bunch of my baseball buddies, their dads, to have a good time and hang out for a few hours. Anyways, our first opponents are the tough guy Joe sunglasses and bro tank types, probably around 30. Just general douches. They made some jokes about us being gay together and whatnot. I'm pretty easygoing, so I'm not phased. Long story short, we skunked them. Normal games play to 21, but if you're up 13-0 you win automatically. My dad hit a triple ringer, and I had a double +1, and we ended up winning 15-0 after the first 3 rounds. The guys made some comment about not practicing yet, whatever, it was double LM, so we ended up winning like 8 more games, and apparently they were right and hadn't had their practice yet, because they ended up reaching us in the finals. We won that game 21-2. Walking out, my dad taunted them by dry humping the trophy. It was the first time I saw him act like that. Yeah, he was my hero that day. I was floating a river in college with a few friends. We were all swimmers or polo players. Well, all of the guys decided to wear speedos. Well, after a while we catch up to a few guys anchored up. Gym trolling frat guys. All I remember is them saying something stupid to my girlfriend. Something about giving her a beer to flash them. She was pretty reserved and offended. I mumbled something because I was pretty hammered, and they responded with "got something to say?" I got off my tube in pretty deep water and told them to come out here so they can hear me better. 3 dudes came out, 1 big guy and 2 average dudes. They had to swim about 15 yards to me, and they are bobbing up and down. I grabbed one and held him underwater and just started swinging on the other 2. I only hit 1 guy once, but I think they realized they barked up the wrong tree and begged me to let their buddy go. He was gagging so hard. May have been a dick move, but it turned the girlfriend on so much that we stopped a bit further up and explored a farm field. At my sister's uni freshers fair, a senior student was offering guitar lessons. He was sat there with an electric guitar and small amp, and playing a little when no one was approaching him. I was interested as my sister was looking to start lessons that year, and unfortunately I couldn't give her lessons due to living halfway across the country from her uni. So I went up to him to ask him about his experience, and mentioned I played a little, but wasn't able to teach my sister. A small group of people were lined up behind me, and he handed me the guitar, and said, "Show me what you've got." So I played a couple of chords, just to check the tuning, and he immediately started critiquing my technique, and telling me I'm holding the plectrum wrong. Bearing in mind I'm 19, and have been playing since I was 6, I then began playing Cliffs of Dover, Eric Johnson, and his face went completely blank. After about a minute or so, he switched off the amp, and said he has to go elsewhere, and packed up. He was so arrogant, it felt so good to wipe the smirk off of his face. I went to Definition Con a couple years ago. For those that don't know, Definition Con is an annual convention in Las Vegas which is loosely based around hacking and computer security and other fringe cyber world stuff. I know jack squat about computers other than point/click, but a buddy of mine was into it, so we went, because it was an excuse to get away from work for a couple of days and drive to Vegas. At the convention, they had a room with a panel and a little booth, and they were calling businesses and trying to get them to give up sensitive information like passwords, email addresses, employee info, etc. by pretending to be it guys or managers of other stores and stuff like that. It was literally a game with points and stuff. At the time, I owned a business, a restaurant. A few weeks after I returned from Las Vegas, I received a strange call. Someone was asking me questions and pretending to be my IT staff that was working on my website. I didn't have IT staff or a website, so I just went along with it for a bit, acting like I was a counter employee and giving little tidbits of bullshit while acting like I didn't know much. The guy did his whole act pretty well, and as he was asking for a few pieces of particularly sensitive information, I finally said, very calmly, one secretary. I have a question. How was Definition Con? At the other end of the line was a second of silence, and then all of a sudden, I hear, "Oh, fuck." And he hung up the phone. I enjoyed that one even though I wasn't an expert or anything. It was purely a fluke that I even knew what he was doing. Yep, about 3 to 4 weeks ago. I was in the school library just printing a copy of a paper I'm the main author of. It was the final draft before sending it for publication, so I was looking for any mistake and or typo, and a copy of what I had up to then of my BS thesis. Had to hand in a quasi-progress report. As I was reading the paper and had my thesis on the table, showing some nasty ass equations, some young punk ass guy came up to me to chit chat. Clearly drawn in by the monster equations I was reading, and that were visible on my thesis. I entertained him with a quizzical if slightly miffed look. He started telling me all about how he was really good at math, and how equations were so easy for him. "What semester are you in?" I said. "Second." "Oh. So what are you? Physics engineering?" He rudely cut in. "Shit, you must know so much." "Yeah, you know not everyone has the mental capacity to do what I do." Beats me, man. I'm here doing a friend a favor. Apparently Kruno is hot sheet. He's the main author. He's a faking undergrad and this is some hardcore shit. I can't understand any of this. Oh sorry, Kruno is my friend. But maybe you can explain this sheet. I'd just really like to know what my bud is up to. You bet. Let's see. He took the paper and I also handed him my thesis. 30 seconds later he had a bullshit explanation. He told me all sorts of nonsense, but I nodded and let him speak for like 15 minutes. After which I started explaining what I had understood, which was the real explanation, which he readily dismissed as not mathematically sound, at which point he asked me what I studied. I said chemistry and he just went, "Oh, that's why." At that point I was going to be running late soon, so I stealthily took out my student ID with picture and put it on the desk where we'd set up shop. I left and walked a couple of paces before I turned and said, "Sheet my ID." "Hear it?" He cut off mid-sentence as he took a closer look at the picture and name. "What? Your blank stare." I took my ID. "Thanks man, can't be losing my ID, so close to graduation date." turned around and walked out. Met my 11, almost 12-year-old cousin a few years back. I asked her about her hobbies and she proceeded to tell me all about her dancing. She boasted that her friends call her Gumby for how flexible she is. I mentioned that my friends call me Gumby as well, nicknamed this by my dance company. I'm very bendy even by professional dance standards, but not quite a contortionist. She looks at me like my pants are on fire and smugly demands a flexibility contest. I happily obliged and let her to first, trying hard not to point out her technique errors and cheats, that is letting bottom leg bend, to get top leg closer to face, pulling your head to your leg vs pulling your leg to your body. I then take the floor and begin my very easy warm up stretching, before sliding down in the splits, rotating those straddle, into the other side splits, back to straddle to then slide forward onto my stomach into frog position, never letting my legs leave the floor or my hands help touch the ground. Continued with a few more stretches standing upright, finishing with an elbow to toe touch, just merely folding in half, and touching my toes, does nothing to stretch me anymore. It completely blew her mind. How many adults can best a kid prior to puberty inflexibility? Professional dancer with 20 years of dance practice FTW. Instantly became her favorite aunt and dancing role model. Not me. I'm not an expert in anything useful, but a mate of mine is fluent in Norwegian. We're Australian, but his girlfriend is Norwegian. We had 2 Norwegian exchange students at our university residence, one of whom was a good friend and the other, to put it nicely, a bit of a tosser. Bloke sits down at dinner one night and starts up a conversation with our friend, in Norwegian, because he's a tosser. After a few minutes of simple small talk, he starts mouthing off about the university, Australians in general and a couple of people at the table specifically. Nothing that would get his head knocked in, but definitely the kind of shit he wouldn't say, unless he was confident he wasn't going to be understood. So my mate just sits there, smiling into his food, and when he's finished stands up, grabs his tray, looks straight at tosser bloke and rattles off 2 or 3 quick statements in Norwegian, enough to prove that, yeah, he understood every word point. Although I can't recall direct translations of what went on, I have yet to see a person go from arrogant bastard to fearful child in less time. All glory to the secretly bilingual. Many years ago I was in a DDR tournament with an unusual rule. For a match between A and B, first A challenges B to a song. B then picks the options. Both players play A song with B's options. Then the roles are reversed for a second song. Higher total score across the 2 songs wins the match. 1 round my opponent challenged me to my absolute favorite song in the entire history of DDR. I know the song, the lyrics, and most importantly the entire expert step chart by heart. All 326 arrows of it. So I picked the most ridiculous tournament legal options I could without modifying the step chart. 3x, scroll speed, boost, arrows start slow and accelerate hidden, arrows become invisible halfway up the screen dark, the grey target arrows at the top of the screen become invisible point reverse, the entire UI is flipped vertically pointed made the arrows nearly unreadable, but it was still tournament legal, since they weren't completely unreadable. I played from memory, my opponent gave up, and stopped playing less than 30 seconds into the song. Needless to say, I won that match by a landslide. I'm a 5 feet 2 inch chick that trained in Muay Thai for about 3 years prior to dislocating my patella and seeking something lower impact. I was once at a sports bar and I was looking at one of those arcade machines with the punching bag that rates the level of your punch or whatever. So this guy comes over and starts chatting me up and asks if I want to see how hard I can hit it. He is over 6 foot and really had this macho type attitude about him. I said sure. We take turns. He swings first, it goes to like 250 on the score. I swing next, and get over 300. He seems kind of amused. He swings again, and lets out a grunt. It hits around 350. I swing again, and it goes over 400. He is turning a little red. He takes a step back and really leans into the punch. 500 plus. He seemed really pleased. I complimented him, and said that was really great. I take my Muay Thai stance, get a solid pivot on my hips and feet, bam 640. I jump and clap in the most little girl way possible. He goes, what the fuck just happened? And walked away defeated. I'm a certified scuba diver, have been for ages, and my family runs one of the country's biggest dive companies. I was sitting in some weight room reading a dive magazine subscription and an older guy, I'm female, comes up to me. Hi, hon. Thinking of getting certified? Actually, I'm certified, and I'm going for my instructors. At this point I could tell he was going in his head a female instructor? No, not possible. Are you sure? Who are you certified with? Who's your instructor? How long have you been diving? Yes, I'm sure. I'm certified with, my instructor was, and I've been diving for nearly 12 years. Keep in mind, the names I listed are well known, as I was certified with some relatively famous folks. Oh, well then, you probably need a refresher course. Because apparently I'm incapable of remembering how to dive. No thank you. Hon, there's no way you could go for instructor without a refresher. Yes, there is. And if you know so much, where and when were you certified? Under what company? And who's your instructor? I was certified in the Bahamas last year with the Discover Scuba course with the resort company. By this point I'm internally gagging. I know who he's talking about. And they are awful. I can dive to 75 feet and my instructor I don't remember. Then what reason do you have to tell me what to do? You're a woman. The instructor said women aren't good divers. I wanted to strangle him. I hate the instructors who do that. Yes, I know how to put together my equipment and I've got better certifications than you, and I'm not even an instructor yet. It drives me nuts. My mom almost died 20 years ago because the dive master messed with her gear under the pretense of helping her with the velcro on her wetsuit, just as she did her entry into 10-foot swells in the North Atlantic. He pretty much turned off her air and nearly broke her gauges in second stage and unhooked her BC, meaning she sunk. As soon as she hit the water it wasn't her fault, because he did it while she was sweeted up. She thought he was doing the velcro on her suit. Great. Good for you, sir. But when you nearly die underwater, because you got a bad certification, call my company. I don't need a refresher, you do. I'm a bit late with this one, but I thought I'd give it a go. So I have this one friend who likes to challenge me to things, because he usually wins. This time he faked up. He challenged me to a snowboarding race at my local hill, which I instruct snowboarding at. I've been snowboarding at that same hill for over 8 years. So we are at the top of the hill and we are ready to go. I got a great idea of pulling out my Rubik's Cube that I used to kill time on the lift. I show him the scrambled cube, and he looks at me puzzled, no pun intended. Okay, maybe just a little. I do the countdown holding the cube in my hands and we start the race. As we were racing down the hill I start solving the Rubik's Cube, while speeding down the hill avoiding people along the way. I finished solving the cube as we got to the bottom of the hill. When my friend finally got to the bottom I tossed him the cube, and said looks like I win this time. Then got on the lift. This was probably the most baddest thing I've ever done. My friend challenged our group of friends to a video game competition 1 hour. Whoever can get furthest in the game is the winner for all glory. We were playing on emulators on PC, so everyone had a copy of the game. I was expecting to lose big time, because I generally suck at video games. But the secret game we had to play, Donkey Kong Country Point now. Back in the 90s I had a SNES, and I got DKC for Christmas one year. I played that miserable game for hours, dying to every stupid bad guy, and failing at one particular level again, and again, and again. Minecart carnage. This game was my white whale, and 9-year-old me eventually found every single trick and workaround in the game point we got started, and I knew the cheat code to get 50 lives right off the bat. I used that, and worked my way through the first levels. At the end of an hour, I was on the 4th world, dying to random buzzards and barrels, and the rest of the players were still stuck on the 2nd world, dying endlessly in minecart carnage. I've never lost a bout of finger jousting. I told people I take it very seriously, and people have gotten hurt. My ex's sister was known as a pretty good finger jouster at her summer camp. I got to her camp and everyone was cheering her on. I mentioned that I like finger jousting, and suddenly it was like I was thrust into the Thunderdome. All of her fans from camp were chanting her name as they gathered around us. We clasped hands and she nodded that she was ready. I told her that I had never lost and that sometimes people get hurt. She laughed it off and the crowd counted us down. I knew from watching her prior bouts that she would come strong immediately. So I dropped to my knee and twisted her wrist. As soon as she thrust, she flipped through the air with a look of pure terror on her face. I knew the best thing for her would be to let go of my hand, but in the game of finger jousting, that is admitting defeat. Terror became pain as she landed hard on her back with a dislocated shoulder. I took a step back and poked her nose. My ex was pissed. My ex's sister was impressed. When Super Smash Bros. For the 3DS came out, I was super excited. A few friends planned on getting it as well, but I got it on the day of release. I was playing every day, online and against the hardest CPUs I could face. Pretty soon, I figured I was doing well. Enters this guy John. John is a dick and likes to brag and say he could beat our ass, at least until you get in his face and challenge him. However, he would never drop the idea he was the best Smash player in the world. So I take my favorite of my two co-mains, Lucina, and he picks Captain Falcon, my other co-main. I knew just how to fight him, which gave me more of an advantage than experience did. So he proceeds to rush me. I roll around him and punish with a side B combo, and he gives me this look like I just murdered his mother and he would kill me for vengeance. "You're cheating," he claimed, pointing out the fact that he can't roll in his game. After showing him how, that's all he did the entire game, until we hit a sudden death point again. He rushes me and rolls behind me. He starts up the all too famous Falcon Punch, and I just stand there, waiting. And then, a down B, a counter move from me. He almost threw his system across the room in anger as I'm just laughing my ass off. He hasn't spoken to me about Smash since. When I was younger I used to go to this summer camp every year. The camp was divided into a boys camp and a girls camp and we would have competitions every year. Well, one of the most intense rivalries was in archery and reflurry. At least at our camp, the girls dominated us almost every year in usually both competitions because they were just naturally better shots. And that's saying something considering our camp had a number of Russians. It's like shooting guns is part of Russian DNA. Many of them had their NRA experts and were working on their experts with their non-dominant hand. So for us to be dominated so often by the girls is saying something. Well, this year I was dead set on getting on the archery team. It's all I did all season. Tryouts came up and I did fairly well, but didn't expect to make the team. To my surprise I was the last person called. Literally the weakest shooter. Well, the problem was that now I had to perform. The expectations were high. The stress was immense for a 13-year-old. Everyone else on the team were naturally talented. I was just okay. So at first I was awful. The pressure got to me and I could not hit anything. It kept me up at night. I was so worried. Well, something happened. I achieved archery zen. To this day I can't explain why it happened. It's like every arrow I shot, I knew where it was going to go before I shot it. I started making the highest scores on the team. Well, the competition came around and the girls knew who was good on our team and were aware of how bad I had been doing before. They paired me up with their weakest shooter and the assumption was that she would easily defeat me. They came out very confident and thought this year would be like every other year. Nope. We destroyed them. I personally shot the best score of either team. I dominated the girl next to me so badly she started missing all her shots, which made her cry. They swapped her out with their best shooter and still she couldn't beat me. Interestingly enough, the zen went away soon after. I was still a good shot, but nowhere near as effective as I was during the competition. I guess the stress of needing to perform forced me to get in the zone. Funny what a 13-year-old gets worked up over. Anyways, our team never lost in the 2 or 3 years we held the competition and we were campers. And we continued the streak when I was the archery counselor and ran the team. I still remember those girls' tears. It was like validation that the hard work had paid off. Not an expert, but I'm pretty good at arm wrestling. I'm a skinny dude, the kind of body type where everyone assumes you're just weak as hell and you wish you could gain weight, even if it's just fat. Anyway, it makes you an easy target for big guys to look tough. At a Halloween party, these guys were talking about arm wrestling, and of course I was drinking the most masculine drink possible for the conversation. Apple cider. I tried joining in on the conversation and was immediately cut off, like me and you right now. Dude was huge, his hand practically engulfed mine. Once we started I just tried to keep my arm in place to gauge his strength. Waited a couple seconds, then with all my might pinned him in about 10 seconds to everyone's amazement. That's all I got though. That takes literally all my strength in one burst to win against someone that big. So the next guy called me out immediately after, and I just didn't have much left to win, and I was beginning to worry to the tendon in my arm would burst, so I lost that match. Doesn't matter, my point was made. In college, I hosted a radio show that, among other things, focused on alt country, one of my favorite genres. While I don't claim to be an expert on it, I do probably know more than most about an otherwise obscure subgenre of music. I was also on rag in my dorm. One of my residents had an out-of-town guest for the weekend, her sort of boyfriend, I guess, who, when he heard the campus station playing Jesus, etc., claimed to be Wilco's biggest fan. You see, Yankee Hotel Foxtrot had just come out, which was sort of the band's transition from alt country / country rock to full on alternative. Hoping to hear his thoughts on the band's gradual transition from alt country to alternative, I asked him, "What's your favorite album?" Again, this was late 2002. YHF had been released in stores about 6 months earlier and was streamed on Wilco's website about a year earlier. He said, "Dude, Yankee Foxtrot Hotel. He didn't even get the name right, is their only album. These guys are the hot new thing." I told him about AM and Being There and Summerteeth. He looked at me like I was speaking Latin. Then I explained the split of Uncle Tupelo into 2 or 3 different bands, depending on who's counting, and whether you consider the Bottle Rockets' Brian Henman to have been an actual member of Uncle Tupelo, and how Wilco came from that, and while the other 2 bands with former Uncle Tupelo folks had, at the time, stuck mostly to alt country, Wilco had gradually become a band better classified as adult alternative. At that point, his girlfriend, my resident, said, "Fatman Jagin does a show about this stuff at the radio station. He knows what he's talking about." I then offered to burn him some copies of Wilco, Uncle Tupelo, Sunvolt, and Bottle Rockets CDs for his drive back home. So, I wasn't a dick about it or anything. Instead, I shared my appreciation for a band and its predecessors / influences with someone else. I play Yu-Gi-Oh on a very competitive level, and I'm pretty good at it. However, I'm a few years younger, 17, than most of the competitive scene, 21. Generally the people my age either play something terrible or have a good deck their parents paid for, but suck at playing it. Every time I go on vacation and have free time I try to find a local tournament I can kill some time at. It's cool to meet new people and play against brand new people instead of my hometown community. Last time I got to the store right as the tournament started, and I was playing against this guy who was going on and on about how he's the best in the store and I should watch carefully so I could learn something. I watched his opening move and counted 3 mistakes. I then proceeded to destroy him in one turn, taking advantage of my misplays. The second game of the match went roughly the same. I politely offered him a handshake, which he declined, declaring that I was just a lucky scrub. I proceeded to win the whole tournament completely undefeated. I was hanging out with a few friends playing Magic, having a few drinks, and all around having a pretty chill night, when another friend shows up with somebody he knows. We'll call him Dudabra. He settles in with a beverage and joins the conversation, which eventually turns to classic second platformers. He starts going on about how he's the best at Yoshi's Island, after I mentioned I was trying to get better at the game. My friends knew at the time that I speedrun the game and stayed quiet. He starts saying he could offer me advice, and after more boasting a buddy loads up an emulator and throws him the controller. He says time me and beats World 1 in like 50 minutes. He did get 100%, but didn't do the special extra level you unlock. He wasn't bad. He just wasn't a speedrunner. He says bet you $20 you can't beat that, and throws me the controller. I grab the controller and dominate his time with a 25-minute first world run including the bonus stage. Compared to people who run the game for world records I'm terrible, but compared to people like him, no contest. He left the party soon after throwing a wadded up 20 in my face. Once upon a time my best friend was trying to hook up with a girl that was very much into rock and all its subgenres. My friend knows almost nothing about rock and is strictly a rap, hip hop, and EDM kinda guy. I on the other hand love everything about rock and roll including its history. So he comes to me asking for a bunch of facts about bands, things any rock fan would know, key albums to mention, etc. I gladly typed out a massive multiple page paper that included everything he'd need to know to impress this girl. In hindsight I probably could have made it much shorter, but he was ecstatic about it anyways, because it ended up working for him. A few hours later I get a text from him thanking me for taking the time to type up that paper and telling me how impressed she was with his rock knowledge, but he also mentioned that I got something wrong. Now I know there was nothing wrong in that paper. I proofread that thing twice just to make sure. Apparently he had shown my paper to a buddy of his who quickly informed my best friend that I was an idiot because Nirvana only ever had 2 albums. Their first was Nevermind and their last was In Utero. There's no album called Bleach or Incesticide. Also /DC only ever had 1 singer not 3. As you can imagine I was furious. I quickly went to work on another paper where I cited several credible sources, and I essentially tore this guy a new asshole. When I was finished I sent it to my best friend with the message, "Sorry but your friend is the idiot here man. Show him this." Apparently after reading it this guy got red in the face, walked out of my friend's room, and didn't talk to him for a week. My mother was begin to playing badminton, so as such my brother and I were usually dragged along as well from a very young age. Fast forward 15 years, and I'm across the pond, Ireland to England, to go to uni. Decided to join the badminton club, because I want to meet new people and it's something I know. First session, I turn up with cheapest racket I could find on short notice. Chat with some people waiting for it to start, then the team arrives. Kitted out in pro badminton attire, 150 pounds Yonex rackets and the like, line up all the newbies, and start pairing people up, to see who the best is. I'm not really the competitive type, play for fun. So one of the courts has a guy in try hard mode, smashing every shot, talking a bit of smack. Its winner stays on, so eventually I get paired up against him. As I said earlier my brother, who is older, and I played a lot, and he was very good at smash shots, and as such I got very good at returning smash shots with cheeky drop shots right at the net point. So I set this guy up for smashes the entire match, and return each one right at the net. Never moving more than 2 steps. Guy gets mad, storms out, never see him again. Fun times. My buddy and I went out to kick around the soccer ball. I used to be a baller back in my day. Now I'm fat, hairy and white as all hell. I was 28 at the time and this beautiful younger woman was doing some drills on her own. Her drills changed into juggling. She wasn't very good. I went over to her and asked her if she wanted some help. She quickly dismissed me. My shirt was off. It was not flattering. I continued and asked her why she was trying to juggle so much. Turns out she was a junior at college, and every year they have a fitness test at their college and she always failed the juggling. I said, "Here, come hang out with us, I'll help you out." She looked suspicious. I said, "Okay fine, if I juggle the ball 100 times in a row without dropping it, you come play with us, and I'll help you become a better juggler. If I don't, you name the punishment." She obviously agreed, and I nailed the 100 as my friend started badgering me from a distance about being a show-off. I've never seen a jaw drop so hard with such a large smile to follow. She came and played, and we got her up to her goal a few times, like 50 in a row or something, and I've never seen her since. I've told this story before, but here goes. Years ago I worked as a shipper/receiver for a bookstore in downtown Toronto, right when the musical Cats had hit the city. The musical is based on T.S. Eliot's doggerel poems he sent to his nephew godchildren in letters. I'd just finished a year of high school in which we studied T.S. Eliot. I had memorized a few pages of his 4 quartets, because I loved the poem. So I'm finished my work in the back of the store for the day, and ask the manager what he wants me to do. Grab a vest, and go help people out front. Okay, so I do so, and notice one well-dressed, rich, very rich, woman hovering uncertainly about the literature section. Slightly unkempt me, dust in the beard, ECT, goes over and asks if there's anything I can do to help. She rakes me with her eyes, top to bottom, and then says in an extremely condescending voice, "I hardly think you know who T.S. Eliot is." I respond with the first 10 or so stanzas from the Four Quartets, then say that's Eliot's Four Quartets, but you're probably looking for Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. It's right there, and I point behind her to the shelf, where it's prominently displayed. She blinks, turns, and gets the Old Possums and leaves. One of my workmates at the time was standing a section away, and the rising incredulous smile and suffused joy on her face were more than worth it. Also, I'm an archaeologist, and talking to people who watch the History Channel is always fun. Aliens? No, that would be wrong. I have had students challenge me to pool games in our school rec room. When I first came to teach here, I ended up playing one of the better students who likes to smack talk apparently. Now at this point I hadn't played pool in a few years, so I was a bit rusty on cut shots and whatnot, but it was only an adjustment or two needed to get back to decent playing for me. So I was kind of hitting the balls around for a few shots, missing cut shots, and getting my English halfway correct. The student starts smack talking. When I got my shot again I had 5 balls left, and he had 3. I ended up running it for 5 shots, and dropped the 8 ball as called. So he wanted a rematch. So we played again. I missed a total of 2 shots, and won with him still having balls on the table. He declares I'm not leaving until I win a game. We ended up playing 6 games and he finally won 1. I scratched on the 8 ball, and he didn't spot it, even though I had spotted him before. Anymore the student smack talks, but when I'm there playing pool he's always got something else to do, or is about to play ping pong, or is about to leave bussy. I've got a few. I'm a huge geek, but not many people know that too well. So when someone challenged me to a game of nerdy Trivial Pursuit, they expected to win pretty easily. A bit later, they were almost crying as I beat them sorely. Another time, I was challenged to an archery contest. That was even better, as I practice almost daily. My favorite though, was a race. One of my friends who runs track wanted to race me, because I had beaten him in a video game. So, we set up a course. It's a lap around the school track, then around the school building, then to the middle school and back. It's about a mile of running, and he felt pretty confident, as I'm kind of a skinny little twig guy who does not look strong or fast, and I don't show that I actually am. I also neglected to mention to him that I ran track and cross country for 3 years, where I did very well, and went for a 4-mile run every couple days. So our friend we nominated ref tweets his little whistle, and we're off. I keep pace with him for the lap around the track, hanging behind a bit to build his confidence. Then, as we're getting to the school, I tear away, flying way ahead, and leaving him in the dust. I finished my lap around the school, and was coming back from the middle school, when I saw him again, looking a little miffed. It was Battle of the Bands back in high school. Music always came naturally to me while growing up. I first began playing the cello in my middle school's orchestra, and then switched to the upright bass in my sophomore year in high school, mainly because that's when I started to play the bass guitar. I also goofed off with a guitar, and began teaching myself how to play and read music in my senior year. I had joined a band the summer before my senior year. We had practice twice a week. We covered other songs from bands that we each had an interest in, as well as wrote our own songs. We even recorded a few albums, one of which was at a professional studio. I even went to school on a music scholarship. Even though I haven't played for a while now, I'd feel confident enough to play something if I picked up a guitar/bass again. So Battle of the Bands rolls around, and we want to enter, along with several other bands. The competition was tough, and we had our work cut out for us if we were going to place in the top 3. There was a lot of smack talk between all the bands. Guess which band got the most sheet? Yep, you guessed it, us. I had gotten a lot of smack/sheet talk directly to my face from this one guy who was a drummer in one of the other bands. We'll call him Ass Biscuit. Now Ass Biscuit was this tall gangly guy who was an okay drummer. He could keep a beat and all, but didn't have any licks like our drummer had. Either way, for some odd reason he targeted me. He decided the best man won at Battle of the Bands. I paid no attention to him. I was just focused on having fun, playing really well, and ready to blow people away point. So we set up in the gymnasium the final day, and Ass Biscuit won't shut the fuck up. He even got a few other guys to give me shit. Whatevs. I came here to chew bubble gum and rock some faces off. And I'm about out of bubble gum. All the bands go up and perform well, including the band Ass Biscuit was in. We were last to go. I would have to say it was one of the better shows we played. Some technical problems with the lead singer's Telecaster, but we held strong and placed third. Made $300 bucks that day as an award. The shitty thing was Ass Biscuit's band placed second, but a funny thing happened. After the show, there was no more heckling or shit talking. The other bands in fact, came up to us and said we should have gotten second over Ass Biscuit's band, but I think they won because one of the bandmates broke out a sick electric cello solo. I remember the look on Ass Biscuit's face during a bass solo I flawlessly pulled off. Jaw_to_ground. He didn't say anything for the rest of the year. I actually bumped into him at someone's wedding once. He grew up a lot. He wasn't that gangly shit talking kid anymore. He even asked if I still played. I dabble here and there from time to time, I said. I was over at my friend and his cousin's place, let's call them Pat and Ryan. And, Pat and I are playing Madden, can't remember which year, either 14 or 15, on PS3. Pat is really not a big football fan, but he knows enough about the game for us to play each other. Pat's cousin, Ryan, comes home about halfway through the game and starts giving Pat shit because I'm beating Pat pretty badly and Ryan says he has got winner. So, I beat Pat and now it's me versus Ryan. Ryan and Pat both don't know that I play football video games quite a bit, as I'm an avid NFL fan and have started studying the play calls and different packages. So, Ryan now tells me that we have to pick our teams and that we are going to be playing at the all Madden level, hardest level. So, we get our teams picked out and Ryan gets the ball first. I dial up my defense into a nickel package because I can see he's going for some passing plays. I stop him after a 3 and out, and he punts me the ball. To make a long story short, I wind up beating Ryan's, as after he gives me shit for taking only a few seconds before halftime, instead of going for a field goal, even though I was up by 2 touchdowns. At this point, I realize he's getting pissed because I'm winning, and not really giving all that much of a shit. Ryan gets pissed to a certain extent, and when halftime is over, I start putting on my game face and start lighting him up. I wound up hitting a couple of Hail Mary passes against him after I had been running the ball and doing a whole bunch of short passes, and he's yelling from the other side of the room to knock that shit off. After I wind up beating Ryan, who before the game said he could whoop Myers at Madden, is now wallowing in his defeat. He actually stops playing with a few minutes left in the game, so he can go to his room and be upset, or whatever. Then, after I start talking to Pat, after I beat Ryan, I start hearing this odd noise coming from Ryan's room. To this day I'm not 100% sure about my guess, but I'm pretty sure he went to his room and started crying. That is, when I told Pat, I'll see you later, and tell Ryan I said bye. TLDR, I beat my friend and his cousin, who thought he could kick Myers at Madden, and I wound beating him so bad that he went to his room to cry after the game. 2 stories of ultimate ownage. Huzzah. Disclaimer, when I say didn't know how to video game, I don't mean skillage. I've always been a badass with a controller in my hand. I mean logical faking allocation of skill points. So when I could have been an ultimate badass, my characters were always so-so because I didn't know how to RPG. And disclaimer. Story 1, Fusion Frenzy. The Mario Party of the Sparks. I would always hang out with my uncle on the weekends and play video games for 48 hours straight. My best friend would come over and we'd have Fusion Frenzy tournaments. I won every faking time. It wasn't the mini games. You could technically lose every mini game and still win the tournament. It was the Fusion Frenzy. You see, you run around collecting orbs and shit to deposit 4 points in designated glowing space pads chilling around the arena. You can pick up on at a time, or collect a bunch like a fat little squirrel and get multipliers. Every once in a while a mega orb would populate. It was worth 30 points, but it was easier to stack. You wanna know why I won every single time? I'm still undefeated. Because I'm observant as sheet. The faking orbs populate at 30 and 10 seconds on top of the background activity that starts up right when the orbs are about to populate. My uncle and best friend got so pissed when I was always right there to snatch the orbs right up. And it amused me that they were so sheety at telling when they were about to pop that I never indulged this secret. This is a 10-year-old secret. Reddit. Second story. This is an A, kind of. When I was in the 8th grade, my best friend at the time took immense pleasure in schooling me in SSX3 for the PS2. She liked using exploits that she didn't share with me. I was never allowed to own a console, so even though I fared fine in the limited doses of video games I got, I still didn't really know how to play because I didn't get intimate time with them. She cashed in on that weakness. Flash forward 10 years to about a year ago, I had bought SSX3 for my 360 as a throwback to the good old days and sheet. Well, I of course figured out how to properly play video games since the 8th grade, and I took way too much pleasure out at kicking her ass by using the same dumb as exploits she had once used and forgot about. So she had no idea why she was terrible, and I didn't find it in my heart to tell her. But I did find revenge. Sweet, sweet, 10-year-old frigid revenge. It didn't taste petty at all. It tasted faking glorious. Also, you've been Tarantino-d. Top story happened after I learned how to video game slightly better. I haven't been physically fit since I got out of boot camp. I had been in the Navy for about 3 to 4 years. I used to play racquetball quite a bit, and by that I mean a lot. If anyone has ever really played racquetball, then they should know that it can be a lazy sport if you're playing someone who has never played. I end up getting challenged by another guy, Nate, in my division because, let's face it, I don't look like I can play anything slightly athletic. We talk sheet for a few days while we are underway, and we finally pull into a port that has a racquetball court on base. I end up beating him pretty good and prove a point on skill vs fitness level. A few months go by and we get this new guy, Josh. He's pretty cool, athletic, and likes to talk sheet as much as the next guy. Up comes the subject of racquetball. We start talking sheet about who could win when Nate walks up and overhears our conversation. Nate looks straight at Josh, asks him if he's ever played. Josh replies, no, and Nate tells him that I will beat him. Don't bother talking sheet because he just tried the same thing a few months ago. Josh humbly accepted his defeat without question at this point, and I didn't have to exercise at all. TLDR, you don't have to be a triathlete to beat an amateur in racquetball. Sheet talking is encouraged. Not saying I'm an expert. As a black belt in Taekwondo, I know people that underestimate my power when it comes to kicks. One night we had a bring a friend to class night, and I decide to bring one of my good friends I have known for years. Keep in mind, my friend is much stronger than me. He knows that I'm in this sport, but doesn't know I'm pretty good. Anyways, we put on our gear and start warming up for the night by quick sparring, light fighting. Of course, my friend wants to show off by beating up a black belt, so he tries his hardest. We start dancing, and he tries to do some crazy kicks at me, but I just keep moving around them to tire them out. Once he got tired, he made the most rookie mistake by planting his feet and bringing his weight down to the floor. I moved to his side and wind up for a back kick of death. As my foot reached to the middle of the chest protector, I seen quick glimpse of his face in the fact state and everything connected. He slammed to the floor pretty fast, and I know I got him in the good spot. All I could hear is gasping and wheezing from his fallen body, which meant I winded him pretty good. After he regained some air, he blurted out, what the fuck was that? I told him that he made a great mistake of picking me as a sparring buddy. He clearly knows my strength now. I took a Taekwondo class. Only attended a couple of sessions before feeling like it was a waste of money. Not that the art is, just that my instructor had his head up his ass. He was a middle-aged white guy with a Fu Manchu. His underling takes me under his wing my first day to catch me up. I came into the class like a month late. Rest of the class was doing drills, but it looked like just a lot of running around the gym sideways. I'm not actually an expert or anything, but I'm a huge fucking guy. He was having me kick this pad he was holding. I was 15 at the time, 6 feet 2 and 280 pounds. I marched band in the summer and had only recently quit football, for which I did strength training every day, so I was still pretty beefy. I have always tried to watch what I do when horseplaying, or whatever, because suffice it to say, I really injured some kids before my dad gave me the great power comes with great responsibility speech. I'm just freakishly stronger than I realize. I don't know what's up. I can't bench much over 225. Can't squat sheet. Just freakishly strong point. So this kid is probably my age or a year older, but looks more the part. He's wiry and about a foot shorter than me. He can tell I'm holding back, and he keeps telling me, come on, give it all you got. I'm a professional. I'm a black belt. I'm trained to withstand blah blah blah. I eventually just decided to show him he was unprepared. I knew what was going to happen. He didn't. He wouldn't just let it be, so I did it. I kicked him into a wall. The walls were unfinished, no drywall, or he might have cracked it. He hit so hard. He landed right on some exposed 2x4s and sort of slid down, like you see in cartoons. Then he got up and said, that was, but, wow, you're strong. Tell you what, just go do drills with the rest of class. I'm gonna sit for a while. I do competitive long drives for golf and hit the ball farther than most people on earth. I still play a lot of normal golf. Anywho, me and my buddy get paired up /another twosome by the starter. While putting and waiting on our tee time, these two are talking about how far one of them hits the ball. We get to the tee, and they start walking to the men's tee. I'll let them tee off. They make a comment on the bomb one of them just hit. Then me and my buddy walk back to the tips. My buddy tees off first with a driver, and rolls it past their balls from the tee box behind them. I pull my 3-wood. One of the guys makes a comment about me not hitting my driver. I tell him I don't want to hit it in the water. He tells me the water is 370 yards from the tips. I'll let him know that I was aware of that and hit my shot. Flew everyone else's tee ball and rolled about 20 yards from the water. They seemed pretty emasculated after that, but it turns into some pretty good conversation when playing with new people, and they'll start calling me for money games and tournaments. I used to be top 500 in StarCraft 2, and I have won some online matches for $500 to $1,000 point. When I went to college, some of my neighbors were bragging about how they beat these plat diamond players with some crazy strategies. So they invited me to the StarCraft 2 club and I pretended to be a lowly silver. I don't like to brag too much. Everyone there were decent, gold, plat, diamond, some masters. So they decided to challenge me. I play Protoss and Terran. When I just keep beating them with 9 minutes double immortal warp prism drops. And they were saying stuff like I didn't see that coming. That's just luck. It wasn't. It was the newest strategy developed in Career Point. So I asked 2 of the guys in the club to challenge me 2v1. I used Terran and beat them massively by doing 2, 3, 4-prong drops while denying them expansions. They flipped sheet and said that was a cheap strategy until I told them I was top 500 challenger and I usually practice with UK, Flash, and those super top tier players. I got kicked out of the club for being a prick and trolling. Golden E point. No one would play with me after a while because it wasn't fun for them anymore. But most of the people I played didn't even know how to faking strafe. And I couldn't explain it to them either. I would try. They didn't get the mechanics of it. Ended up looking at the ceiling. Drove me nuts. Just walk sideways, dumbass. I would gracefully glide around the tiny maps. I knew where every spawn point, armor pickup, RCP-90, rocket launcher and 9mm SMG were located, because to me those were the only faking weapons that mattered. People could barely get a weapon up before I was on them, firing. We couldn't even play one-shot kills if they wanted a half-decent chance, and I was permabanned from using Oddjob because it was just game faking over. 4 people playing, and 3 could barely even spawn before dying. I just went from point to point to point over and over and over, and it wasn't like I was running a circuit. I would take different routes every time. I almost never died. I played that game hundreds of hours, I don't know how many times I had saved that stupid sprite of Natalia and wanted to motorboat Xenia's polygons, although this hasn't translated into modern gaming for me. GoldenEye was slow paced for a FPS. Modern games are frenetic, and I just get fragged instantly, unless I take a retail in or two. JK. Blacklight Retribution really kicks my ass in particular. I had this video game business where you played at the store, very popular in my country. My friend and I used play quite a lot when the business wasn't that full, so one day I'm sitting playing some GoldenEye and this kid that was new to the business starts saying, "Dude, you suck." I did suck. I was playing PvE when all I always played was PvP, so he starts ranting about how he's the best and unbeatable. Got a PvP and nobody has ever beaten him, blah blah blah. So I say, "You wanna put some money on it?" He goes, "I'll put anything on it." I say, "Let's just make it 20. He agrees. My friend just smiles and brings over another controller. We agree on a best out of 5. I beat the shit out of him. Out of 3 games he only killed me twice, and it was 10 kills to win each game. He just stays quiet with his mouth open. I point to the back to a picture of me with a note, "Beat me on GoldenEye or 1080 snowboarding and get a full week of playing for free." I never took the kid's money, but it showed him a lesson on bragging. We had several signs of beat us and win a free week. My friend was also very good at GoldenEye and my friend's sister was unbeatable at Diddy Kong Racing. I have been playing Magic the Gathering since 1995. I played competitively in high school. I got pretty serious, but when I had to make the call between going for pro and getting a real job, I went for the real job. Several of my friends, on the other hand, went pro and actually made a career of it. Regrets the path not taken. I did keep up my skills though, and went on to make new groups of Magic friends throughout my life. About a year ago, one of my friends brought some noobs to play in our group. We hit it off socially, and I went easy on them. At the time, I had stopped making decks that made the game unfun by winning/controlling in less than 5 turns, and just went for weird idea kinds of decks. My decks were always strange, but good. I routinely would end 4 to 6 player games around turn 10. The noobs insisted that I come and play with their Magic group, but did not mention my skill level to their other friends. I watched them play a couple of short games and questioned some of their card choices. This may have angered their frail teenage egos. They got pretty mouthy and all grabbed their best decks for another game, but with every 1 point they got me in on a 6-player free-for-all, and after hearing a request for a nice long game to show me how it's done, I brought out my deck consisting of 42 lands and 18 other cards. To the layman, sounds really sheety. It was slow for the first 5 turns or so. I wanted to see what they were playing with, so I chose not to play aggressively. I took a couple of pokes from their early creatures, but I used my experience in multiplayer diplomacy to get them to fight each other, so I could keep ramping up my lands. Their decks turned out to be dragons, some kind of wizard deck, vampires, green fatty and Izzet. My deck is extremely versatile and repeats cards a lot, so searched and got a perfect combo ready for this setup. I put out a false prophet, exiles all creatures when it dies, and sat defensively, while all the other players tried to decide who would attack me and cause the apocalypse. I played into their fears to buy some more turns. It really did not take long before I had everything I needed to sack and res my false prophet. They had no chance in hell after that. Exile all creatures went on repeat, and I started creating swarms of disposable dudes to finish them off. They all considered quitting the game for losing horribly to the land deck. I simply pulled out another nicknamed the pink deck and asked if they wanted to play another TLDR. Stomped some cocky noobs with a silly land deck. Since I was about 10 I've always liked doing handstands. I never did gymnastics or anything. I just like handstands. Handstands are just my thing. I can do all sort of different weird angles and directions, walk around and occasionally bust out a one-hander anyways. I was at this party in college with a bunch of wrestlers, so naturally things got very competitive. I noticed a small handstand contest going on in one of the rooms and proceeded to mosey my way over. A few squally kids were doing a couple handstands for a few seconds while the current champ watched. After a few moments someone was like, "Hey, you haven't done any yet. You're up." and I was like, hold my beer. I did a simple handstand for about 10 seconds and immediately got challenged by the champ for a face to face handstand off point. I can hold handstands till I about pass out, so needless to say I destroyed him. I blew the minds of all the party goddess present, twisting and turning and pushing and pulling, jumping around on my hands. Sophomore year of college, we lived in a 7-person, 2-level suite. My roommate from freshman year and I shared a 2-person bedroom. One of the other guys brought his N64 and, I think, Ken Griffey Jr. baseball. He used to talk up how he kicked so much ass at that game, and how he had won the season with the Orioles multiple times, and how he could beat anyone he played against. Well, finally one day, my roommate sat down to play against him. He'd played the game before, but I don't know how you determine if he was an expert. Braggy McBrag ended up raging the whole time, getting super pissed off, yelling, how can you do that? This is bullshit, and all the good stuff, while my roommate just sat playing quietly. Anyway, my roommate ended up soundly thrashing this guy to the tune of 40 plus runs, multiple home runs per inning, laying down strikeouts like nothing, and all the works. McBrag didn't really talk to us for a while, and kept to himself. Eventually he calmed down, he was a lot less dickish to us, and became much more pleasant to be around. He stopped bragging about everything, and seemed to learn an important lesson from the whole thing. I'm a game designer, and spent about 15 years building and developing CCGS. One time while I was at a store that was running a tournament for one of my games, the two asked me to join the tourney that happens occasionally and can be a fun for both myself and the players. I had to borrow a deck, but I jump in. In the second or third round, I'm playing against a guy I didn't know, and he plays a card wrong. I tell him he's wrong, and how the card really works, and he starts disagreeing with me, and won't let up about how he knows how the card works. This goes for a minute or two while a couple extra people, who I know, start watching the game/discussion point. After about a minute of disagreement, he drops this bomb on me. Look, I know how the card works. The lead designer, me, said on the forums that it works this way. I can hear the people behind me trying not to laugh, so I decide to just run with it and let him play the card the wrong way. I end up winning the game anyway, and as I stand up to walk away, I tell the people watching that they can tell him who I am. Now, good times. Okay, so I'm not a physicist art pool playing paper writer like most of you point, but I'm really good at Big Buck Hunter, this arcade game where you shoot male animals, and if you shoot the females you lose. They have in this restaurant I eat at maybe once a week at work, and I'll play just for fun. I started slow, and then began to destroy everyone I'd play. I hold most of the high scores on the machine, and I only play once or twice a month, sometimes less. Some people came to visit from another work site and were mucking about with it, trying to shoot some and teasing each other. One dude saw me watching and was like, hey, want to try? I'll go easy. I was like, oh for sure, K thanks. And my friends were just watching because they know how arbitrarily good I'm at this stupid game. I maximum out my shots on the first round. The first dude didn't get a single animal. I demolished the bonus round. By then his dudes were like, whoa, let me try. I went through 7 of these guys before their spirits were sufficiently broken, before I pointed out that the high scores at the beginning of the level for Lisbeth Blues was me. And then we were done. A few years later I ran into one of them and didn't recognize him. It wasn't till a day into hanging out that he was like, Sheet's son, you're the chick who played Big Buck Hunter. Made me pretty happy. I'm a fairly good War Machine player. It's a tabletop game played with miniatures set in a steampunk plus magic setting. I had just moved to a new area with a small player base. I was coming from a very competitive meter, and my former shop won national titles at conventions nearly every year. I was playing a game with a new player, and intentionally not taking the moves that would lead to a swift victory. Instead I was trying to make openings for him to make good plays and overall making a great narrative of the game. A few other guys came over and watched the game. They kept mumbling and whispering whenever one of us did something they thought was a mistake. I ended up winning the game in the end, but it was close, like I'd intended, and the kid was happy and encouraged with how well he'd done. They trash talked both of us, so I asked if one of them would like to play. I switched a few things in my army from the everyday list I was playing to my tournament list. The ex-army player who trash talked the loudest accepted the challenge. I wiped the floor with him. It was worse than just a quick loss. In War Machine you can lose if you lose a single very important and powerful model, like the value of the king and the power of the queen in chess. I didn't just kill that model. I removed every model he had from the table while taking minimal losses. I will say that the dice gods loved me that day and helped. The look on the faces of the other guys was priceless. TLDR intentionally made mistakes while playing with a new player to make a fun game. Got trash talked by guy. Kicked guys as in a match. Friend of mine and I would use Peruvian diet powder and stay up all night playing Sega. Specifically 2 games, Andretti Racing and Sega Tennis. We logged hundreds of hours on the games. We were on a job assignment in Birmingham and got invited to one of our clients' houses for the Alabama/Auburn game. When we walked in we saw some kids playing Sega on one of the TVs, Sega Tennis to be exact. Everyone was taking turns. The 2 of the kids were mopping the floors with all challengers. Finally someone asked if we wanted a shot. I mean, us as old guys aren't any good, right? My friend looks at me and say, should we? Yup. So the kids show us how to play. We go pick our players and start. Within 5 minutes the whole room is watching and yelling, and the 2 kids are looking at us as gods as we had beat them in straight sets without them scoring a point. We turned the machine back over to them because the game was starting. Needless to say their dads loved rubbing it in their faces that 2 old guys just beat the pants off of them. I was at a gypsy fair and there was a slug shooting game. You know, the ones where you get 5 shots, and if you knock over 5 matches you win a prize. Well, this one also had a bullseye, and in the middle was a hole about 2mm bigger than the slug. You got this, and you got the biggest bear. I knocked over 4 of the 5 pins, but by the time I was on to the last shot a small crow had gathered and the guy, obviously wanting to sell up the moment, started trying to use this to sell his game, but in a way where he was saying, "Sheet, like, this guy's an amateur, if he can, you can too." I sort of stopped lining up my last shot and looked at him awkward/annoyed, and he could tell he was getting under my skin. He said something to the extent of, "Don't choke now, everybody's watching," with a sleazy smile, and people all laughed. So I casually shot the bullseye, collected my prize, and left with his smug face twisted in pissed off airy. For clarity, if anyone cares, used to be a cop. 3 years with routine firearms training plus the half month at college. I'm by no means an expert, but I keep up my aim by winning a prize at every shooting stall I come across. Oh, and on my cousin's farm out shooting possums and sheet. I used to work at this bar in Orlando as a doorman and bouncer. I checked IDs and every once in a while asked guys to leave and call cabs for really drunk girls. We don't really have door guys exude a bouncer image. We try to be friendly as our patrons usually behave well. I'm an average sized Asian dude, so most non-Asians look at me and think I'm cute. I also happen to have this childlike smile which I use a lot, a few times a year. Some dummers will try me. I've fought dudes who swung at me, and one time kicked out a group of 3 that jumped me, usually in full view of patrons, because we're a tiny bar. Even though I try to move the volatile situation outside, so that we aren't inside, if stuff does go down. It's satisfying but terrifying at the same time, as the only backup is whoever is behind the bar that day. And no thanks, patrons, I appreciate the help, but it's better for the bar if you stay out of it, unless I'm getting stabbed to death or something. I've gotten everything from "we're gonna go get our gun" to "I'll see you next time," so I guess it's a bit of people challenging me at something I'm an expert at. I was a college kickboxing instructor and amateur MMA and kickboxing competitor, as well as having several black belts in different styles. During a 10-year period of my life I had a pair of nunchucks in my apartment. Whenever I felt bored I would pick them up and twirl away. It got to the point where I could maintain a constant note of whooshing airflow due to the speed of the spinning sticks. This was while alternating grips, hands, etc. I never really thought too much about how quick I was until a friend pointed out that what I could do made Bruce Lee look like an amateur. I laughed it off, but was secretly pleased, of course. Fast forward a decade. I'm grown up now, visiting distant family when my sister's son, about 14 years old, shows me League of Legends on his computer. I spot a pair of nunchucks hanging on the wall and ask him about it. He takes them down and proceeds to show me how to use them. He was very basic in his moves, but looked quite proud. He then hands them to me and says, "You try." I start out very slow, matching his fastest tempo. Then I work up the speed and start adding in more and more moves. After a while I start getting back into the old rhythm and get longer and longer stretches of airflow washing. He just looks at me with his mouth open for a while. Then he says, "What? How did you learn that?" I tell him. He says, "How long did you practice?" 10 years, I say. And just like that I become his favorite uncle. Thanks Bruce Lee. I was at a house party many years ago, and the host/house owner was kind of a loudmouth braggart. Turns out homie just got a new drum set for his birthday, and he was making sure everyone at the party knew what an awesome drummer he was. Well, eventually my turn came up, and he wanted to show me his drum set. I was a little buzzed, so I decided to fuck with him a little bit. I told him I'd never played before, but wanted to learn. Truth, been playing for 15 plus years. He was all, "Oh, yeah, I can show you how to play," cause it fed his ego. So he showed me where to sit, how to hold the sticks, and then I gave my best first time playing act. Drop the sticks, sounds like shit. He gave me a few pointers, and then I decided to lay it on him. Said, "I think I'm getting it." Played a simple beat. Asked him what that cymbal did. Said it was loud. Then I proceeded to do a big show. Single foot blasting, polyrhythms, complicated fills. Mouths gaping. Dude did not mention the drums at again the rest of the night. Hate to be that person, but this isn't my story. It's my fencing coach's. He was stationed in Germany with the army just after WW2 and had the opportunity to learn fencing from Amilcar Angelini, who was one of the greatest fencers in the world at the time. This was at first part of a military extracurricular program, but Angelini took him in and trained him as his pupil. A bit later, my coach is traveling from his host family's house back to the army base and hears that there's a fencing club in the nearby town. Itching to get some practice, he shows up to a club full of wealthy decorated fencers. They all laugh at the monkey, who came to play with swords, because he's a black American. Some of these men had never seen a black person before, and couldn't fathom that my coach could fence. My coach offers to fence the maestro of the club, who obliged. My coach beat him, and the master offered a second bout. Well, 3 bouts later my coach has won 4 times. Fortunately for my coach, the maestro was a good sport about it and treated everyone in the club to drinks at a local inn. Everyone drank beer with cognac as a chaser. My coach then biked home 12 miles, but blacked out the minute he turned on his bike to leave the inn. I have more than one of these, and they all involve me looking very young and playing Quake 3rd. I didn't play on a professional level, since this was just becoming a thing back then. Also because I would have gotten into real trouble if my parents found out I was playing Quake. Of my peers, I was one of the first to have internet, with one of these legendary "let me play you the song of my people" modems of early internet history. And I use that thing on a daily basis to play Quake. The ping wasn't the best, as you could have guessed, and this was part of the reason I didn't realize that I was quite good at the game. Around comes the first public LAN party I ever went to. Oh, the nostalgia. I had to get written permission from my parents to attend, and was probably one of the youngest people there. So in the course of the weekend there were some small tournaments, then the big Quake 1v1 tournament is about to start. I go to the guy responsible for the sign-up and tell him I want to play. He looks at me and says, "Aren't you a little bit too young for this game? You could have played Lego at home." This are most certainly not his exact words, but I still remember the Lego part with a burning passion. I keep my cool and tell him I just want to try, which is sort of the truth, since I didn't really know how good I was. The guy in question was himself enrolling at the tournament, and I think it was a sign of God, but I was paired up against him in the second round. Well, to that day I never had the opportunity to play the game without lag. I wiped the floor with the guy. I remember him screaming, "That's impossible, that faking kid has the red armor again. What is he doing counting the time till it respawns?" Yes, I kinda did, because we played my map and I just knew when to move where. Ended up 3rd place winning a mouse. Parents wondered where I got my new mouse. Told them I won a flight simulator competition. They still believe that to this day. So PSSST. I was raised by my grandparents until I was in my mid-teens. My grandparents played pinochle competitive for decades. I have been playing since I was 5. Not an expert, but I have beat professionals here and there. Fast forward. I moved to Southern California after separating from the Navy. I didn't have a lot of money and lived in the hood. Found out that thugs play pinochle for money. They take this cheat very seriously. Anyways, I told myself probably not a great idea to tell them I play or did/can. Came home from work one Friday and a couple of my neighborhood thugs yell at me to come drink with them. I take them up on their offer. I was working a lot lately and could use free booze. They get me inside and hand me a beer. I see they have got a pinochle cash game going. One of the homies asked if I want to play. Nah, I'm good, I tell them. They harass me some more, but eventually leave me be. Couple hours pass and I have put down my fair share of booze. I was sailor. The homies see this as a great opportunity to take advantage of my inebriated state. They keep egging me on. I give in. Well, I took everybody to the house. My neighborhood was mostly Hispanic gangs. Now I'm in this house drunk. I don't know anyone except one of my thug neighbors, and I have taken a little under $1,000 from these guys. But these awesome thugs didn't do shit to me. Drank my ass off with them the rest of the night and Saturday morning and went home with my rent covered. Never played them again. They always gave me shit for not letting them win back their money. Spelling. I suppose a little backstory would help. I'm from a suburban area in Tennessee, but spend most my time in the backwoods, almost close enough to hear banjos playing. Now I didn't look like your typical Dukes of Hazzard good old boy, but I knew my way around a gun. I also started shooting trap and skeet competitively when I was in 5th grade, so I was basically raised on the range. Fast forward a few years, my father was on the board of directors of the local gun range, so I would spend my weekends there helping run the ranges, just refilling targets and small stuff. So one day I decided to wear my Converse instead of boots, because it was exceptional hot that day. That's when a couple of hot-headed young guys pull up with their cheap old hunting guns and start shooting. We were short-handed that day, so I had to pull their targets for them. After the first round I could tell they didn't really know what they were doing, so I kindly offered my advice to help them get the hang of it. They proceeded to boast about how their body had won several state championships and even a national title and didn't need coaching from someone who is only there to get a little extra cash. No one is paid at this range and is all volunteer. Little did they know I was at those tournaments they said they won, and none of them won anything. I actually won one of those state championships and the trophy was in the clubhouse as well. I kept my mouth shut and wasn't going to call them out on their lie. I just let them keep shooting. After another round they started talking more shit and trying to make it personal. At this point I was getting rather tired of their ignorance. Finally they decided to make a bet that their best shot could beat me and the loser had to pay for the other's ammo and rounds for the rest of the day. I agreed. Apparently they thought I would go to a range without bringing a gun. They offered me one to use. I declined and went to get my custom competition shotgun that I have more money invested into than my truck. I walked up to my place on the line without saying a word. After shooting a nearly perfect round and beating him by 12 shots, I congratulate him on a good game and again offer my advice. They declined and left. Made my day to say the least. I didn't make them keep the bet. The pure satisfaction of the look on their faces as they ate crow when they realized several of the trophies inside were mine was enough. The trophy case had pictures of the recipients who won them and is right next to the pay counter. So I wasn't gloating. My son plays lacrosse a lot. He loves it and is what they term a lax rat. He has a goal and a bounce back in the backyard. We will go to a lacrosse tournament for a weekend of 6 or 7 games, then drive 2 hours home. As soon as we are home, he will go straight in the backyard to shoot on goal and play catch against the bounce back for an hour or 2. A couple of years ago he was messing around with a group his friends at the local elementary school. Playing lacrosse of course. He had one friend, let's call him Skip, who is very braggadocios and a chronic one-up player. You did something? Skip did it better for longer and spent more money doing it. Skip sees a small hole in the little kids playground equipment jungle gym. He calls out, "I'm going to throw a ball through there." Skip get about 10 feet away and bounces it off the surrounding plastic. My son walks up without a word and throws it right through. Skip can't believe it. Lucky. He accuses my son, takes 2 steps back and throws it right through again. "Oh man, you are so lucky. I can't believe it. That was pure luck," yells Skip. My son takes 2 more steps back and throws it right through. Skip starts to sputter. My son takes 2 more steps back and throws it right through. Now all the boys are yelling, "Oh man, Skip is turning red." My son takes 2 more steps back and misses, and the ball hits a bench behind the jungle gym and bounces backwards right through the hole. The boys all freak out like. Not an expert, but trained boxing as a kid, kickboxing and jiu-jitsu as an adult. I also just look like your average middle-aged guy. I don't hang out in bars, but some friends asked me to meet them at 1 before we went to an event together. I got there a little early and was sitting at the bar by myself, just drinking water. A drunk on the other side of the U-shaped bar starts heckling me, trying to get a rise out of I just kind of shrug it off, and he just tries harder while his friends ask him to leave it be. My friends arrive, and I explain the situation, and we decide to head down the street to another venue, and the drunk guy follows us out to the street and gets in front of me, again being an ass and putting his hands on me. I tell him a couple times I'm not looking for trouble and I'd rather he didn't get in my personal space, but he's having none of it. And the rest, they say, was history. But to be fair, I didn't hit him, just knocked him off balance and down he went like bowling pins. Felt bad for the guy, he was pretty drunk. Edit, might be near expert at drunk tipping. I perfected the card game bullshit. You arrange your cards so they are matching and in order, then figure out which cards you will need on your turns. These cards are your good cards. All of your other cards are bad, and you want to get rid of them. Play normally until there are enough cards in the pile to give you any missing sequences needed for your turns. Call bullshit on every hand until you get the cards you need, and then start your endgame. Winning bullshit. Put your good cards down on the pile along with a couple extra bad cards under them. If someone tries to call bullshit, there is a really good chance they won't realize you put down 7 cards and only declared 4 queens. After enough rounds of this, you have only good cards left in your hand, and people start to realize you are winning. By the time your hand is small enough that everyone is panicking, you have only the good cards left needed to win. They will get angry and potentially try to call you on every hand, but you made your winning moves long before, and they are too late. Was in a fraternity as a sophomore year of college. Bunch of new freshmen come in and were way into video games. Most of us engineers, go figure, and they are playing Counter-Strike, and some of them think they are pretty hot shit because they are #1 and 2 ranked in a pub server. They decide a couple of them could take on any amount of players in the house to play against on any map at any time. I was never the best professional player in the world, but I was a pretty damn good one, and the skill difference between professional versus public is huge. Long story short, they beat the shit out of most people they played against in the fraternity, while I sat back and laughed. I tried to give pointers to some of them, because I coach Carter all the time, and one of them never listened to me, and shot off. If you know so much about it, why don't you play vs us? So I did, went 56-0, before they finally killed me, turned into everyone who played in the house vs me, and I think I stopped playing about the time they got frustrated, when my score was about 135-5 or so. This has happened to me before, as well. I've never been officially trained in the ways of grappling, except in wrestling in my 8th and 9th grade years, and by my dad. He was a MAC 4th degree instructor, and is still an infantryman in the US Army. In my sophomore year, there was a prick, let's call him Daquin, bragging about how he was a 2nd degree black belt that studied martial arts and kung fu in his grandpa's Shogun temples. Well, one day a mutual friend of ours set us up to fight, and he knew I didn't have any training. I was all of 5'4" and 125 pounds. Daquin was a solid 5'8", 160 pound guy that looked the part he was portraying. So, little me closed in on him and took him down with a double. He got top control, but I was able to get to a guarded position. He started jabbing at my sides with his thumb, and that's when I let the faker have it. The moment both thumbs were up, I got his ass in a triangle choke and made him tap out. So much for his little story. The rest of the year he was bullied for being beat up by me. The summer after my junior year I moved and he graduated. Don't know how his life turned out. If you're in this thread and you know who you are, I'm sorry I ruined your junior and senior year. I'm not an expert on anything, but I know a lot about various topics. Point here are things I overhear at work and people call me nosy, but I have no choice but to make things my business when it's blatantly ignorant. Point Cow Walker. Did you know dolphins are more intelligent than people? Me? Oh, seriously, Cow Walker. I looked it up. They have more molecules than humans do. Me? What? Cow Walker. They have more molecules in their brains. Cow Walker 1, who is male. I have to go get an ultrasound. Cow Walker 2, who is female. Lol, what? Hey, insert team leader's name here. Cow Walker 1 says he is getting an ultrasound. Lol, team leader. Lol. Right, you'd be the first man to ever get an ultrasound. Lol. Me? I'm sorry, what? Ultrasound is just one of many various scanning techniques that forms images from the data of high frequency sound emissions. Not my business. But this kid gets picked on so much. When he is right, I have to stick up for him. Point Cow Walker. Did you know left-handed people get more migraines? Me? I don't know, and I'm not sure about that. Point Cow Walker. It's true. I looked it up on the World Wide Web.com. So considering this is what I faking work with on a daily basis, I guess people challenge me on expert subjects every day, but I get paid a shit ton of money, so it's somewhat worth it. I'm mainly writing this just for self-gratification, as I'm sure this will be buried. While at a church campout, a guy was being a bit of a dick, sparring with Shin, bamboo training sword. He was laughing and talking crap to people who obviously knew little of weapons or martial arts, as the venue was not related to either. This irked me. After watching this guy act like Lord Butthole of the Sphincter clan for a while, I finally hit my threshold. As I rose from my comfy camp chair, my wife says flatly, just don't hurt him. After Lord Butthole injures a kid, I step up and face him. He becomes more and more angry after he is unable to land anything. 2 minutes later, my wife is chiding me over the crumpled mass of Lord Butthole, adding insult to injury by saying, I told you not to hurt him. To which I reply, he shouldn't have blocked with his nuts. Unfortunately for him, I'm a huge nerd and have fought professionally in armor and practically live in my scat armor and fenced nationally. We have not been on another church campout with that group. Not really a demonstration of knowledge so much as a demonstration of how being a dick to other drivers can backfire. I found it humorous enough that I'll share. Point I was cruising home from a friend's house on the highway. I was in the middle lane and slowly catching up to a car in the left. It was dark at this point, so I don't think the other driver had any idea what sort of car was coming up. As I closed in on him, he accelerated to keep me from getting in front of him, blocking me in with other traffic in the middle lane, cause I'm apparently an asshole for wanting to pass someone traveling slower. I pull in behind him, and we both passed the traffic in the middle lane. Naturally he didn't move over, and I wasn't going to play nice this time. I downshifted, nailed it, and pulled into the middle lane. By the time I was next to him, I was coasting by at 30+ miles per hour faster than he was. I was done accelerating, and he had no choice but to observe. Point I have no idea if he even tried to accelerate, but it wouldn't have mattered. His V6 Mustang didn't stand a chance against the 900+ bhp Toyota Supra that was now silently coasting by. All I could do was shake my head and ask, how'd that work out for you, dick? I was once at a MLB game, and they had one of those see how hard you can throw games. Point before I continue, I played in the highest level U19 baseball league in North America, and can throw a ball in the realm of 85 miles per hour without a warm-up, closer to 90 if I'm warm. Point I was mingling by it with my girlfriend at the time, and this drunk guy decided that he, 6'1" or so, fit looking, could beat me, 5'8", also fit quite handily in the ball throwing department, and challenges me to a throw off for a beer. I win, he buys me and my girlfriend a beer. He wins, I buy him too. Seems fair. To him at least point he gets to go first, steps up, 3 throws, maximums out at 73, which is quite hard for average person on a real radar gun. I gotta give the guy props, so I felt like playing a bit. I stepped up and just kinda tossed one, made it look like I gave it some effort. 652nd ball, little harder, 72, perfect. He thinks I can't quite beat him. 3rd ball, small crow hop, 84. Free beer yay. The guy probably would have questioned the radar gun had my throw not hissed into the net. That was a satisfying moment. At a dark and shameful point in my life, I watched a lot of anime, and then I started writing reviews. About 300 of them. I accumulated a fan base, and minimally participated in the community. In my profile, I started linking to other strong reviewers, and discussing their strengths. As a joke, I included one of the really bad, but very prolific reviewers at the end, discussing in detail how bad he was, and why it turns out he was actually a fan of mine, and it outright crushed him, and he wrote a soul-searching post on the forum, whether he was wasting his time. I didn't see it, but I was told the consensus was that I had some strong points, but I was being a mean bully. He wrote me a letter, asking for advice. I wrote him back a real honest critique, and how he could improve. He took it hard, and called me an elitist and a racist who didn't understand what it was like to be writing in a second language, and called me out on the forums, and he posted my response to him on the forums and people said it was totally unfair for him to be judged on the same criteria as me, and the travails of being a minority. He was Thai. Unbeknownst to him, or anyone else in the community, I'm also Thai, essentially making his argument that I didn't understand his issues of writing in English completely moot. I pointed this out. He STFU. Eventually, most of my reviews were removed from the site as a backlash, because he was internet friends with one of the admins. When I checked, he had something like 20,000 forum posts, making it essentially his life. When I pointed this out, there was a bit of a furore, and most of the other well-regarded reviewers/writers also quit after this. I raced motocross for 15 years, with experience in car racing, snowmobiles, and a few other motorcycle-related sports. I had a friend of a friend from a foreign country, Bulgaria, Hala, who was over on a travel visa. Now, my 2 foreign friends had met this local racer who was probably front end of B class locally, intermediate class, for those who don't know, but enjoyed talking, like he could win pro races, and had my 2 friends very excited, while I nod politely, and wait to get away from this douche. Then, he mentions he has 2 old 125 2-strokes. This was 12 Suzuki's, same year I had, when I raced schoolboy, another class, age, and engine limits, and that we should play around with him. Lap that guy on his own track, on his own bike, with no helmet and Converse shoes. Honestly just felt bad for the dude, as I'm explaining how I have nicer sheet than his, that I haven't touched in a year or 2, and just didn't want to get into that conversation. My homeboys thought I had meant racing bicycles growing up though, so that gave me some cred with them. Remember kids, always wear protective gear, it looks cooler. I was in seminary, and towards the end of my time there I was in a class that required 12 hours a week of volunteer community work. It was to be in a situation that would let you counsel or mentor people. I was working at an after-school youth center. There would be 10 to 20 kids, and it was almost always 80% girls. There was one boy, though, who would show up pretty regularly. One day the lady that ran it brought in a PS2. This would have been in 2006/2007. She also brought in some games. One was Madden 05, or something similar. I've never been huge into video games, but I did enjoy playing Madden. This kid thought he'd destroy me, and kept talking trash the entire time, which was pretty much his nature. I'm sure he thought there was no way some almost 30-year-old dude was going to beat him. He ended up walking away from the game, and I think I was up something like 56-0 in the second quarter. Just because I'm not a teenager, and I'm in seminary, doesn't mean I can't play a video game. That said, 8 years later, my son kicks my butt in all video games and he's younger than that kid was. late to the party, but here's my story. When I was in high school, all I did was go to school and play video games, usually fighting games. At the time, the newest fighting game out was Blood Raw 2. My friend Anthony had come over, and I had proceeded to utterly destroy him with every character. A few months go by, and I'd go to a party and Anthony's there. One of the brothers throwing the party, named Josh, started going on about how he was so good at Blood Raw and nobody could beat him. I told him I could probably give him a run for his money. Now, I'd never seen him play, so there was every chance that I'd get my ass handed to me, but I was pretty sure I would be a tough opponent, at the very least. Anthony almost said something, but decided to close his mouth and enjoy the show. Well, I decided to just start with the leftmost character and work my way through them all. I only made it through 3 characters, with Josh never landing a single blow, before he got up and turned off the PlayStation. It stayed off for the rest of the party. In about 2010 or so, I had just bought a new computer case that came with a crappy Chinese power supply, not even with a switch, and I needed to swap it out for my trusty old Corsair. It was a simple job, and would take only a few minutes, as anyone faking knows my dad, upon seeing my brand new desktop with the old power supply being tugged out, promptly freaked out, screaming at me about how I was ruining $2,000 worth of parts I had saved up for 8 years, and put in myself. I put it back in the case. He claimed to have bought these parts himself. He didn't, and went on a huge rampage, because obviously stupid women know nothing of computers and he's a big druggy mechanic who knows everything. I told him that, if he knew so much, to do it himself. It'd only take him a few minutes, if he was right. He wasn't, and I knew it. So I walked out. I went into the other room, and listened to him attempt to put the new power supply in. He couldn't even get the old one out of the case. All you have to do is pull. Before he was shouting for me to show him what to do. I ended up just doing it myself, because I actually know what the fuck I'm doing. And there was a time an asshole at a computing store gave me the wrong type of RAM, which was for my SO's laptop, because of the whole stupid women's knowing nothing about computers complex. He even said as much. I'll let him do it, returned it, said he deliberately gave me the wrong sheet, and used my nice shiny in-store credit that I got on top of my return money to buy a new power supply about a month ago, when my Corsair blew suddenly, because every single other person in there knew me by name. The guy had been fired before I even got the chance to return it for doing this to multiple people. He was replaced by this nice Chinese lady I like dealing with. I wish I had a better story, but here goes nothing. When I was about 11 years old, 6 faking years ago, holy shit, time flies by, I played a lot of badminton. I know how that sounds. I played it in this team, and it wasn't for long, because our coach was a hot blonde girl who sat on her ass and phone all practice, and the owner was a crazy tempered German guy. Ring any bells? So from time to time we'd have competitions. I was actually pretty good, and I faking hated competitions, so I went down there. Now, I was also a really big player of street football, soccer, whatever you roll with, and watched it a lot as well. So this lady down the street gave me a lot of big name football shirts from her son. Back in the day, Henry, Beckham, Baglio, Maradona, and I was about 1.50 back then tops, so those shirts looked really faking long on me. Fast forward to the matches I had to play that day. It was a completely foreign town to me, strange people, and I was already a pushover back then. I get to face this fat kid, and I mean big, like that kid from Bad Santa, big for a 11-year-old. There were 2 girls he apparently wanted to impress that counted scores, and he took off by calling my shirt, which I really liked, a dress. Girls laughed, fat kid laughed. Fat kid got the shuttlecock against his forehead 3 times from me smashing, ending the game with 21. 2 was happy. TLDR, shamed fat kid. I played a lot of beer pong in college, like a lot. Wasn't in a frat, but I legitimately loved, and my junior year found a partner who wanted to get good and play as much as I did. Over the next 2 years we played many weeknights, and probably every weekend without fail. Lots of accolades, if you can call them that, for beer pong, octuple overtime, 5 cup shoot till you miss redemption into a win. 9 cups in a row on an on fire streak. Winning our local tourney for a paid trip to Vegas, etc. However, one of my favorite memories was at a standard Friday night party that some unknown freshman strolled into. The party was in my partner's house and we played on that table more than anywhere else. Probably 6 to 7 games into the night hitting a really good groove, these freshmen step up to the table with the confidence only your first 3 months of partying away from home can bring. Unfortunately, my buddy has to break the seal, so he steps away and another friend tags in. The freshmen seem optimistic about the substitution. In quick succession we hit a bring back. I make my second shot for heating up. They miss. I make on fire. Partner makes a shot. I shoot again and game over. Entire game takes maybe 3 minutes. I feel bad having only allowed them one turn and tell them to stay on the table as my real partner returns from his piss break. Pretty much a carbon copy of the first game ensues and another 2-minute, 1 turn, 6-0 losses racked up for these freshmen. They weren't even mad. We shook their hands, said good game, and probably a bit too smugly remarked welcome to college as they disappeared upstairs TLDR. Double stomped some freshmen en route on my home table and they were more impressed they saw the making of a legend than mad they lost. Late to the party, but I was hanging out playing SNES with a friend of mine and some his buddies. One of the guys was a typical loud obnoxious kinda dude and was like, yo, let's play this game, I'm pretty good. The game in question was Tetris Attack. What this guy didn't know was that my life as a child was Pokemon Puzzle League, and when I say child I mean I still play it semi-regularly. He played my friend first, neither were very good, but this guy's going on about how killer he is. Meanwhile I'm like this is just PPL. So the loud guy wins, and is boasting like who's next. And I'm like I'll play yeah. So we load it up, and I kill him. Literally the match took around 15 seconds. He's like point let's play again. Same result. Point one more time. Same result. My buddy is just dying, and I'm trying not to laugh as the loud guy isn't quite as loud anymore. I'm like alright, I'll put the handicap on. Crank it up to maximum, so my side of the screen is flying at me. Beat him in like 20 to 30 seconds. The best part, my buddy was roommates with another friend of mine who I hadn't seen in a while. He gets back from works and we are getting into an in-depth conversation catching up and stuff while I'm still playing. With the handicap still cranked up, I beat him again. This time it takes around a minute and a half or so. Needless to say, we don't play that game anymore. Extremely late here, but I like telling stories, so here. At my college dorm, there was a common room with a ping pong table. Summer Shad starts challenging everybody in the room to a match. He was pretty shit, but somehow managed to win a couple times and you could almost visibly see his ego inflating by the moment. While I'm laughing at this he goes, hey, you better pay some respect, or I'll wreck you. After laughing even more, I agree. Little did he know that I have been playing ping pong ever since I was a kid with anybody who would play with me. I played hours on end. I also played tennis competitively. I wasn't the greatest ping pong player around, but I could hold my own. I start hitting really slowly, and we get a rally going. I make it look like I don't know anything, and I push the ball pretty much every time. Then I give him a nice floater he can't resist. After he attempts to smash it down, I return it with an offhand backhand. Then proceed to wipe the table with him. He didn't even return any of my serves. Looking back, I should have put money on it, just because he was that much of a dick. So I tend to be exceptional at video games. Most friends know this, and will pit me against people for a laugh. One day I get informed there is a Cody 4 tourney at a local store and I enter. When I show up there is about 48 people total. I walk in and see everyone with Cody hats, shirts, people brought controllers and all that jazz. I walk up to the counter and sign in, asking to borrow a controller, and a couple of contestants laugh at me. Poor guys. We play the first couple rounds and I take it easy, just enough to stay in the running. Final round comes and everyone else is talking shit hardcore. While I stay silent, I proceed to demolish them. I had a 30 kill lead at all times. Death stares and curse words abound. Halfway through the match I get a phone call and answer. Several spectators asked, and as I make plans for the evening, while going on a 15 kill streak, One kid just dropped his controller and left. Point more recently I was at the midnight release of Destiny just waiting around and chatting. A guy has rigged up a TV and Black Ops in the bed of his truck and everyone decides we should have a tournament. Everyone scrounges for prizes and I chip in some candy bars, declining to play. I'll let them know I haven't played in a while, so they probably don't want me in it. After they're around 24 people they are short one, so I reluctantly sign on. Point every game is 1v1. I proceed to murder them all horribly. The guy who even brought the whole room quit halfway through our match. I was so far ahead. Everyone else was pissed I smashed them. Guy who quit was laughing his ass off with me though, so it was good times. God, I hope someone gets to this one. First grade of high school. I was still at music school back then, and I've played drums. I still do. Because I was in a band in my elementary, I decided to ask around about the high school band and try to join in. Several people told me to ask a senior who was a drummer in that band, but since the band was basically dead I was told I had a chance to get in. So I find this guy and ask him about it. He came on to me like he was Buddy Rich himself, telling me to stop asking, that he is the drummer and it's none of my business. ECT point. Couple of months later our school was doing a promo video for the next generations to see and to help the school publicity. And for the purpose of the video they had the drums put out in the lobby to be in the background of the shot. So the recess comes along and the half of the school got out to get something to eat, smoke a cigarette, and so did I. As I was coming back inside with a friend we see that same guy bashing on the drums while people were standing around watching. My friend just told me go and show him how it's done. Long story short, from that day I was the band's drummer. That guy never approached me afterwards, and I got a bigger applause after my solo. I'm not the most muscular looking guy in the gym and still have a few pounds to lose, but one of my fellow gym goers decided to gloat to his buddy about how much stronger he was than that fat guy over there. He puffs up and walks over to me, challenging me to bench more than he can. I pull my other earbud out and quietly accept his challenge. He warms up with 135 as do I, and moves up to 225, mind you, for one rep. I lay down and press the same. He laughs and moves up to 245, and I follow. 275 is put up with a struggle, and I follow once again. He asks if I give in, yet and I ask for a shot at a higher weight. I rack 315 and put it up and let him give it a go. Stretches ensue before a horribly failed press. He tries again and gets it up without going halfway down to his chest. I've never seen a more snide smirk in my life. Point I rack 405, press it for my rep, and make room for him to try. His blank stare turns to telling me how my form was off and that it wasn't a proper bench. It's okay, I state. If you would like to work out together in the future I might be able to help you out. Just let me know. His buddy asks me for spots all the time now. I don't see Super Puff anymore unfortunately. Point TLDR, not all fat guys are permanent fluffy. I don't know if this counts because I was 9 when this happened, but this is probably the best I've got for this kind of thing. The bar my family frequented had a Cruisin' USA game for N64, but this was the arcade version that had the gas pedal, shifter, ECT.2 to make it feel more real. Well, having spent enough time in there, and my parents, grandma, aunts, uncles, dad's friends, ECT sliding me quarters to keep me happy playing it while they hung out and had some beers. I got quite good at it and had multiple entries on the leaderboards for all the levels. One day there was some kid/teenager a few years older than me who saw me go up to the machine and he said hurry up and lose. Little kids, so us big kids who know how to play can beat the game. I wanna try and beat the scores of whoever that Turbo Dog guy is up there. He's got a bunch of the 10 top scores on this level. I said don't worry, when I'm done you'll get your turn, and proceeded to best one of my records. And he saw me put my name up there. Then to add insult to injury, I went another round and set another record. I then backed away and said good luck with beating Turbo Dog's records. He looked at me stunned and all he could say is damn, for a little kid you're good at this. He knew he'd run his mouth a bit much and I showed him up. After working very late one night, my coworker and I finally arrived at a friend's house for a party he'd invited us to. Upon entering, I saw an average looking guy arm wrestling at the kitchen table. I pointed him out to my friend, who immediately told me to leave him alone. Let him have his dignity, he said. We watched the guy for a couple of matches. He won. But nothing spectacular. After a while he challenges the whole house. I can beat anyone in this house. My friend smiles, looks at me and says, "Go get him, Steve." I walk over from the counter in the kitchen, only 8 feet from where he has been sitting all night, and sit down in front of him. He now looks worried. I'm not really tall at 5'10", but I weigh 300 pounds. I beat him every time. Both arms. Many times. He went away with very sore arms. At one point I was drinking my beer. He was trying hard. I never even closed my hand and just held my arm straight. I looked at him and said, after taking a swig of my beer, "Whenever you're ready." He saw that I wasn't even trying hard and he looked defeated. A few girlfriends from university and I went to the local country bar since we weren't all 21 and it was the only 18+ bar around. We were a group of good-looking girls, dressed up for a night out but not in anything country, whereas many of the other girls at the bar were wearing cut-off shorts, fake buckles, cowboy boots that had never seen dirt and the sheety straw hats. The guys there were all military and also playing dress up. A group of these type of guys comes to try and hit on us. In order to impress us, they started bragging about their skills on the mechanical bull. So I, being bored, egged them on and wagered a bet with them that I could outright all of them. They thought I was joking. I didn't mention to them that I had spent my entire life riding horses and competing in rodeo. My brother is a bull rider too, so I know a decent amount about bull riding. Enough to kick their ass on a mechanical bull. After the slightly drunk Marines got thrown instantly, I told the guy running the bull to turn it all the way up for me. If you're a girl, they always turn it on what I like to call hoe speed, which is very slow. I rode it longer than anyone that night and the guys' jaws were practically on the floor and their egos were bruised. It gave me and my friends a good laugh. I was in 9th grade biology class and the teacher was making a presentation about dinosaurs being cold-blooded animals. Back in high school, I spent most of my classes reading books from the library, sitting in the back of class, and trying to just stay out of the way. But, in my mind I picked up on the keywords in her presentation. I looked up from my book, and said dinosaurs were primarily warm-blooded, Mrs. Science teacher. And she blatantly objected. "Well, I'm sorry but you're incorrect. We can talk about it after class, if you'd like." Since I spent my childhood obsessed with dinosaurs, I really couldn't just drop it that easily. I never like speaking out in situations like this. But, when she was about to open her new discussion, I said more confidently, "Now most dinosaurs had avian hip bones." To which she said, "I'm not sure what you mean, Tilanaxo," and I said it means that they were predecessors of today's birds. Birds are warm-blooded. She continued into the lecture without responding after that, and I went back to my book, feeling kind of embarrassed. 10 minutes before class ends, she starts printing off 20 pages or so on her computer. She staples it and brings it over to me and says, "I looked it up and found a lot of articles that say you're right, Tilanaxo." She left it that simple and walked off, but it was a really satisfying moment in my time at that school. Pretty late, but whatever. My roommate freshman year of college was what we like to call a frat star. Sperry's, polos, and even those dumb sunglasses holders. So one night we were kicking back, having a few beers, and he starts talking some shit. Side note, I'm a skinny Asian fellow, but damn do I know how to party. Now we haven't been roommates long, and I had just mentioned how bad I'm at shotgunning a beer, but can get them down pretty fast from a glass. Of course, this is not enough for him, and he has to prove that he can beat me in a chugging contest with him shotgunning and me going out of a pint glass. I look at him dead in the eyes and say, "Whatever dude, just make sure you're ready before you call go. I don't want you blaming this on me cheating." I gave him a solid 1-1.5 seconds head start. Was able to pop another beer and pour it before he finished his. The girls we were hanging out with loved that one. So thanks man. I owe ya one. TLDR. Frat star roommate challenges me in my own home. Proceed to utterly wreck his sheet. If there is one thing I know how to do well, it's party. I've done Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for around 3 to 4 years. This by no means makes me an expert, as there is always someone on the mat that can choke the life out of me or snap an arm, but I was better than the average person. I could do some choking and snapping of my own, and I was always eager to learn. So, while I was mainly a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu guy, I would occasionally go to judo gyms to work on my throws/takedowns and grapple with people that have a different skill set. Judo practitioners typically could throw me around like a rag doll standing, but once on the ground, I had quite a bit more experience. One of the high belted judoka and I were sparring, and he hip tossed me to the ground. From there I swept him and managed to gain an advantageous position. I trapped his arm and armbarred him like this. We kept sparring after I submitted him, and it went like that each time. He would throw me, I would submit him. This happened 6 to 7 times in 5 minutes. The difference was, every time I submitted the faker he looked visibly upset and proceeded to teach me how to do the submission better next time. He'd say my execution was lackluster and give me entirely inaccurate advice on how to fix it. So, I was beating this guy, and every time we'd reset, he would give me very bad advice on how he thought I should be doing it. Guy was full of shit and had quite an ego, so I must say it felt great to submit him at will. TLDR, while sparring at a nearby judo/Jiu-Jitsu gym, I submitted a guy 6 to 7 times in 5 minutes. Every time I submitted him, he would huff and puff for a second and proceed to tell me how I did the technique wrong and how to do it better next time. This guy should have used that energy learning how to not be submitted. I ain't in the slightest good at a Halo game. I wouldn't even call it my expertise. But the original Halos were my childhood, and some idiot in my year challenged me to a Halo 4 match when we were at a mutual friend's house. I wasn't interested in playing many of the competitive matches they put on, but joined in on a few fun game modes of Infection, now known as Flood, because 343, and race maps. He asked why I wasn't taking part in any of the more competitive matches we had, and the group gave me the controller halfway through an online match. We went from losing to winning, and I carried the team hard. He then out of nowhere challenged me to a 1v1 out of nowhere for no reason. He's the kind of guy who would call anyone significantly better than him online a hacker, and so he was really confused with the little brain cells he has how such a nerd like me could be so good at a FPS console game. What was funny was the fact I also had to explain to him what auto-aim was, and how most FPS console games have auto-aim to help the aim on console controllers, then going on to show him how Halo 4 has so much of it that I'm surprised he misses most shots. I also had to explain what a hitbox is. Like the scumbag he claimed to have been the best one there at school, and bragged about it. Fortunately I didn't care enough to say anything. I found it quite funny, and nobody else cared about his story. So I wouldn't consider myself an expert in the field, nor would anyone else, but within my set of peers, yes. Living in the countryside, a lot of my male colleagues and acquaintances over the years have been, or at least have professed to be, into camping/living the outdoorsy life, and occasionally try to big it up, as if they are really into survivalist or bushcraft. Big difference between the two, but they think of them as the same thing, lifestyle. I don't mention friends because, you know, friends are friends, and they're friends, because both they and you can make complete tigs of yourselves in front of each other and it not be a big deal. I wouldn't have the same reaction to a friend stretching the truth about his skills/knowledge a little as I would a complete asshole doing it. Is my point. One particular asshole has NPD, never frickin' shuts up. I had to endure working with for 4 years, decided to brag about how awesome he was at all that survival/living in the rough crap. And in his mind I, the chubby 5 feet 4 inch female in the office, was the last person who would know about this stuff, so he felt safe talking a load of locks about it. I put up with several hours a day of this for about a week before wading in and explaining that all that crap was something that I've been into in a huge way for about 28 years. And that what got me into it in the first place was that when we lived on the army base in Belize, the summer holidays were so long. 3 months that the army put on a sheet load of activities for us kids. They'd range from something that lasted a few hours during the day to whole weekends or weeks living on one of the outer islands doing things like sailing, snorkeling etc. or camping and living rough, in the jungle. I went on one of the latter and got to take part in the jungle survival course taught by the Gurkha soldiers. And I'll tell you, learning that stuff out there and from soldiers is a whole lot different from learning it from your village youth group leader or something back in the UK. From that point forward, nothing interested me as much as survival in lots of different kinds of climates and environments, so I got to call him on all the tips he was giving everyone that were complete and utter bullshit. He blathered on and on about how finding shelter is the most important thing, but didn't even know that in survival terms shelter refers to a bed / something between you and the ground, not a roof over you. And when he didn't take that well and made some crass comments about me and him being in a survival situation, I got to tell him, if you were the last man on earth, I'd kill you and eat you. And I mean that. I used to help teach EMT classes and my favorite thing to do was go an hour early to the side class was being held and just sit. I loved to listen to the students who came in and how excited they were. It felt good to be reinfused with their enthusiasm. I was sitting in the hall of this one government building waiting for a basic EMT class to start, and this young man walks in dressed impeccable. He asks if this was so and such building, and I said yes. He then goes on to tell me tonight is the first night of his EMT class and how in 4 months he will be out helping and responding. I was happy to listen and let him go on about it. Feels good to see excited students as the instructor. I sat back and drank my coffee and he now has a small crowd talking and I hear it's really just so I can take the test. I already know what I need to know. My ears perked up. He continues, basically classes like this are a formality when you have an IQ like mine. I let it go and didn't say a word. Now at this time I was a paramedic for almost 20 years in the busiest EMS system in the world, but this kid is going on and on about how smart and ready he is. The guy from the building unlocked the room and everyone walked in, so I just sat. I walked in at 7 right on time and told them who I was. All the color washed from this young man's face and he began to sweat. I went on my usual speech about the class and let everyone know this was a fresh start and class grades would be based on hard work and skill, nothing more nothing less. He did end up failing the practical portion and having to retest, but as far as I know he is a EMT responding to calls and saving lives. Halo, and I mean originals box Halo. I mean 8-man 4v4 team set up on 2 TVS, 2's boxes, and really long system link cable point. Anyway, it was the big thing back then, and these nerdy kids I was friends with used to tell me how they played all the time, and how amazing they were, and how they beat everyone else, and blah blah blah. So they challenged me and my buddies to a money match. Best of 3, or whatever, which turned to best of 5, then 7, and so on and so forth as we annihilated these dudes. I'm talking non-stop sniper headshots on Blood Gulch, zoom pistol on a John Hangem high, endless rockets on Beaver Creek, and even one very well timed, very well placed bunker to middle of level sidewinder rocket. It was sheer beauty. We even let them win one round halfway through to give them hope, and then ripped it from their hands in the games following. There was no headsets back then or online, but you could hear their cries of disbelief and defeat through the house. Seriously, it was a long system link cable. Anyway, they left with their heads low, their pockets lighter, and a vow to never play us again. In the mid 2000s I was challenged to a Battle.net game of StarCraft by a friend. He didn't know that I had been playing this game since the late 90s online and had mastered the art of the dropship firebot SVC massacre. Just before I was about to melt his economy and cripple him, I comms-zapped his base and saw that I was dealing with a noob. So instead of rushing and killing him, I made a tiny outpost base next to him and made a crappy medic plus marine army for him to kill. Meanwhile I massed BCs and rallied them to a hidden corner on the far side of the map. I filled my population cap and killed off all but 5 SCVs to make room for maximum BCs. Then I took to the skies and jammeted the ever-loving shit out of any target of importance in his base. Towers? Gone. HQ? Not anymore. Bunkers? They won't save you. My cloud of fully upgraded BCs melted his crappy Marine and Goliath army. Everything burned and I lost 0 troops. save for the sacrificial outpost at his entrance. It was a massacre point. I found out after that he'd been playing the computer and not other humans. Don't test me on SC1. That sheet was my life every day after school. At 15 I was a pool shark. Today I can't even sink a ball, but back then the pizza place across the street from our apartment was next to a tiny but rowdy biker bar. Since the bar didn't have a pool table, the guys spilled over into the pizza place. Plus, pizza. I was an awkward kid, and I would just get the pool table at around 4 and just screw around until someone wanted to play, and I'd offer to play against them. They always laughed and said yes, and they would always jokingly ask if I bet. I would tell them no, but I just got some birthday money and thought I could maybe beat them. Again, laughing, I'd let them convince me to try betting. I can't believe how many adults wanted to swindle a kid out of their birthday money, but I wouldn't play multiple rounds, just the first spar, and in the official game I'd rip them up on one and say I had to go home. Night after night it would add up until I was playing with $500 a night, walking home with $1,000. I tried playing with $1,000, but nobody would bite, and I just jumped on the way home. Most were really good sports, but $1,000 changes things in a lot of ways. By the end of summer I think I earned and wasted almost $10,000 on frivolous toys and nonsense. I wish I had learned to save that sheet. Soccer on a beach in Texas. I was at the beach with friends. We were all in high school. All of us were soccer players, good ones at that. It seems in this thread we have to clarify how much of an expert we are, so I'll say that our club team won state multiple times. In my junior year of high school we won the state title and were ranked the #1 team in the nation. Point onto the story. So at the beach a group of Hispanic guys were playing beach soccer. We were camped out near them most of the day and watched them try to form pickup games with anyone coming by. They played a few games, were rowdy, they won, no big deal, but they kept getting more and more cocky and really lacked in sportsmanship. If you live in southern US and play soccer you know that every Hispanic thinks they are a badass at the game. They're usually mediocre. Point their arrogance got annoying, so it was time to put these guys in their place. We approached them and said we'd play them. We only had 4 to their 6. We said it was fine and we'd play them with 4. They refused, saying it wouldn't be fair and wouldn't be fun. Fine, we obliged them and they agreed to play if we got one more player. We shouted out asking if anyone wanted to ring for us. A random passerby accepted. To our surprise the guy who accepted was a big black guy in his late 20s, dressed in the real nice casual wear black guys like to wear. Not at all beach attire, but he looked sharp in his pricey sneakers, expensive jeans, a bit too much jewelry, etc. He came and joined us. We made up quite the odd team with 4 preppy white kids and this well-dressed black guy. Start game. Turns out the black dude is also a badass at soccer. We played on the hard-packed sand, so it was like normal soccer. We ran circles around them, and 5 minutes into the game the Hispanic guys forfeited when we hit 8-0 in score. Laughs were had, and high fives and thanks were given to our ringer, who was great and scored multiple goals. He went on his way and we went back to chilling. Our opponents decided they were done for the day and left. It was a satisfying victory. During my undergrad I worked as a lifeguard at my college's pool. By no means was I an expert swimmer, but as a lifeguard, I could hold my own in the water. One day I was off the clock, but came by to hang out with the other guard/swim a bit. Enter meathead varsity baseball player, who had obviously just hit the gym. He struts around the deck a bit, flexing and stretching, then hops in the pool next to me. Now I was just under 6 feet, just over 140 pounds, a lanky dude. Wanna race? He quips. Nah, I reply. Come on, it'll be fun. Alright, but you have to let me use this kickboard, I say, as I hold it under my torso and mimic awkward turtle arms. It helps me stay afloat. Hey, whatever, chief. He was cocky. I grab the edge of the pool. Okay, you say go. So we line up. He yells Geo as he pushes himself off the wall and proceeds to swim awkwardly towards the other side. A second later, I launch off the wall, holding the kickboard in front of me, and proceed to kick my way right past him. I reach the other side and turn around in time to see a defeated look on his face as he grabs the side of the pool, out of breath. might get buried, but no biggie. I'm no expert by any means, but I studied literature in college, and I took a course reviewing the Bible as a piece of literature, rather than a biblical piece. I'm an officer in the army, and one of my sergeants was talking to me about school that he attends, a religious college in MN, and he was talking about how religion was a big part of his life. I'm not super positive in what I believe in, so we were having a friendly conversation on our beliefs, and how that affected our lives and training. Now, a specialist heard me and my non-commissioned officer talking about religion, and he sits down next to us and immediately states the world would be a better place if religion never existed. Now this threw us both off guard, as this wasn't the conversation we were having at all, but we both just kind of wanted to hear him talk. He simply stated every war ever fought was based on religion. We both kind of cringed at the E4S statement. So we brought up that WW2 can really be blamed on religion. He looked at us incredulously and said, how can killing millions of Jews not be religious? It took a long time to quell that. His biggest response was that, did you know that the Nazis went looking for the Holy Grail? Religion was huge with the Nazis. It was a really tense conversation. I didn't want to overstep my bounds as an officer by scolding this kid too much, but he actually started asking some of his private friends to come over and listen to the argument as well. He finally got flustered and said, I can't believe in any religion in where a dude was born from a virgin birth and where this same dude stated an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. With that comment I actually got a little mad. I told him that was a Murabiz code, not the Bible, which he said was the same thing. Finally I asked him, I'm not sure where you're getting this information, in which he replied, I've read the Bible at least 3 times. I know what I'm talking about. I was more flabbergasted at the fact that, even while pulling quotes off the internet, he was reading all the quotes wrong. I didn't really prove anything to him other than the fact that he needed to do more research. I once witnessed my ex try to bullshit the wrong person. My ex was the biggest liar on the planet. He got into music producing, but he never actually produced anyone. He just had software and learned to do a few things. His best friend, however, was a very successful producer. My ex would sometimes help him do a few things, like lay a keyboard track for him, because he was better at keys. Other than that, he just hung out in the guy's studio constantly. He acted like a crazy girlfriend to his friend. If his friend didn't answer texts right away, he would just show up at his studio and be like, what's up, man? I texted you. He would often take credit for his friend's work. Like he would play a song that his friend had produced and be telling people that he produced it in his studio. Sometimes he would even claim to have done work on songs in front of his friend. His friend just let him say whatever because he knew one day he would start talking bullshit to the wrong person and get called out. The day it happened was the greatest day. We had both told him that he was going to end up embarrassing himself one day, and he would be like, but no one will want to work with me if they know that I haven't produced anyone. We tried to say that they'll probably think he's even more of a loser when they go to record in his mom's basement instead of this nice studio that he's talked about. He wouldn't listen. This guy was in town visiting his friend. He would always hang around when his friends' friends were around because he had to make sure he was the number one friend, and it was more people for him to talk shit to. His friend was playing this song that he had recently finished mixing, and the guy that was visiting made a comment about how good it sounded. My ex spoke up and was like, yeah, I laid the keys and wrote the second verse. The guy just stared at him like he was a moron for a minute, and then finally said, you do realize that I'm this guy's drummer, right? I had to run out of the room to laugh. None of us speak to him anymore. A good friend of mine tried to talk me into buying Civilization V Gods and Kings, saying how awesome it was. He had no idea that I used to play Civ 3rd and Alpha Centauri. I put it off for a while, then bought it when it was on sale. A short time later we started to play a multiplayer game. I told him that we should wait 150 turns before we went after each other. Shortly after several rounds in, I made a wonder, then another, and another. He was getting a little pissed and could not figure out how I was making them so fast. Around turn 125, he thought he would try and be sneaky. He declared war and tried to send in some troops to overtake a city of mine. That did not turn out so well for him. Even though I was battling 3 AIs, I knew he was planning something like this and was prepared. Ended up demolishing about half his troops, took over 6 cities, and crushed 2 of the 3 AI, making me the ultimate superpower on the map. He was highly impressed that I was able to grasp the game concept so well. I did fill him in on the secret of Egyptians, building faith to become the first religion, and selecting the plus 15% modifier to wonder building point. Eventually, I told him about playing the past games and actually know what I was doing. He and I have played several times since, but he has yet to ever do as well with Civ than I. Let's go back to tech school in the US Air Force. A dorm mate had his PlayStation sent to him in the middle of tech school and he unveiled his most treasured game, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, after telling a group of us how awesome this game nobody had heard of was. I told him that yeah, I had played it a bit, beat that thing over and over, but I still love it. He looked at me with a boggled expression for a bit. I guess you don't beat that game over and over, it's too hard. So we ended up with a bet. He would give me $20 if I could beat the game within 24 hours. Like taking candy from a baby. After having not touched the game for at least several years, I burned through that whole game in like 4 or 5 hours. It wasn't even a good run to me, but he was endlessly impressed by how fluid my movements were. We even had people come and check up on us to see what was going on, and I will always remember his sentiment. Something along the lines of "it's not even going to be close, and at this point I don't care." That was $20 well spent. I never knew you could be so good at this game. Never thought I would get praise like that for playing a video game. Another fun one. I had a female friend early on when I got to my first duty station in the Air Force. Her sister had sent her their Nintendo 64 with one of the Mario Party games. I had never played any version of Mario Party in my life, but was sure to warn her and everyone else. I'm extremely good at video games in general, so don't get mad if I win. I guess she used to be the one who always won in her house, so when she came up against me who won a clean 70% of those random as mini games, she just couldn't understand what was going on. I sealed the deal by using one of my power-ups to steal all her coins, ultimately costing me the overall winners. I should have stolen a star. Matters in the overall score. Coins don't, but chose to pick on her instead. She threw the controller and refused to finish out the game with us. A few years later she married me. I'm no expert by any stretch, probably one of the worst bowlers in my league, 150 book average, but most league bowlers are better than your 3 times a year bowlers. Got hired at a place that fired their entire staff, who were loved by all. So myself and the 4 other newbies were loathed, because we were the reason they were gone. I had nothing to do with it, and didn't know the story until about a week after started. A couple people eventually warmed up to me, and I was invited to the company bowling tournament. As it always happens, a bowler on a team didn't show up, and I got asked to bowl, which is when I went and got my ball, which just so happened to be in my car. Bowled 7 straight strikes in frames 2, 9, freaking open first frame. So to them, I was a bowling god. I thought it would make matters worse, but it actually made matters better. A lot more people gave me a chance, got to know me, and became friends. Got myself quite a few free beers from the other teammates too. We won the tournament. This is going to get buried, but I'll post it anyway. I'm a bartender at my family's restaurant. Obviously there are an occasional scuffles. A little background. I'm 5 feet 6 inches, 155 pounds, 30 yo. I don't look like I can do shit. Humble, fairly tame. I have studied, what the fuck, Taekwondo for 22 years, operated a school of over 250 PPL for 10 years, BJJ for 6 years, Hapkido, traditional and combat, for a combined 15 years, boxing for 4 years, grappling for maybe 2 years, blah blah blah. I've been around the block. Some Ashat and his Ashat friends come walking in, 4, all around 6 feet. 200 lbs plus, starting problems, obviously drunk and being a real pains in the ass with women, and starting shit with men. After they get a beer, I politely tell them that we are not a place of business for rowdy people. I have no problem serving you fellows, but if it's a fight you are looking for, you have come to the wrong place. Clearly he nor his friends appreciated this. They murmured something and sat down. About a half hour later I step outside to have a smoke and they are up broing each other with what they are capable of. Here is where I come in. One of them remarks that they could send the little bartender Akame into next week with one punch. I chuckle and think nothing of it. As I go to walk inside I stop by their table and clear some empty beers off the table. One of them is already double fisting, and apparently I threw out his second backup beer that was sitting on the table. It was warm and was there from before they arrived. He starts bitching about how I owe everyone around because blah 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 I'm a piece of shit and whatever. As I turn around to walk inside, I see him in the reflection of the window, making rather aggressive movements towards me while my back is turned. I duck and spin around, and he hits the wall with his fist, looks at me, and I see the rage begin. He charges at me, and I give him one of these. He drops. One of his boys come in swinging, and I put him into a modified armbar, knee him in the chest and push him out of the way. By this time, the other two guys are just have this baffled expression on their faces. They pick up their buddies and start walking away. I told them that I would pay for their beers and that they should watch who they decide to start shit with. I pick up my cigarette, take one last drag, and walk inside. TLDR studied 4 years in various martial arts. D-bags wanted to start sheet, ending up eating it. Edit spelling, grammar. In college we had a Halo 2 tournament, and I was by no means a top player, but definitely played enough to be better than 9900ths people that I come across. The tournament was Dorm Wing vs Dorm Wing and Dorm vs Dorm. It was being hosted at a different dorm, so some players got to play in their room while connected to the network, while others had to play in the public space. My teammates were the types of players who probably had their first experience with a first-person shooter at college, so they couldn't tell you what button it is to reload or jump. So obviously we lost point, but just by playing a few of the teams I knew that they were all pretty average. One guy was extremely cocky, lots of testosterone, definitely on a football scholarship. He was strolling around bragging about how he was the best on campus at Halo because his team of 4 experienced players won, saying he'd play anybody for money. I chimed in saying that I was interested. He then said, care to make it interesting? So we made a $20 bet. 1v1 lockout. He goes to his room and I stay in the public area. Game started out with him running and grabbing the sniper and trying to control top mid. I go on top of British Rail 3 and start to pick him off. He drops down and runs for the sword, grabs it and returns back to the sniper tower. Now he wasn't terrible by any means, but he was more of a body shot sniper than headshot. So when I would peek he could sometimes get a body shot on me. He continued to camp sniper tower. I decided to go stealthy. He had a pattern on where he watched, and when I knew he went from looking top mid to lift and then down to elbow and bottom mid, I snuck into sniper 1 right after he went back up to check top mid. As he rotated down to check elbow and bottom mid, I assassinate him, take his sniper and drop the sword off the map. The rest isn't even funny. I destroyed him. He would spawn, and I would have him sniped down, or British Rail him down, before he even got a shot on me. He did get a few kills on me. Grenades are pretty powerful after all, but it wasn't even close. Once the game was said and done, he had his roommate bring out my $20. This New Year's we were visiting friend in another state. This couple we visited consists of an attractive girl and her boyfriend, let's call him Jeff, who is going to theater school. While handsome, Jeff looks like an average guy that prefers to play video games and spend free time in the library. Fast forward to 2 AM and everyone is drunk, and we are still in a club. 3 military dudes walk up next to him. These guys were looking for trouble from the beginning of the night. One pretends to stretch and rubs the back of his hand against Jeff's girlfriend's stomach, working his way up. Jeff, with the smoothness of a ninja, grabs the guy's arm with one hand and twists it not too hard, but enough to maintain control of the army dude and control and advances. His friends started getting loud, and while they hadn't made it physical, they were about to when Jeff takes control of the situation verbally. They were getting pissed and asking what his problem was when clearly they were the aggressors. He calmly says, "You boys are military, right? Army, I'd guess. Just so you know, I was Army as well. 12th Infantry, or something." Smiles. Their faces went from anger to fear. They apologized, shook his hand, and told him they respected him. Apparently his unit was well known for brutality once they lose control. It was out of a movie. The best thing is that you would never know this about him. We have known him for years. He speak about his time in the military, unless you directly ask. Very humble guy, but I'm sure many in the military can relate. You bet yours I asked him what he would have done had that gone bad, and he calmly explained with the strategy of a badman how that guy would have had a broken arm quickly, then used him as a tool to separate the other two based on how they were standing. The other two would be slightly impaired with the breaking of the arm, screaming friend enough to give him the split second required to gain an advantage on one of the other two. After that he would have counted on those with him to keep it fair. So awesome edits. So, the way my personality and looks combine makes me fit into people's view of a business major. As such, they assume I'm not much for physics or the like. Point: I remember a kid trying to be impressing to a girl I'd just met a few days before. She was an exchange student. He was a physics major and had a class with her. We meet by chance in the physics building and she introduces us. I guess he must figured I was there for a general edition class, so he kept talking about how he can help her in her HW assignments, and, in his own detriment, he extends his offer to me. Point: I just went, "Nah, I don't think I'll need help, mate." But he kept on insisting that he was open if anything ever came up. Since he was a sophomore physics major, the girl noticed that he had it all wrong and was digging himself a big hole, but she just giggled and let him power through it. So I ask her if she wants some coffee since she's done with class and we can discuss what she liked about it. The dude just came on saying, "I don't think you'll find talk and momentum interesting, man." I had it with a wispy, idiotically overproud, nerdy kid thinking he knew it all point. So I went, "Well, I think I ought to, you know. I'm a cosmology student. These grad school slots aren't easy to get. But I'll ask for help if my computer doesn't work and I feel too lazy to calculate a basic orbit. Maybe you'll get it right." Me and my friends play basketball quite a bit. We are not experts by any means. High level played for any of us is high school / organized intramural, but we are all fairly above average players. This is especially true when we play together. We have played together for years and years, so we all have a deep understanding of how to play as a cohesive unit. Point: we are playing on a local outdoor court one summer. There's quite a few of us, so we are using the full court. A group of overconfident guys come over and challenge us to use the court. Now, to be fair, we are not intimidating at all. We are a bunch of Filipinos. Tallest one is 5 feet 9 inches, and couple of average looking white guys, all around 5 minutes and 10 seconds, and black guys, all around 6 feet 1 inch. They probably thought we were easy pickings. They talked a lot of trash leading into the game, but we kept our mouths shut. We knew they weren't on our level, but we'd let our game do the talking. We annihilated these guys. We played them twice, and they only scored 3 points total. The first game we blew them out 15-2, so they said rematch. The next game we won 15-1. On the final, Clay, one of their guys, drove towards the rim and tried to lay it in. Our guy swatted it all the way to half court. Another one of our guys was already waiting there cause he knew what was going to happen. Point: as our teammate laid in the wide open game winner, the guy who blocked it was in the middle of a giant chest bump celly with another teammate. They collected their gear and left quietly soon afterwards. I'm a rather skinny looking nerdy guy, so a lot of people automatically assume I know nothing about men things such as cars, military stuff and so on. Little do they know I have a passion towards history, and military history in particular. Anyway, one time I had a conversation with some guys at a party, and we started talking about guns and stuff. One guy asked, "Hey guys, which do you think is the best handgun in the world?" Everyone said, "Well, the biggest Desert Eagle, of course. It's the best thing ever. Will kill everything with one shot," and so on. I meanwhile answered that Austrian Glock 17 would be my choice. They all laughed at me and said I know nothing. Then I proceeded to give them a lecture on how pistols work and how a guy who has more than twice as much ammo in his gun and have a much better rate of fire stability, and ease of use will most likely win in a firefight against even like two guys who carry big slow unwieldy weapons that mostly just look cool and are awfully unpractical in real combat situations. I've played Pro Evolution Soccer, or Winning 11 whatever, religiously since I was a kid. Went shopping at a mall with my dad, and passed by a local Winning 11 tournament going on. Being curious, I stood by the crowd of around 30 teenagers. I was 11, and watched until the tournament ended. When the final game ended and everyone stopped cheering for the champion, I tapped him on the shoulder and asked if I could play a game against him. The guy looked at me and shrugged. Sure kid, you pick first. I'll go easy on you. At that time in my life I've never played against another person before, but I could beat the computer with ease on the hardest difficulty. Judging from what I've seen of him, he was semi-pro FIFA level at best. I picked something not too up like Uruguay, and this little bussy picked Brazil. This was like 2002/2003 when Brazil was strong as fuck. Going easy on me, Myers bro. How wonderful was it to hear the sound of his fanboys dwindle as each goal went into the back of his net. By the time it was 5-2-0, the only sound I could hear was the fans in the game and the commentator each time I scored. But no, I didn't stop there. I was here to hammer this guy's ego to the ground. I was faking ruthless. I made Ronaldo and Ronaldinho look worse than Emile Heskey and Anderson. When the game ended at 14-0, I smiled and said, "Good game, man. Thanks for going easy on me," and left them all with my dad. That was the only time my dad ever told me he was proud of me.